in public while his family was watching. Um, it's just sad. Yes, we need to unite. And I'm going to give people just a little bit of time to filter in here because of what just happened with social media. The longer we are divided, they win. Absolutely. We have to grow up. The fact that people are willing to end a live because I pulled a picture up and said that this man was a human being. We need to just realize that and unite as people. That is just sickening to me. The people that are willing to do that that's just pure evil. Okay? And I actually pity them because I'm here to educate you guys on what is really happening in this whole situation. And they're never going to learn because they are so stuck in their bubble. They cannot learn something. They cannot be shown anything. And it breaks my heart that there's a whole massive group of people that will not get the information that I'm about to give you right now, based solely on the fact that all they can do is hate. The bifurcation is so sickening to me, especially on the day that we were told to never forget, and united we stand, divided we fall. And we are so divided today more than ever. It breaks my heart. Their bubble is about to pop, I know. And you know what? I'm going to continue with the show here. Not just for you guys, but for the pure fact that we need to get these clips created so that we can push this content out. And I'm telling you right now, I'm probably going to get hit with a lot of bans because of this. They're going to hit me with all kinds of stuff. My channel is going to suffer for the information that I'm about to give out. And the sad part of the whole thing is that this is factual information, and some of it is my speculation, but this is absolutely what the world needs to hear right now, and it's being silenced. And you know, shooting Charlie Kirk was the ultimate form of silencing free speech. You may not agree with anything that he said, but I'll tell you what right now, I will lay down my life for you so that you can have the ability to say anything that you want, because freedom is not free. And the thing is with freedom of speech, that doesn't mean that you're not accountable for the things that you say. When you say things, even me, when I say things up here, a lot of the things that I say, people hate me. They send me hate mail. They send me death threats because of the things that I say. And a lot of it's just based off of a stupid coin, just because I don't shill XRP like crazy if I say anything bad about it. And this is so much worse, okay? Now, mind you, I don't agree with everything this man said. And I didn't really watch a lot of his content, because I will tell you this, most of what I heard Charlie ever say was people would come to debate him, they'd ask a question, and he would just deflect with another question. And it wasn't real. I mean, it was real debating, but I didn't find it as, it was a very degrading type of debating that I just don't agree with. But that doesn't mean that the man deserved to lose his life because of it. But also, I think it was intentional. I think the way things went down and what we're being told is a complete lie. It's so sad. We need unity, support, respect, and the simple ability to debate and disagree. I 100% agree with you. We should be able to say what we feel. And here's the thing is, when you silence people and don't allow them to speak their mind or say the things that they want to say, what happens is we create an environment where we don't know what another person is thinking or understanding, right? And we don't have the opportunity to educate them, right? But also, if somebody is screaming like white power and, gas the Jews or something like that, I want to know that they're saying that so that I can separate myself from them. This gives us the opportunity to say, okay, I don't really agree with what this guy's saying. I'm going to distance myself from them. But if people can't say things like that, then how are we supposed to know where people lie and who we should be listening to, right? So that's one of the things about free speech. So I'm going to pull up some TikTok videos. We're going to watch this stuff real quick just so that I can get you up to speed on a few things. By the way, I don't agree with everything that I'm about to pull up. Okay? But I want you guys, I want us to all get on the level of what is going on social media right now because of what happened yesterday. And I have an up. So, mind you, none of this is factual information, some of it. And what I'll do is let's start with some of the facts, okay? So, this is a briefing.
Through all that work last night, we were able to make a few breakthroughs. We were able to track the movements of the shooter.
Wow, my TikTok is just completely rugged right now. Okay, here we go.
Through all that work last night, we were able to make a few.
This video is being suppressed. A lot of these videos that I posted have since been removed. And we may not be able to watch all of these. And it's crazy that we can't even post things anymore. Let's see here. Marco says he had a very professional security team, and yet it happened. I know, worried they will try to get Trump again. Honestly, I'm worried they're going to try to come after me. And I don't want to make this about me, but I had some second thoughts about everything that I do here because I'm very controversial in the things that I say. Now, I don't take too much of a political stance, but when it comes to money, people do some pretty crazy things, okay? When it comes to religion, people do crazy things. When it comes to politics, people do crazy things. But I have chosen a line of work and a niche in my content that puts a target on my back. And yesterday I spent most of the day thinking and trying to decide if I was going to continue doing what I'm doing, if it was worth it. And it is. It is. If I don't have a target on my back already, I will. And I'm okay with that. And I will tell you all this right now, chat, and this is recorded and going to be posted. I will never unalive myself. And I say unalive myself because I want to be able to post this to TikTok. I will never unalive myself. I do not have mental health issues. I am very happy and I'm a very sane human being, okay? So that being said, if something does happen to me, I hope that the narrative isn't pushed that I tried to kill myself, because I will never do that. I'm too tenacious. I've been through too much in this life just to give up. Okay, so if they take me out, I hope I go in the manner that Charlie did. So if you're going to come at me, come correct. All right. I have a feeling they hit me. If they do, they get me with something like a heart attack gun. You know how that thing works, right? It's a frozen bullet with a shellfish toxin in it. And so the bullet melts when it enters. It's very small. And yeah, it's basically poisoning. So let's watch these videos. It looks like some of them aren't going to work, but just listen to the information, okay, chat? Just listen.
Through all that work last night, we were able to make a few breakthroughs. We were able to track the movements of the shooter. Starting at 11:52 a.m., the subject arrived on campus, shortly away from campus. We have tracked his movements onto the campus, through the stairwells, up to the roof, across the roof to a shooting location. After the shooting, we were able to track his movements as he moved to the other side of the building, jumped off of the building, and fled off of the campus and into a neighborhood. We do have good video footage of this individual. We are not going to release that at this time. We are working through some technologies and some ways to identify this individual. If we are unsuccessful, we will reach out to you as the media and we will push that publicly to help us identify them. But we are confident in our abilities right now, and we would like to move forward in a manner that keeps everyone safe. So what I'll release about the suspect is suspect blended in well with a college institution. We're not releasing many details right now, and we will soon, but right now we're not. But that individual appears to be of college age. We are confident in our abilities to track that individual. If we're unsuccessful in identifying them immediately, we will reach out for the public's help and the media's help in pushing those photos. That was a new development overnight, working through the night, studying those cameras. So that's something that's new and that we're working through right now. As far as the security, I cannot speak to that. Neither the Department of Public Safety nor the Federal Bureau of Investigation was involved in the planning or security of this event, and that'll have to be a question later for other agencies.
This was a targeted event. We don't believe that the community is at risk. However, we are exhausting every resource to find him, and we will do so.
All right. And let's watch the others as well. And once we view all of this, look at it's not allowing me to see my reposts. We'll get into the nitty-gritty of it. So I want to give you the factual information first of what actually did happen, and then I will give you some of the speculation, and then I will break it down for you. So as of right now, the suspect is still at large, according to the FBI.
We are now following breaking news about a string of...
Let me try closing this and reopening it. None of these videos will play. That's crazy. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to rug pump fun because I don't think anyone's watching there anyway. Did you make that banner? What banner? What banner are you talking about? On the screen? What do you mean? Like the Ozthecryptogoat? Yeah.
The shooter's at large is still on the run, and here's everything you need to know. As official releases image of the rooftop shooter, let's go over the...
Wow, it won't play anything. It won't let us watch any of the videos.
We are now following breaking news about a string of threats at a number of historically black colleges and universities today. NBC's Kelly O'Donnell is following this for us. What can you tell us, Kelly?
Well, Chris, I think this is at this point in the abundance of caution phase, where universities that are a part of the HBU system, the historically black colleges, a number of them in Virginia, also in Alabama, saying that they have received threats and therefore taking action to lock down a campus or cancel classes or send out warnings to students and to the university community. Obviously, just one day after the Charlie Kirk assassination, in an environment where we have seen a lot of gun violence and a lot of acting out of dangerous threats where citizens can be inadvertently involved in a dangerous circumstance. This is the kind of thing where universities, as they assess a situation, make a determination for what is best for their community and to try to reduce the potential for any harm. By locking down or canceling classes, it clearly reduces the amount of foot traffic. It allows authorities to follow through on any leads. We have made outreach to different kinds of law enforcement, from the federal to the state level and local communities, as well as the Department of Education. And at this point, we don't have a sense of where this is coming from or how connected it may be. But the fact that these colleges are feeling they need to take action, and in light of the timing, given yesterday's events on a college campus in Utah, there is a sense of wanting to be prudent and to provide members of the community, students, faculty, neighbors of a campus with warning to help them make their best choices. So as we learn more, we will bring it to you. But at this point, there are no injuries. There's no acts of violence that we are aware of. This is in the category of threats and then taking prudent steps.
You know, I'm going to try a different browser. Because some of these videos, we have to see them in order for them to be relevant. 2 weeks from now, no one will care. I doubt that, because I will care. So let me see if I can go to TikTok here.
Yes, sir. I need to talk to you for a second. I'm being told by the receptionist.
It's not allowing me to play any videos on TikTok. Let me see.
The Russian tank that was going to storm Ukrainian positions there in eastern Ukraine.
This is crazy. Nothing is working today.
We are now following breaking news.
I don't know if I can cover this story without this information. We're being suppressed on every level, it seems like. Chat, how do you feel about me ending the live real quick? Let me restart my computer and then we come back. Will you guys come back, or do you want me to just carry on? I don't know why this isn't working. I have a feeling something happened. The internet, ever since when I went live the first time, I had the picture of Charlie up. I've been having internet issues ever since. Jesse, if you could reach out to the IT guy for me and let him know that we have some work to do with some of the equipment. We got to do it. So I'm gonna restart the computer and then we're gonna come right back. Okay, guys. I do apologize, but I have some real information I need to give you guys, and we need to get this recorded so that I can clip it and get it out there, because it's very important for the community and for the country and for the world. Yeah, we know exactly why all this is happening. So I will be back, guys. Appreciate you. Love you guys. I will be back. We're live. Gosh, what nonsense we have been dealing with today. Anything that could go wrong today went wrong. That's how bad it's been today. Today is a Murphy day. Murphy's Law. Anything that can go wrong will go wrong. That's Murphy's Law. All right, let's give everybody a chance to get on here. And let people know that we're live. All right. I'm really getting sick of talking to the wall. This is just absolutely. I'm tempted to just do this another day. This isn't working. Nothing. Now there's no one to view the content. We'll see. If people come into the live, then I'll give it a chance. But no one's watching the show. Who am I supposed to talk to? I mean, I guess I could just do a recording. You know, every time this happens where they shut us down and then I have to restart over, it pulls me out of what I'm doing, and it just totally disrupts everything. And you know, this time it was an equipment problem. It was I mean, obviously TikTok was part of the issue, but this time it was it was the equipment hasn't been being taken care of properly. So, I'm starting to wonder if that was on purpose too. So, I don't know. The equipment not being updated properly and taken care of properly. So, because of that, we are dealing with nonsense. Today has been one of those days where everything that could go wrong went wrong. And not only with TikTok, but with the equipment here. The equipment is supposed to be updated regularly. And anytime that I don't go live for the day, it's supposed to be updated by the IT guy. And it was not done. And so nothing was working. Guys saying taking profits? What? I know, but like something's got to change with the way we operate around here. Something's got to change. I don't even want to do this anymore. Chat. Every time I have something real to say, this happens. You know, it's so hard to get going with the show and then get stopped and then having to restart. It just it takes it all away. And I don't even know where to start or where to begin. I don't know. All right, we're back. I was having a conversation. Sorry. All right, we're back. Sorry, I apologize. Today has been a really bad off day for me. And I guess it's a good segue into what's going on. What happened has a lot to do with the stuff I've been talking about in Hollywood and the things they do. This was a ritual. All right. And the time and day and everything and the reasoning behind it has created bad energy, even down to the fact that the day before this happened, the ghost that's here in the studio was very active. It was knocking things off of the desk and counters and stuff, banging on walls. The IT guy does not believe in ghosts and was like, yo, the ghost was doing some shit. Okay. And it's always right before someone dies. Okay. Like the day we came into this area and started building studio, Bob Barker died. Like, I don't know. There's something to do with death and the activity in the ghost. Anyway, I don't want to talk about that. Let's talk about what really matters, okay? I'm glad 5 of you guys made it back. It is a spiritual battle, 100%. I need you guys to understand what is going on, and I need to get this recorded because it needs to be clipped and put on the internet. And I'm not going to stop. I am very irritated and frustrated today. Today has not been good at all. And we're banned on TikTok until the 18th. So I guess it's good that I onboarded people before this happened and got you all to know where we're at. But I'm going to need your guys' help once we get back on TikTok to pull us out of a shadow ban again. We are going to have to go through it. This is why I don't want to deal with TikTok anymore, and I don't want to go live on TikTok anymore. It causes too much stress for me as a creator. So I'm pretty dang sure this could be, that live may very well be our last TikTok live. I just cannot do it anymore. And I don't want to be one that gives up, but like I'll probably post videos and let people know where we're at, but I don't know if I want to go live there anymore. Obviously I have to, because we have to build these other platforms up, but man, we were doing so well. We had more people on YouTube than we do on TikTok, and then this happened. So it's just like, golly. Oh man. I it's just very discouraging, and I'm sorry to let all this come out, and I'm just not getting to the information. I trying to lead myself into it somehow, some way. I feel like if you don't get banned on TikTok, you're just not doing it right. Anybody who has truth to speak, they always going to be silenced. I know it's frustrating, but you're on the right side. I don't know. Am I on the right side, chat? Am I wasting my time? I feel like I'm wasting my time. It would just be so easy to just go back to retirement and just give up on this. I'll tell you, there are so many days I just want to give up, but I don't, because that's just not who I am. I know. I'll never give up, but I'm telling you right now, I want to every single day. Every single day I want to quit. Every single day I am just done with it, especially TikTok. It is so toxic on TikTok. What they've created with TikTok is the most disgusting thing I've seen on the internet. It is bad. It is so bad. Dude, I just took a break. That's what's crazy, is I literally just took a break because it was so bad. And I'm like, okay, I got to get back to it. And this is what I come back to. And it, like a big break, dude. So I was actually watching one of those TikTok creator videos, and they're like, if you're like getting banned a lot and having all those issues, they said like sometimes it's best to take like a month off and then come back. And then TikTok like resets its algorithm and pushes you again or something. I don't know. I have been contemplating that. But at the same time, like, the information I need to give you, you guys need to hear it. Like, but if nobody ever hears it, what's the point of even putting out the information? I feel like you have more fun with Discord and your TA classes, and let this just be whatever it is. Yeah, but the thing is I need to grow that. I'd like to get to, because like, Jesse, how am I gonna continue having you on the show and paying you, and what am I even paying you for if I'm just doing Discord and then you're out of a job? And if I'm just doing Discord, what do I need the IT guy for? And so it's like, if I stop doing what I'm doing, people lose their jobs. So it's difficult, very difficult. This is not an easy thing to do. And now I understand why there's so much podcast equipment at the thrift stores. I mean, it's all cheap crap, you know, nothing like what we're using here, but I understand why there is so much podcast equipment at the thrift store now, because people just can't cut it. I count myself as one of the most tenacious people I don't know anyone more tenacious than I am. I don't know anybody that, you know, has struggled like I do and just keeps going. So I get it. I understand why people quit this shit, man. It is difficult. Anyway, enough woe is me. Smash the like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, all that. Yeah. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you can do TikTok, YouTube, but just let that be whatever it is. If it gets banned, it gets banned, but you have more fun in Discord. I do have a lot of fun in Discord. What we're doing in Discord is pretty awesome. And I have a lot of fun there with you guys. And it's a lot more closer with you guys. Like, we're just chatting and chilling. Like, literally when I'm up at like 3 a.m. trading in the early morning here, like, you guys are there with me now, which is cool, because I used to just be by myself, like everyone's asleep and I'm just awake and I'm on my phone. So it is kind of nice to have people to be with while I do that. I appreciate you guys a lot. And really, it's all of you why I keep doing this. I have no reason to do this. There's not one benefit for me to do any of this. I have not benefited anything by doing this. The only thing, I mean, the people around me benefit. You know, Jesse benefits, Elon benefits, you guys benefit. That's why I keep doing it. But I don't get anything out of this. If anything, I just get a lot of heartache and stress. I don't know why I chose to do this, but you know what I've always done is I've always tried to pick the hardest, most unobtainable goal and then strive for it. And I've always achieved it. And I'd even say on the social media influencer side of things, I've kind of already achieved that. I've surpassed what I thought I would ever create with social media. So I mean, and since then I've set the bar higher. So, but I will tell you this, being a creator is not for the weak. It is the hardest thing I've ever done in my life. And I've been homeless on the street. I've been through crazy, crazy things. And this is the hardest thing I've ever had to do. Social media is a mental challenge. If you can go 6 months straight, you're making it. I know. Are we at 6 months yet? I feel like we've been doing it for 6 months straight. I feel like we're pretty much to that point, if not past it already. I think we're past 6 months. It all started, what, in like February? January, February? Been 8 months. Has it really been 8 months, chat? I know thousands of people that quit that wanted to learn. They aren't made for it. I know. I will tell you this, I'm definitely made for this. Okay, I've seen a lot of creators and I think I do pretty good, I have to say. Like, but it is very tolling and the stress is very tolling. And you know, the only currency that I receive from doing any of this is having you guys here with me. And that's really the only currency that I want to achieve, is to have a community to surround me. So I do appreciate you. The 5 of you that showed back up, you guys are the real ones, and I appreciate you. Can you have a second man to step in on times like this? Well, that was the plan to do with Jesse, but Jesse can't even do it. And I don't make enough money to pay her to do it like that full time like I do. I pay her to be here when I need her. And that's just what it is. All right. I think I got it all out of my system. Feeling a little bit better. Yeah, Jesse can't TA, but you know what, Jesse, I think you can talk on the mic though. I think you could do that. But yeah, finding someone that can TA like I do, or even just analyze facts. Like Jesse's good at that. She can analyze facts, but also just the understanding of the system and legalities of things. Not many people can do that. And anybody that can, they don't do this kind of shit. They're attorneys. They're making, you know, $450 an hour. I don't know what I thought I was doing when I decided to do this. This may have been the biggest mistake of my life, but I'm in it, and I'm in it to win it. So I'll keep going. All right. So let's talk about what happened. Okay. I'm going to play these videos for you guys just so you guys kind of get caught up on it. And I'm sure you guys have seen a lot of this crap on social media. Okay. But I want to just bring us all to the same place. And seeing the same things on the internet. And then after we watch these videos, and I'll probably commentate in between, but after it's all said and done, I will break it down for you and explain to you exactly what is happening right now and why this is happening. That's the thing that I think is irreplaceable is people don't understand what I'm about to show you right now. No, there's no blood, no blood. So just, I need you guys to get on the same page with me, okay? I seen the bloody, gory videos. I'm not going to play any of that, okay? But we need to get on the same page, and then I'm going to break it down, all right? So let's start with this one. We watched it earlier. Let's watch it again.
Through all that work last night, we were able to make a few breakthroughs. We were able to track the movements of the shooter. Starting at 11:52 a.m., the subject arrived on campus, shortly away from campus. We have tracked his movements onto the campus, through the stairwells, up to the roof, across the roof to a shooting location. After the shooting, we were able to track his movements as he moved to the other side of the building, jumped off of the building, and fled off of the campus and into a neighborhood. We do have good video footage of this individual. We are not going to release that at this time. We are working through some technologies and some ways to identify this individual. If we are unsuccessful, we will reach out to you as the media and we will push that publicly to help us identify them. But we are confident in our abilities right now, and we would like to move forward in a manner that keeps everyone safe. So what I'll release about the suspect is suspect blended in well with a college institution. We're not releasing many details right now, and we will soon. But right now we're not. But that individual appears to be of college age. We are confident in our abilities to track that individual. If we're unsuccessful in identifying them immediately, we will reach out for the public's help and the media's help in pushing those photos. That was a new development overnight, working through the night, studying those cameras. So that's something that's new and that we're working through right now. As far as the security, I cannot speak to that. Neither the Department of Public Safety nor the Federal Bureau of Investigation was involved in the planning or security of this event, and that'll have to be a question later for other agencies.
This was a targeted event. We don't believe that the community is at risk. However, we are exhausting every resource to find him, and we will
Look at that tie.
Through all that work last night, we were able to make a few breakthroughs.
That dude's tie. I don't know if I liked it or hated it. Why not release public safety? I think they will. It's just something that's going to take time. So let's you know what, let's just go from the beginning and start here.
To say this, Democrats own what happened today. I am devastated. My kids have called panicking. Every conservative in the country called panicking.
She's a lawmaker. She's a congresswoman. And she's not the only one saying this. The Democrats are responsible for this. Fox News, Jesse Waters, the Democrats are responsible for this. They're literally telling the conservative, the right-wing viewers, the right-wing voters, the right-wing crowd to declare war on the left. And what's the result of that?
This video's in regards to Charlie Kirk. And this video's for the fucking liberals. It's war, motherfuckers. We're coming for you. We're coming for you. And spare me your fucking self-righteous bullshit lectures. I don't give a fuck. We're coming for you.
When I said earlier that I condemn violence, I will not condone violence. This is why violence only begets violence. They are blaming this on the left, blaming this on Democrats, when we're not the ones that spread the rhetoric of, you know, gun violence is okay. Charlie Kirk himself spreads the rhetoric that gun violence is acceptable. But I need you to understand the communities that are most in danger with this type of rhetoric, this type of violence being threatened, this type of war on the streets being threatened. Not people that look like me. Unless you talk to me, unless you follow me online, you won't know that I'm a leftist. I'm pretty Republican coded. When they say they're going after the left, they're going to profile people to determine who the left is. So if you are black and brown, if you are trans, if you are queer, if they feel like you're trans, if they feel like you're queer, if they feel like you're a leftist at all, then you can be a target of this violence. And no, I'm not saying that everybody in the LGBTQIA plus community or black and brown community is a leftist. That's what they think. So why do I condemn violence? It's because always in this country, when violent rhetoric gets turned up, it's always marginalized communities that pay the highest price for it. Violence only begets violence forever and always. Nonviolent civil disobedience does work. We need to do it en masse. We need to shut the system down. But now, by the actions of one man, everybody on the right is using this as an opportunity to attack. Because guess what? The people on the right, the politicians on the right, they know they're losing. They know that the nonviolent civil disobedience is working. They know that the tide is turning against them. They know that the American people are not standing for their bullshit. So they need something. They need something to take control of it and stop us. They're grabbing onto this violent act to declare war on the left. And the most ironic part of the entire thing is that everybody I hear from the left is condemning the violence, condemning the shooting, and they are now calling for more violence. It is always their rhetoric that calls for violence, and it is always the rhetoric of the left to preach nonviolence and condemn acts of violence.
Say this, Democrats.
Let's keep watching.
The man originally arrested for shooting Charlie Kirk in Utah today has been released by the authorities. Y'all got to understand something. This wasn't some regular Joe Schmo. This person knew what they were doing, and we can see this in the quick little 6 to 7 second video of Charlie Kirk, unfortunately passing away. He did die. I can't show it to you, but this is the layout. That's him in the tent, white shirt, holding the microphone. As he's holding the microphone answering questions in his left hand, he lowers the microphone and slightly turns his head. Then we see the initial bullet entry wound. Then you hear the crack of the shot. Then you see him tense up and inevitably passes away. Again, unfortunately. I didn't like the guy politically, but I don't wish death upon anybody. Now, that right there, we can get a lot of information from. Couple that with the fact that he was talking already for a good few minutes. If this was some regular guy, he would have taken the opportunity the first time it arose. But this person waited for the microphone to go down. Probably didn't take into account that they were just turning his head, because he meant to hit right here in the nasal cavity. If you're a skilled marksman and you're trained, you know that's where you go for the classic headshot. Not the top of the head with a lot of hard bone, not the side. It's not a lot of room. And if you hit the orbital bone right here. So the man originally arrested for shooting Charlie Kirk in Utah.
Well, this was a professional hit. Okay. This was not an everyday shooter. Now there's some rhetoric going around that, oh yeah, a person with a couple hours training could learn to do that or whatever. I've shot like this before, and it ain't easy. Okay, you have to take wind and all kinds of different things into consideration This is not an easy shot. 200 yards with a deer rifle at such a small target. Okay. Head, neck area is not an easy shot. I don't care what anyone says. If it was not a professional shooter, they probably would have missed. They knew 200 yards right away, but don't know who it was or where it was. Yeah, they knew right away it was 200 yards, yet they drug an old man through the crowd pantsless just in order to make a spectacle that they got the guy. And you should have seen the people surrounding this gentleman that didn't do anything wrong. They were terrorizing him while the cops were trying to remove him, and he didn't even do anything. Who knows? He might have done something, but they just picked someone out of the crowd and demonized him as the shooter. And it could have just been somebody that just, you know, hit somebody in the face because they were laughing at what happened. You don't know. And then we have this video.
Mother fucking animals!
I bet you're an absolute pleasure to be around.
By the way, I'm talking about both of these women. And what I'm trying to show you here is the bifurcation. The way both sides are acting and reacting. This is what they want. They want this.
You liberal, progressive, deranged fucking animals.
How does she even know if they're liberal or not? She doesn't know. They have no idea who did this yet. We have no idea. And they just automatically assume. We need to stop jumping to conclusions about the information that we get.
Who's deranged?
Both these women are deranged. The fact that this woman right here can have this look on her face while making this video. But look at the look on her face. Look at that look on her face. Both of these women are deranged making this video. Shame on both of them.
You are so hateful in your hearts.
Yeah, we're hateful in our hearts. You got a little bit of spittle right there. I'm sure that's sweetness spittle.
To go out and shoot a young man who's never hurted anyone.
You upset, so I'm gonna let that one slide.
With Christian values, a young, beautiful family, a father, a husband, a friend, a son.
Man, I wish y'all would have got this fired up over all them youngins that were killed in school shootings over the years. It's just one guy who said that a few deaths are necessary to uphold the Second Amendment. So, so I don't.
The fact that she can laugh.
Any of us should give a shit.
Shot him! Why? Because you didn't agree with his politics? Because you didn't agree with his ideology?
You know how when you're in church and you get tickled and you're not supposed to laugh?
That's the reason why he deserves to die! You fucking animals!
Bitch, who are you screaming at? You look stupid.
Both these women are in the wrong here. I understand one of them is very upset, and this is her way of dealing with her emotions. But she has no right to blame any side. We have no idea who the shooter is. We literally thought an old man who probably hit someone in the face, is what I'm assuming, is he probably, you know, somebody did something And then they were like retaliated, got in a fight, who knows? And they literally plastered this guy's face all over social media, all over the news, as though he was the shooter, drug him pantsless through the yard there. We have no idea who did this. We have no information. Okay? They know who did it. And I will give my speculation on what I think in a little bit here. But y'all need to hit the brakes a little bit, okay? You guys are making content and posting it to social media and literally starting a war. A civil war is being started over Charlie Kirk's death. And you're going to social media and you're posting out this information as though you know the facts when you know literally nothing. And you're not helping anything. You are adding fuel to the fire. Both of these women are a problem.
MAGA Fox News host Jesse Waters goes live on air and declares war. He decides to use the most incendiary, divisive rhetoric by claiming, quote, they're at war with us. What are we going to do about it? I want to highlight the shooter is still at large. The Chiron on Fox News says police looking for Kirk shooting suspect. So the Chiron is admitting that we don't know who did this yet, while Jesse Waters is saying, quote, they're at war with us. And again, I entirely condemn this. And if you want to make the argument that there's a high likelihood the person who did this disagreed with Charlie Kirk from a more left-leaning or far-left lens, then we can wait for the investigation. I wouldn't disagree that it's likely, but it's definitely not time to be going live on Fox in front of millions of Americans and using the most incendiary rhetoric possible. Jesse Waters is double my age, yet the video that I made in response called for a better, more unified America. I'm going to play the clip in just 1 second, but I want to be clear. This is clear incitement. Jesse Waters tries to draw a narrative of a bunch of tragedies that aren't linked in any way. He cites the shooting of Donald Trump's ear, which was done by a Republican kid. He cites the shooting of 2 Jewish people outside of an embassy, which was done by a far left, insane, radical lunatic who nobody would defend. No liberal will ever defend this. But let's just listen to this clip of Jesse Waters. And keep in mind, this is rhetoric designed to prime people for more violence. So we need to back off this type of rhetoric, Jesse Waters.
This hits differently because Charlie was one of us. And Trump gets hit in the ear. Charlie gets shot dead. They came after Kavanaugh with a rifle to his neighborhood. They went after Musk's cars. They just shot 2 Jews outside the embassy. Think about it. Scalise got shot, barely survived. It's happening. You got trans shooters. You got riots in LA. They are at war with us. Whether we want to accept it or not, they are at war with us. And what are we going to do about it? How much political violence are we going to tolerate? And that's the question we're just going to have to ask ourselves. Now, Charlie would want us to put as much pressure on these people as possible. Dana nailed it.
No, you wouldn't.
This is unacceptable and has to stop.
Wait. I just want to pause it. The Chiron at the bottom says, Charlie Kirk assassin still on the loose. At this very moment, we do not know who did this. We don't know their ideology. You could make assumptions in your head, but in what reality is it okay to go on air in front of millions of Americans and use rhetoric about they're at war with us? It is very clear incitement. I have not seen a single politician on the Democratic side. MAGA Fox News host Jesse Waters goes live on.
This is uncalled for. The news media now pushing the rhetoric that we are at war with each other and to fight each other and drawing division. This is the most disgusting thing I've ever seen. And this needs to stop, okay? They have no facts. Like he said, it literally says the shooter suspect is still on the loose, yet we're over here inciting civil war over something we know nothing about. We don't know who the shooter is or where they came from. And we're putting this rhetoric out.
And someone says that they saw him walk along the whole top of that roof. If you look here, you can see where he actually stood up and shot. And I'm not going to, but right there, he actually stood up. So he did the shot, stood up, and he ran off. Now, chances are, if you guys are looking at this, if you read, it says it right here. This person saw it, Omar, right? So Omar says, Charlie Kirk is coming to my college tomorrow. I really hope someone evaporates him, literally. Let's just say something big will happen tomorrow, okay? And if you guys want to see who Omar is, this is Omar after, and now right there. So there's Omar, and he's the one who said, hey, something big might happen. This out, guys. I don't think it's a coincidence that the question was asked about mass shootings or any of that. I think it was a setup at that point. So we got to check who's asking that question. That's the first thing. Second thing, I'm sure they're going to follow every lead, but these older gentlemen out here who are saying they're the shooter and we're trying to throw people off, I get it. You guys hate Charlie for all those reasons. That's on you. You're going to have to deal with God and Charlie, because Charlie's in heaven too. But I will tell you, if you guys go to any function, man, I can't stress this enough about physical security and just tact. You run into the middle of everything in the front of the stage and you make a commotion. You say something. We got shooters up on the top in Butler, Pennsylvania. There's a guy up there with a gun. Stop what you're doing. Run in the middle of this guy. Who cares who's looking at you, who stops you? You say, there's a shooter up there. You start making a commotion. You cannot be quiet about this. This guy recorded something and said, hey, look, somebody just ran across the roof and got in a prone position. Are you kidding? This is where you pick your feet up and you run and you do your damn job as a person, as a human. There are a lot of sick people out there, and they're sick people. It's the people doing this, okay? And they're sick about it, and I'm sick of it. All right, I'm telling you guys are trying to provoke people. You guys are trying to mobilize people, and we're not that way. We're God-fearing people. We respect the flag. I'm a United States Army veteran. I'll tell you what I do. I defend this country against all enemies, foreign and domestic. I don't care who's the president. I don't care who's in Congress. That's not my problem. I care about the people. And Charlie Kirk was exercising his First Amendment right in front of people, and he got assassinated for it.
All right, let's talk about this gentleman. Okay. He's wrong to speculate on the internet and pull up someone. Obviously, this person shouldn't have said what they said on the internet. And this is why we need to be careful about the things that we say on the internet, because they will come and haunt you. Okay. But what you need to understand is that he just doxed somebody on the internet, blasted their face as though they were the shooter with no evidence and nothing to stand on. And Jesse said in the chat that it's a hoax. We don't know if it's a hoax or not. It very well could be that person, but we don't know. But to go onto social media and make content saying that I know who it is and put their face all over, you will ruin someone's life doing that. This cannot be tolerated. And I'm not a fan of cancel culture, but people like that make this kind of content should not be allowed to create content anymore. And this is clear that they are putting out information without any facts backing it, speculating as though it's a fact, and damaging and destroying people's lives. This is where I say that these types of people should be removed from the internet. Okay? If you have factual information and you are giving it to the public, that is one thing. But to speculate and dox somebody like that, that is just disgusting. And you're part of the problem. All right, this is an eyewitness account from someone who saw what happened. And what I want you to take from this, well, let's watch the video first and then I'll explain to you.
What happened? Hi. So we were about 3 or 4 rows back. I was there with another reporter from the Deseret News, Emma Pitts. And the question had just come up about how many transgender shooters there had been. And they went back and forth. Charlie Kirk answered once. It was the student asking a question. He asked something else, and Charlie went to pick up the microphone to answer. And it looked like he was shot in on the left side of his neck. There was a lot of blood, and he went limp, and he started to fall backwards.
And did you see him? What happened in that immediate moment? He fell backwards. What happened then?
So a lot of the people, because we had been there early since around 9 a.m. We were interviewing lots of people just about the atmosphere. And the audience initially thought it was a firecracker. It was really light sound. And so then something was obviously wrong. Everyone dropped to the ground. And then we ran off, cowered there for about probably 30, 40 seconds. Saw the coast was, well, I don't know if we definitely did not think it was clear, but we ran off to get shelter in another part of the building. We hid under a desk, just contacted our editors.
What happened?
Okay. I want you to notice something in this video. And I want you to know that when this video came out, this was during the time they had arrested the old man and drug him out pantsless, okay? So before it was established that there was a shooter on the roof and they were pushing the narrative that it was this old guy in the crowd, this is what the news was putting out. And I'm going to mute it so that I can talk. Notice this video. They're showing the roof, right? And obviously this is after the fact, but the news does this where they zoom into the roof and they're looking around, right? And they're posting it at the time where they are assuming that they got the shooter. It's the old man. And they're showing that the roof is empty. No one's up there. Even though this is after the fact, they do this on purpose. See that shot of all over the rooftops? That is to imply that there was nobody on the roof. The news does this stuff. And this is part of what created the rhetoric of, we got the guy. We got the guy, we drug him out pantsless. This is wrong. And the news is part of the problem. This is why we have a show, because the news is so terrible that they would push this. Now, I don't know what happened with the old guy. I don't know why they drug him out. They released him, though, but they were trying to use post footage as though it was of what was happening, because your brain, the way it works, they were trying to push a narrative that seemed like there was no one on the roof. And that's why you see the shot that you're seeing right now. Okay. And this is a big problem. Let's look at another one.
Going too tough and came and took him out. Okay, that's one.
Oh, we'll get to that one later. Let me see here. Okay, then there's this one. Look, it won't even play the whole thing. Look at this. TikTok won't allow me to play the whole clip.
Please rise for a moment of prayer for Charlie Kirk and his family. Let's wait a minute. Wait a minute. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. Thank you.
So they went to take a moment of silence in the House for Charlie. And I don't know who it was, But they start yelling and screaming out of disrespect. And the issue is this. This video being pushed out and being shown is part of the bifurcation that they're creating. They want to create a divide. They knew damn well that by taking a moment of silence at the point that they did, that would happen. Okay? They knew that it would get recorded and they could post it to social media and they could use it as more rhetoric to try to drive division and hate between us. That is the whole goal of what's happening right now. They want to divide this country. Today is 9/11 and we are more divided than we've ever been. United we stand, divided we fall is something we always said on 9/11. And here we are, the most divided I've ever seen this country, and we've been through a lot. And this is the most divided I've ever seen. Look at this video, chat.
Man, fight back! White 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 man, fight back! Man, fight back!
They're screaming, fight back. These are Republicans, people with a Jesus flag, Republican flag, American flags. This is the right. Okay? I'm not an idiot. It doesn't take a rocket science to figure out what side this is. And the right is enraged because they are so sure that the Democrats did this, that the far left did this, and they have no idea who did it. We still have no idea who did it. And we have a mob of people chanting in the streets to fight. This is wrong. This is not right. Do not go out and engage with any of this. This is what they want. They want us to fight against each other. And then on top of it, we have these videos. Let's see here. Where should we start?
And it's kind of weird because it only feels like there's only a couple angles that are being posted about it. There should be more videos there should be more footage of this. Why is he perfectly framed up in these videos? Like what I mean by anything is they don't show blood on this shit. They don't show people being shot. Why are they letting us see this? It's because we want to see it. But this is really weird. Like, I've been on TikTok for a lot, since not on Musical.ly, but after that, and I was on Vine. And I mean, I watched a dog be put to sleep on my For You page one time, but and there used to be cartel TikTok, but I didn't ever see anybody actually get shot on TikTok. You had to go on Best Gore to watch that shit. And it's kind of weird because it only feels like there's only a couple angles that are being posted about it. There should be more there should be more footage of this. Why is he perfectly framed up in these videos? What I mean by anything is they don't show blood on this shit. They don't show people being shot. Why are they letting us see this? It's because we want to see it. But
okay, let's talk about this. One, have you ever been to a concert or an event lately? Not a single person, even fireworks, not a single person is watching the actual event. They all have their phones and they have their phone in the air and they're watching the event through their phone. Okay? We should have hundreds of thousands of these videos. Yet we only have these certain ones being pushed out. Now, this can be explained, okay? It's probably the algorithm. The best video with the best footage got watched and engaged with the most. Therefore, it was pushed out. However, I literally posted in the live today, you saw it, I posted a video of Charlie Kirk and his family, and we were rugged off the internet within a second. Okay? Yet this video was allowed to filter around very bloody, very gory video. I know you all saw it, and if you didn't see it, I am happy for you. You do not want to see it. Don't go looking for it. But the fact that it was allowed on the internet as long as it was is not normal. They wanted this information to get out. They wanted people to see it, to become more angry. They wanted this video. I saw it. It is one of the most horrific, gruesome things I've ever seen on the internet, and I've seen people beheaded in the early 2000s. Okay? This was brutal. And the fact that they pushed a rhetoric that he was fine and he made it to the hospital, he was in stable condition, all these different things. I don't understand why they lied so much with this, and at the same time I do. It was all for a purpose. They did all of these things, were orchestrated perfectly and allowed to happen for a reason. Okay, now let's talk about this video.
Where he was struck. Exactly where he was struck. Exactly where.
Look at TikTok's not allowing the videos to play all the way through.
This thing. You know, I'm sorry. But look, there's that black thing. There it is. There it is. Tell me that's not exactly where he was struck.
This is another person on social media creating videos, creating content for their own personal gain. I wasn't going to cover this Charlie Kirk thing at all. I didn't go live yesterday. I didn't post any videos about it yesterday. What I did post was that we're being played against each other. And thank you, TikTok seller, for the most perfectly timed political videos. And those were from days before. But people coming out and making this content for their own personal gain, creating narratives, okay, that are misleading, misinformation, on purpose, or it's orchestrated. Maybe they're part of what's going on. There was so much misinformation going around. I've never seen anything like it. And we had the Trump assassination, and this was worse. I knew they were going to shoot him, so I clipped it before that. No, you didn't. Stop. But people making videos like this is awful. Okay? And terrible content. And so much AI generated content. I know I reposted a bunch of this. I reposted it so that it would come up here so that I could bring it up and talk about it. Just because I repost something doesn't mean that I believe it. This is unreal. Now there's this. More conspiracies. Do you see the signal?
Counting or not counting gang violence? Great. How many massacres?
Now this is great. I don't know about it being stupid. I don't think this one is stupid. I think this one may actually be the real deal. But because of videos like the one before, videos like this are discredited. And when I see this video, I see something real here. Watch it again, chat. He signals with his hat, touches his nose, and then the other guy gives another signal with his hands and arms. That's a clear, like, baseball type, and then immediately it happens. I believe this to be true. I don't think this is a coincidence. I don't think that this... I think that this thing was set up. We're gonna get into that more, and I'll create some good clips for you coming up. But let's talk about why first, and then I will break it down for you. All right. One more video here. I forgot this one.
This guy's gonna get fucked.
A man was screaming F Charlie Kirk on a scooter, and these people attacked him. Well, I'll tell you something right now. Charlie would not condone this. Charlie was a man of free speech, and he clearly exercised that right. As you all know, he has said some very horrific things. But I'll tell you this, every person has the right to say whatever they want. You do not have the right to attack anyone for it. Period. Whatsoever. You do not have the right to attack anyone because of something they say. Okay? Whether it's Charlie, whether it's a guy on a scooter cruising by saying F Charlie Kirk. Neither one of those men deserved what happened to them. Let's talk some more. Let's get more into the reason why. Why was Charlie killed? And who did it? That's the real question, right, chat? Do you want to know why Charlie was unalived and why they assassinated him? The real reason? Yes, a lot of people hate him for the things that he says, but there's a deeper reason here.
What's your opinion on the phase 1 release of the Epstein files? Do you think it was more of a PR stunt with Pam Bondi because she just got into office?
We as the American people deserve to have every Epstein file released with no redactions whatsoever, period.
Right.
And so yesterday, I don't want to comment because a lot of these people are my friends, but they got to make it right. And we, the American people, ran on transparency. We deserve to see the entire client list.
Yeah.
Every document the government has regarding the Epstein files, we, the American people, should have on an easy-to-access website immediately, in a very, very quick fashion. I'm pushing for that both privately and publicly, just so you know.
Yeah.
Secondly, there probably are a lot of destroyed documents. I think that's probably the issue. I can say with almost 100% certainty that Trump was not on the flight logs. But as far as the client list, that very specific thing, I don't know if it still exists. I'm worried that was actually deleted, destroyed or disappeared. But look, statute of limitations for child sex trafficking goes for 30 or 40 years. We should impanel a grand jury, and every person involved in the Epstein child sex trafficking should go to federal prison for the rest of their life. Every single person. We need justice, and we need these people in federal jail.
What's your opinion on the phase?
That's why they got him.
Donald Trump had his puppet killed for speaking about Epstein.
Yeah. Everything except child sexual assault material.
I think every file should be released to the public the same way as the JFK files.
Donald Trump had his puppet killed.
I think it was Donald Trump. Not physically, obviously, but I think, and if not Donald Trump, I think it was the administration, the deep state, possibly. There's some speculation about Israel. Okay. Whoever is on that Epstein list did this. Somebody on there. And in my opinion, I have no facts to it, but I'm not stupid. And I'm going to tell you why I believe Donald Trump was behind this. Okay, let's watch a few more videos, and then I will explain to you.
You know, in the old days, boom, firing squad. No, it's true. Boom, gone, bang, bing, bong.
When we were strong, bing, and it goes quickly, right? It's called you're dead.
You know, in the old days, boom, firing.
Okay. Let me see. Is there any more videos? Here.
Vote early, vote absentee, vote on election day. I don't care how, but you have to get out and vote. And again, Christians, get out and vote just this time. You won't have to do it anymore. 4 more years, you know what? It'll be fixed. It'll be fine. You won't have to vote anymore, my beautiful Christians. I love you, Christians. I'm a Christian. I love you. Get out. You got to get out and vote. In 4 years, you don't have to vote again. We'll have it fixed so good you're not going to have to vote. And vote.
Do you hear what he just said? I remember when he said that. Let me explain something to you, chat. Okay? It was quiet. Yeah, I know. I can't turn it up any louder, but let's talk about it, okay? And why I think that this was orchestrated by either the deep state. Basically, he said that you're not going to have to vote again. Go out and vote. This will be the last time you have to vote. We're going to have it fixed so good, you'll never need to vote again. Right? And that's what we're seeing. So if you know anything about times of war, if the country is at war, they don't have to have an election. There's more to it than that, though. In order for that to happen, the U.S. has to be in a state of national emergency. But also there is another thing that has to happen in order for we have to be in a state of national emergency in order to implement the National Guard across the country, which is what Donald Trump is trying to do right now. We have to have a national emergency in order to enact tariffs. We have to have a national emergency in order for unconstitutional edict, which are executive orders, to be lawful. Donald Trump has been in and out of court, and how do I say it? The tariffs are being fought in the Supreme Court, whether or not Donald Trump has the constitutional grounds to enact the tariffs. It is being fought in court right now at the Supreme Court level, whether or not Donald Trump has the right to bring in the National Guard into the states. Okay? And here's the thing is, the only way that, and I said this before on the live, the only way that he can have a legal standing in order to enact that is if we are in a state of emergency. So let me tell you this. whether the only collateral damage was Charlie Kirk being killed, if they can pin it on a patsy to create it that it was someone from the far left, that could be enough. But if they incite violence, incite a rhetoric that creates civil war or unrest where people are fighting against each other, then they can call a state of national emergency. Every single thing that Donald Trump has been trying to do, but has been being shut down by the courts because it's unconstitutional, is very correct. It is unconstitutional. But it becomes lawful if we are in a state of emergency. But you know what? Donald Trump pretty much ended all the wars. Pretty much, at least with the U.S., right? So we're not at war anymore. So there was a real fine line of where the Supreme Court could rule against Donald Trump and everything he's been trying to do. So they had to create a national emergency in order to continue making these executive orders. Without a state of national emergency, there is no executive orders, period. And that's why we've been in a perpetual state of national emergency, because it's a way that we no longer have a president. We have a king. The king writes down, "I decree that this shall happen." That's not the way this government works, okay? There is a separation of powers. The executive branch does not have the constitutional right to create law. That is up to the legislative branch, and it is up to the judicial branch to interpret that law. Okay? We have that for a reason, but we have made it so that the president, in a time of emergency, can make a law. It's not a law, ladies and gentlemen. An executive order is not a law. An executive order is unconstitutional edict that is imposed upon the American people in the time of national emergency. Okay? Donald Trump's whole, I must have tariffs, I must have the National Guard in the states, I must be able to make executive orders, is why this happened. This was orchestrated by the deep state. And here's the thing you have to understand is, even if it comes out that it's some transgender person that did this, which we don't know that, or some far left person, but we don't know that. Even if it comes out that that is what they tell us, that's the official narrative, and even if it is that type of person, you have to understand that the FBI, the CIA, they find people that are unwell, and they manipulate them, and they con them, and they force them into doing things that they would have never done without that help. They will give people bombs and guns and ammunition, and they will incite them and coerce them into doing things that they probably would have never done without them behind it. Okay? So no matter who comes out to be the shooter, you're never going to convince me that this wasn't orchestrated. And even if it wasn't, the rhetoric that they're pushing on social media, the way they allowed Charlie Kirk to be shown in brutal, gruesome, gory fashion on the internet for so long, the way they're inciting the left and the right against each other, is all for a purpose. What do you do When the people grab their pitchforks and their torches and they march on the castle, the king comes out and tells the people with the pitchforks that the people with the torches are trying to take away their pitchforks. It's a tale as old as time. I've told you this time and time again. They want us to fight each other. They want us bifurcated. They want us to go out in the streets and riot and yell and scream, set things on fire. They want us to start a civil war. They want us to start a revolution. Why? Because then Donald Trump can remain president so long as we're in a state of national emergency. They won't have to have another election. Donald Trump can continue to make unconstitutional edict and impose executive orders. Donald Trump can continue to place tariffs with this. This was necessary. I don't care whether you're on the right or the left. This is the play. And you will not convince me otherwise. And I don't care what official story comes out. I don't care what you've been told, what you've seen on the internet. The fact of the matter is, people are fighting each other in the streets right now. They ripped a guy off of his scooter so that way they and attacked him for free speech. They literally are fighting for a person that was fighting for free speech by exercising that right, I would say, quite to an extent. Okay? This is not what Charlie Kirk would want. Okay? And this is not what any person in the U.S. would want. This is what people who are on the Epstein files would want. This is people who are losing control of the United States would want. This is what plenty of other countries would want. But this is not what the American people want. But they think they do because they've been manipulated. Their brains have been rotted by social media, by propaganda, by the news, and influencers that are making content based on nothing and spreading a rhetoric that is rotting the core of what our country is about. This is 9/11, and we are supposed to be unified together at least on this one day. And this is the most bifurcated I've ever seen this country in my entire life. You guys need to wake up and understand and see what is happening around you. Stop watching social media. Obviously, I'm here on social media, but stop watching this nonsense and this garbage and understand what is happening in front of you. You are being played. And it's all for a reason. And there's another reason here. Not just because of the Supreme Court battles over the executive orders on tariffs and the National Guard, but also the Epstein files. They need to switch and make you look over here. They want you to look somewhere else. Don't pay attention to what this hand is doing. Look at this one. Are you still on Twitch so I can clip this? Yes, I'm on Twitch so you can clip it. They are doing this on purpose. This is all for, a reason. Don't let it, whether you like the guy or not, don't let this young man's death tear this country apart. Spread this knowledge and understanding of what we are seeing to everyone that you know. This message needs to be gotten out, and people need to understand that this is not the time to be fighting right versus left. Okay? This is not the time to be fighting anyone. This is not about the right versus the left. This is about the American people versus the pedophiles, and the American people versus the tyrannical government that is being imposed upon them. This is the American people versus the ultra wealthy and elite that are abusing the system and using social media and everything against us. Wake up. You're being played. I'm going to leave it at that, guys. It's 9:41. I hope this reaches someone and maybe it simmers you down a little bit and helps you to focus your rage, your energy toward the right enemy. This is just like the Wilfie coin, right? This is just like how World Liberty Financial is doing something, so they put out the Wilfie coin and everyone goes and buys the meme coin because they're fucking idiots. When really World Liberty Financial is traded on the stock market. This is no different politically than financially. They are doing it on all levels. So try to educate people. Try to reach out to people. Make a video. Clip this video, post it, and share it. TikTok Seller will be clipping these videos and we will be posting them. When you see this content, like it, share it, comment on it, spam the comments, add it to your favorites, share it out, do every possible engagement that you can, because this is where you fight on the front lines of freedom, guys. And not just with these, and obviously this helps me by you engaging on my content, but every single one of my videos. The more you guys go into the search bar on TikTok and search Ozthecryptogoat, don't just look for me in my messages, go into the search bar and search Ozthecryptogoat. Pull up my videos, engage with them. The more engagement you give my channel, the more this will get pushed out there. And if we can get it to go viral, we can actually make a change. Okay? We can actually maybe stop some violence. We can save someone's life with this, what we're doing here. We could save lives. Because I'm telling you right now, we are marching head first off a cliff right now. And all I'm trying to do is jump in front of everybody before they head off the cliff and say, hey, take your blindfolds off. There's a cliff right here, guys. Wake up. We need to inform as many people with this. I need your help. And I only have 5 of you listening right now. I need every one of you, all 5 of you, to engage in this content. Clip this portion and add it to every video. I need you to engage with these videos. We need to push this information out because we need to help the people understand that they are being played and that we need to stop the violence now. The violence needs to end now, and we need to unite together as the American people and rise up against our true enemy, because we are not one another's enemy. We have more in common than you think. We don't have to agree on everything, okay? But we don't have to fight each other on everything either. We need to come together and stop this in its tracks before it gets any worse, because if we do not stop this now, I guarantee you there will be bloodshed. Thank you all. Have a good night. How's everybody doing today? Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. Welcome to the Ledger Lounge. I'm Ozthecryptogoat. What's up, Gibby? Thank you for the heart me. Revolution, thank you for the heart me and the 6 popular votes. How's everybody doing today? Hopefully you're printing money like we are over here. Yeehaw! We are riding the bull. Sell at $13. SRJ, what I would recommend is become a deluxe subscriber, and I offer one-on-one coaching so that way we can find out what is best for your situation. Everyone's situation is a little bit different. But I think we're pumping, baby. I think we're gonna pump. This is gonna be another good week in crypto. Can XRP go to $13? I mean, theoretically it can, but what I would recommend is be a deluxe subscriber. I'll let you know when to sell. You can message me directly for on-demand technical analysis, and that way we can find out what's best for you. $3 is the norm now. For now, yeah. We're gonna go much higher. We're gonna go much, much higher. Mother Dragons, thank you for the heart me and the popular vote. Send a hat and mustache. If you're making money, send a hat and mustache. Revolution, thank you for the hat and mustache. Hat and mustache, baby. Hat and mustache is the gift of the day today. What do you guys think? How does it look, huh? You guys like it? Mother Dragons, thank you for the hat and mustache. Rocking the hat and mustache today. I'm feeling good, man. I like this look. Like I'm out here on the farm. Like this is one of my looks. Like I have the golfer look, and then I have the country boy look, right? But this is normal for me right here. Like I like this look. Howdy, Mother Dragons. And if you're having viewership issues, come on over to Twitch or YouTube. We are live on Twitch, TikTok, and YouTube. Got the twisty mustache. We're ready to hit the trail. Saddle up, baby. Saddle up. It's about to get real. Alt season is here. It is alt season, baby. And I am so excited. I hope tariffs don't screw it all up, because we've been waiting for alt season for months now. Months. Don't rain on our parade, Donald Trump. I'll tell you what, viewership is going to be really low today, so I need you guys to be liking, share, hashtag FYP in the chat. Everybody, every creator is going live today because everything's about to pump, and they want to tell their fan base, hey, we're going to pump. So we're going to be in competition today. Some of the great creators of the TikTok space all of them are live right now. Every single one of them. Conveniently, but we go live every time at this time, and which is fine. But if viewership drops too low, then we are going to move to YouTube and Twitch. I want the orange guy to make those dang deals, or it's going to make the market crazy. I know. I have a feeling a deal is coming, at least with China. I think we'll see a deal with China. We'll see. I feel like we need some cowboy music. Put on some cowboy music, right? Save a horse, ride a cowboy. Save a horse, ride a crypto bro. Save a horse, ride a crypto bro. Pineapples in the chat if you want to ride this crypto bro. I'm gonna take my bag to the crypto exchange. I'm gonna sell till there ain't no more. Hit some Spark today. Can you check out the chart? Yeah, dude, I'll check out Spark in just a minute. Let's get up to like 15K likes, and then I'll do some TA. We'll do the news and everything. Double tap that screen. Share the show. Share the show out with all your friends. Hashtag FYP in the chat. Hashtag cowboy. The Pink Pony Club. Everybody's got bears and bulls and wolves in their live. Add a goat to your TikTok name. Join the goat club. If you're with the goats, Jesse's got a goat in her name now. Join the goat clan. Be one of the goats in crypto. All right. Let everybody know that you're riding with the goats. I'm gonna have this song stuck in my head for a week. Heck yeah, that's the point. I accidentally vacuumed up an XRP coin. How do I get it out of the vacuum bag? You don't, man. It's stuck in that Zalman wallet forever. If XRP goes to 10K, you paid $10,000 for your Zalman wallet. That's why everybody's pushing those Zalman wallets. They're trying to burn up all that XRP. If you get 100,000 people to open a Zalman wallet, that's 100,000 XRP gone. Gone for good. We're going to get banned on YouTube.
What's the password?
I see dead people. I don't really care. Today's a little bit special. The green light's on, baby. The green light is on. You gonna put my algo bags? Oh, dude, algo is about to take off. I hope you bought algo when I told you to. You would have bought the very bottom. Hi, Eve. Glad to see you. Yeah, they're not like us. Eve, thank you for the 5 popular votes, the what's up, and the 5 goats. Appreciate you. Hat and mustache is the gift to send today. Send in the hat and mustache. That is the gift of the day, the hat and mustache. Of course you did. Thanks, Oz. No problem. I be calling the bottoms, right? The scent, baby. MVP, thank you for the hat and mustache. Oni by Genuine. Oh my lord. Mother of Dragons, shame on you, but yes. I think that's appropriate. There's going to be some crypto making music today. Everybody share the live. Everybody hashtag FYP in the chat. Let's get the live pumping. There's a lot of people going live right now in the crypto space, so it's probably going to be a slow day. That's why I'm like, you know what? We're going to do the music and whatever. We're going to have fun today. Thank you for the FYPs. Don't forget hashtag must watch, hashtag live. What's on the chart? We got XRP here. Also, the number 4 capital U, hashtag number 4 capital U. That's a good one. Let's get those views up. And we need hat and mustaches today. I got the hat and the mustache on. Hashtag XRP 10K. Oh man. Them's fighting words, TikTok seller. Them's fighting words. Y'all got some jokes. Y'all are funny. Y'all. I put the hat on it and all that comes out is y'all. Listen here, y'all. Should I talk in a southern drawl? Talk like this, and we selling our bags and shit. Everybody put a W in the chat if you're selling your bag right now. All right. And put a rocket in the chat if you're riding this thing, because it's all season, baby. I'll tell you what, for me, rockets, baby. Rockets. Tyson with the rocket. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Revolution with the firecracker or something. What is that? I guess that's kind of a rocket. There you go. Rockets, baby. Alt season is in full effect, baby. I'm feeling it. I think this is alt season. Some are saying probably not. Nah, I think it is. There's no Bitcoin reserve yet. Without a Bitcoin reserve, Bitcoin will still collapse. You know what I mean? Without a Bitcoin reserve, didn't Trump buy BTC? Yeah, but he might trade it. Who knows what he's going to do with it? And do we know that he really did buy Bitcoin? I did see that though. And Trump may just not know how crypto works. Remember that. He might just not know. security. Right now, the narrative is, you know, ISO coins, right? Utility coins. SXT is going to do phenomenal things, but you're buying it so early on. You're way too early with it, right? Obviously trade it, right? But I'm going to be holding my SXT for a long time. I'll take profits from it here and there. I'll buy dips on it. But that's one of those ones where you're buying the bottom and it's an accumulation phase. That's what I've been telling you guys. This is something that you're just going to accumulate it over time, and eventually one day, maybe when alt season pops off, it's going to do something this season. Apologies for the spam. You're good. Spam the chat, man. I don't care. Let's look at SXT. Subscribers come first. I think SXT is in like a limbo right now. I've been watching it pretty close. I got Cardano for you next. However, it is a bit of like a cup and handle. However, because it's a bearish drop into it, it may or may not, but it's also like an inverted head and shoulders here. So honestly, I think this thing is going to take off. I've been buying the dips on this thing. I've been just accumulating it. I'm not really, I'm trading it, but I'm also accumulating it. I'm trying to grow this bag as massive as I could. Yeah, it could go. And that, I think that it dropping into the cup and handle is kind of null and void because of how new it is. It's just starting to create patterns. So this could be a cup and handle. This thing could take off. I'd like to see it do about 12 cents, 12.5 here pretty soon. You're accumulating too. Yeah, and think about it. If this doesn't take off, which it will this season, it's going to do something this season, right? But if we're accumulating this over the next 5 years, we're going to be filthy rich in 5 years. This thing's going to do dollars, and we have plenty of time to load up on it. Why load up on XRP while it's like way high when you can buy this while it's way down? You know what I mean? That's where I'm at with it. I already made my money off of XRP. That's why everyone's situation is different, right? Everyone's situation is completely different. So you have to find out what works for you. If you're trying to make a quick buck, yeah, there's a quick buck to be made here. You would have won a bot at about 8 cents or lower. What is this? This is SXT, space and time. But this is a long term right here. This is a long term buy and hold. Jesus, thank you for the heart me and the 10 popular votes. Let's see. Cardano was next. I think this one could take off. Hold on. Let me look at on the lower time frame, because you can trade this thing while it's moving sideways and print money. All right. If you got a couple grand in here, this thing will print you $100 bills. All right. Here's the thing. This kind of looks like a head and shoulders here. All right. This thing needs to start taking off. Otherwise, we're in deep doo-doo. Right. But I think the markets are moving, you know, this could very well break the structure. And I would even say that it's a bit out of structure. But look, if this is a big cup and handle, look, we got a cup and handle right here played out. I think we could see the cup and handle happen here. It is already at a super low price, and we're moving into alt season. AB, how's it going? Revolution, thank you for the let 'em cook. Good evening. Wolfie? You want Wolfie? All right, let me do Cardano, and I'll do Wolfie next, unless another subscriber comes in. And remember, guys, subscribe to the channel. And if you're already subscribed, you can send gift subscriptions to people. I know I haven't been doing the daily price points for the $1.99. I'm working to phase out the $1.99 subscription and just do deluxe subscriptions, so I can message you one-on-one and give you that TA one-on-one, because it seems like making those videos and everything is a lot of work for me, and I'm already got so much on my plate. So I kind of want to do away with that and have it to where you just message me directly, because everyone's situation is different. I don't want you to get the wrong information from those. That's the whole point, is because people were getting those too late, and I tried the email alert system and that wasn't really working like I had hoped. So I'm not charging for that anymore. I'm still doing it. But I can't always be at my computer every time it goes out. So I was like, all right, I can't charge for this anymore. So I'm offering it for free. So if you want the email alert system, it's free from now on. We're trying new things. I'm doing my best to help you guys. I really am. And basically the deluxe subscription is where it's at. Be a deluxe subscriber and get that one-on-one coaching. A nice Head and Shoulders on the monthly forming for SXT. SXT doesn't have a monthly chart yet, does it? Let me look at it. We just did that one. I'll tell you what, if it comes down, I'm just going to buy more. Yeah, that's not a Head and Shoulders on the monthly. I mean, maybe an inverted Head and Shoulders could be. Could be. Not enough data on that one. I'm holding SXT till next cycle. So am I. That's what I've been trying to tell you guys, is we wanted to find something to accumulate, right? SXT is in its accumulation phase. You just keep buying it and buying it and buying it. You can trade it and keep growing the bag, but you have basically a year to 4 years to grow your bag on that one. You're welcome. You can thank me later. This is not something that's going to pay you tomorrow. This is going to pay off just next cycle, you know, or maybe this cycle, alt season or whatever. It's probably going to do a lot this cycle. Okay. But when it goes parabolic is going to be when we have the next cycle. Right now is the utility narrative. Okay. The next cycle will be the security. All right. Everyone's going to be looking for security in crypto. And that's where SXT is going to come in. And you're so early. Look on Coinbase monthly. What for SXT? All right, let's do Cardano. I think Cardano is about to explode, to be honest with you, from what I've seen. Oh, look, it did it. Right? So it was behind and we were like, oh, you know, if you want to catch, look at it starting to go. What a good call on this one, right? I think it's got more. I think it's got more. It's hitting its first bit of resistance, though, at that 89, 90 cent. I think this one goes to like 98 cents to $1, 95 cents to $1. Seems about right. You bought at 83. Well, you're making money, that's for sure. I think I remember you buying the other day. It was just right here. That's actually a you from the TA class. Remember we said we want confirmation for to pass the neckline from the double bottom. So that was actually a good entry for a smart play, right? So kudos to you, buddy. You're definitely learning. I do the aggressive approach, right? I'm more I trust my TA a lot. So like when I see it, I'm like, all right, I do the more aggressive, but sometimes it burns me. It really does. But the way I see it is if I get burned, usually I can hold it a little bit longer and it recovers because we're in a bull cycle, right? If we weren't in a bull cycle, I'd be a little bit more cautious. But yeah, Cardano, I think it's still going, bro. This one's still got more. I think it could do, let's see. If you really think about it, let's zoom out here. Here's the thing. We have a bit of a trend. If it breaks above where it's at right now and gets to like $1, I would say that it's broken this trend, and it could potentially go up to like $1.50. And like, you know, all the liquidity in Bitcoin has to go somewhere, and these are the types of projects that are going to get it. So could this one do much, much higher? Yes. This one could do $2. It could do $2.50. It could even do like all-time highs. Potentially. I'm more on the conservative side because the liquidity is more spread out. But we'll see. Solana, dude, Solana is going to do well. I think Solana is going to do maybe just as well as XRP. I think Solana is going to do phenomenal things. What coin is this? This is Cardano. Cardano. ADA. No problem, man. I think, honestly, these top tier coins, they're going to do a lot. And if you bought in, I would hold, and I would assume that come the first of the month, unless we get a good tariff deal, like a deal with China or a deal with the EU, a deal like that is going to send things parabolic, right? And if they cut interest rates, that'll send things as well. And maybe they cut rates to send things, and then right after, tariffs come into play and it erases all of it, which is highly likely. It really is riding on tariffs on the first of the month. I'm going to be expecting a pullback at the end of the month, and then whatever pullback that is, when it's done pulling back, I'm going to enter right back in, and it's on like Donkey Kong. And you could potentially just hold through it. I don't think the tariffs are really scaring anyone anymore. I don't think anyone cares. Like the stock market, started going down, but crypto took off. Yep, like a slingshot. Exactly, AB. You into meme coins? Fart coin. Fart coin looks like it's going to do some good stuff too. I got some fart coin. I will always hold fart coin just so I can say I'm holding a fart. Okay. Trade at your own risk though. For me, it's funny, right? I want fart coin so I can send it to my friends and say, here, I'm going to send you a fart. Or I can say, I'm holding a fart in my wallet. I literally have it just so I can say I'm holding a fart. Like that's really the only reason. Fart jokes have been around for thousands of years. I'll tell you, of all the meme coins, that one is going nowhere. That one will have a narrative. Even when new normies come in to crypto, they're going to be, oh yeah, fart coin. Look at that. That's funny. And they'll buy it. It'll just keep on having its run. Yes, it's an amazing reason to hold it. Not just because of what it is and the joke behind it, but it'll continually have that joke. New people will keep getting into crypto and seeing that, oh my God, I'm totally buying this. Like, that's why I bought it. Like, I don't even care about making money off of it. I just want to own it. So I can say, yeah, kids, I paid for your college tuition with farts. Imagine explaining that to the IRS. And how did you acquire this $6 million? Oh, I sold some farts. Hat and mustaches, guys. And don't forget to put a goat in your TikTok name. If you're following the goat and you're part of the goat squad, all right? Everybody's got their bear in their name. They've got the wolves in their name. We're doing the goats. Put a goat in your name. Let people know that you watch this show. Let them know you're about it. TikTok seller, I'm talking to you. I know you're going to do it. If you're in the TA class, you better have a goat in your name. That's going to become mandatory. If you want to be in the class, you want to be a subscriber, you got to have a goat in your name. Can you talk about SXT and what it's doing? We just did SXT, but I'll tell you this. It's on the edge of up or down. It's an indecision, but I think we're moving into alt season, so I think it's going to go up. Revolution, thank you for the hat and mustache. Hat and mustaches, people. What's up, Run Up? How you doing? Hats and mustaches, baby. That is the gift of the day today. Gift of the day. I need an exit for Zebek going up or down. I'll have to get back to you on that one because a lot of people. Holy crap! TikTok seller with 1, 2, 3, 4 hat and mustaches and a heart me, a rose. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. 50% of the hat and mustache goal has been sent. And I expect all of you diehard fans to add a goat to your TikTok name. If you see Jessie, Revolution starts now. She's got a goat in her name. I added a goat to my name. Let's let the community know that we're a tight squad here too, right? Let's get some goats in our names. I think it's funny. It's more of a joke on our end. Some people, they're using it as affiliation for like the wolf pack or whatever. For me, I think it's fun, right? It's fun. Let me see here. Let's look at Suey. Suey. Oh, no. Bro. Suey kind of looks like a cup and handle. You know, I've seen a lot of cup and handles. And it's also a double bottom here. All right. This is a double bottom. Suey looks good. I think Suey's about to take off. I think it's headed up. Obviously, in the short term, it's this ascending channel, which is bearish, and it's going to come down, probably head and shoulders. But I think in the long term, baller with the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think it's either 5 or 6 hat and mustaches. Thank you, Richard. Thank you for, or Richard's brother. Thank you for the rose. My brother owns the world's largest space diamond. You should own some HEX. Interesting. All right. If you say so. Are we going to see a market dump soon? Yeah, I mean, yes and no. Okay. I think end of the month, bit of a sell-off, but I think we're in alt season, baby. I think we're going to see a bit of a pullback, but alt season. That's what I see. Obviously, there's going to be ups and downs, but I think long term, we're going to be continuing moving up until about November, December. Obviously, with some pullbacks in between there. But Suey, I think in the long run, it's going up, but it's probably going to come down to, if you're looking for an entry on Suey, 311. 311.07. That's going to be your entry point there. And maybe a little higher. Maybe it hits around like 316.5. But in the shorter time frame here, you know, this could come up here, double top, consolidate it a little bit more, and then that's head and shoulders. But then it'll probably move up from there. I think everything is pretty much going up, though, in the long term. I have the green light on. That's just where it's at. In my opinion, obviously, tariffs can throw a wrench in everything. And I think if you missed some of this pump, right, that's going to be your time to get in. All right. If you didn't get in yet and you're a little bit behind, now may not be the best time to buy. Obviously, could pump from there, but I think we need to see what happens on the first. We need to see what happens with Jerome Powell and then go from there. All right. Was there another project? You know, let's read the news. Let's read some news here. Which cryptocurrency is more likely to be a millionaire maker, XRP or Chainlink? All right, what do you guys think? X is for XRP, C is for Chainlink. Which do you think is going to be the better choice? Joe, thank you for the heart me. Francesca, thank you for the heart me. Josh, TikTok seller with X's. Francesca with XRP. Asset farmer with X. I think XRP is, there's a bit of a consensus here. I don't know. I think Chainlink. But you know me and how I feel about XRP. But that's more long term. This cycle, XRP. Okay, definitely. Duh. Right? XRP is going to do phenomenal things. Look at the narrative and the moon cheese behind it. Okay. And maybe I'm wrong about everything about it. We don't know. It's very speculative. More information could come out and that changes my mind on it. So, but in the meantime, I think XRP is going to be a top performer. I've said that like all along. I just said like, is it really going to 10K? No. All right. If XRP gets adopted, we're going to 1K. I mean, XRP is not getting adopted. I just don't see it happening, man. That's moon cheese. But the narrative's great, which means it's going to pump. Everyone, you know what, Josh? Come up on Discord. I want to talk to you about it. Josh, let's talk. Because I know what you're talking about, and I have some thoughts on what you're saying. I'm gonna pull up Discord right now. I'll be looking for you on there. What price do I see this cycle? $8, $7. I mean, it could potentially do like $15. I think 25's pushing it. Like, you know, $10 is probably going to be the top. It's just a strong psychological zone, you know? Keep that in mind. Holy shit, Batman, I'm buying a new Suburban. No Lambo? Let's see here. Josh, come on, buddy. There you are. What's up, Josh? Can you hear me? Can't hear you. See what's going on here. Can you hear me, Josh?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Ah, perfect. All right, what's going on, buddy? Tell me your moon cheese, man.
pump, bro.
I want to believe.
You know, I find it, with what I've seen come out and the things that Trump is saying, I feel more and more confident every day that it's actually going to get adopted.
I know, but this year, this cycle,
I mean, the way I see it is I don't think we have, there's this whole topic around, is it going to be 2030, and I just don't think that we're in the cycle phases anymore. I think we might see like even maybe sidelining, but I doubt we like dump until then. Because I mean, think about it. Even if we get adoption in 2030, are people really going to give up their early entry positions until then? I mean, it's not even that far out.
dude, I'm selling my bags when this shit tops out. So are a lot of people.
See, I don't think it's gonna top out. I mean, maybe for like a period until it gets adopted. I mean all the pumping right now is obviously like that's all FOMO, that's all hype. That I'll say.
Oh, there you are. I'll put you on screen.
But like I'll agree, obviously, like right now, um, everything that I'm seeing right now is obviously all hype, right? Like there's very little utility actually being used currently. So
You know what's funny is I saw um an article. And I wish I had it right now. And it actually made me think of you. And don't take this offensively, okay? Okay, but
Alright.
basically the article was, oh, Swift transactions are down and XRP's price is skyrocketing. Is there a correlation to this? And I'm like, no. Because they're like, oh, well, ISO is in place. Now all of a sudden XRP is pumping and Swift's transactions are down. And I'm like, no.
The only yeah.
You know what I mean? Like Swift is not using XRP right now. I can guarantee you that right now.
I think the difference is too, I think it's going to be less of Swift using XRP. I think if it gets adopted, it would just be the current administration kind of changing the way the system works. Right? Like I think if we get adoption, I don't really think it's going to be like Swift's like, well, let's get rid of our system and use XRP. Like it's like XRP only works the way that it interacts with other blockchains. Like you can't just move that onto Swift. So I mean,
Exactly.
I know they can connect to it. Like if other countries were like, I want to have CBDCs, I don't want to go decentralized. There's a way they're talking about of connecting it potentially, but I mean, I've seen the speeches that Trump has given, and I'm very optimistic. And again, like even Jake Claver has put updates on just the price potential with ETF inflows. Um, the FOMO. Everybody's talking about it. I think the people who are actually open about it are are all saying that the current price increases are just FOMO.
Let me
It
tell
is
you
what it
something.
is, but
ETFs. Let's talk about that. All right. For a
all
second.
right.
ETFs do cause price movement in the upward direction when they first come out. I mean, look at what happened with Bitcoin, right? And I do think that that's what's going to happen. It's going to push things up, but in the long term goal or in the long term scheme of things, what actually happens is it reduces volatility over time.
Yeah.
So careful what you wish for, right? Hey, by the way, is Francesca, are you still in the chat? Francesca, are you still here? Chime in if you are. I totally forgot about something I was going to do. But go ahead. Sorry. Didn't mean to cut you off.
I was gonna say, and that was my other point is, I think what I think is gonna happen is regardless of if adoption happens around this cycle or around 2028, 2029, 2030, I think that there isn't gonna be another cycle like that goes down. And this is what I'm saying is like if we get all these ETFs and they were just talking about potentially letting retirement accounts buy it's going to create a lot of stability in the market. And the reason why I'm not going to sell at $10 is because I don't think there's going to be another opportunity to buy at 50 cents afterwards.
Well,
Right.
if
And
that's the case, that means no alt season.
I mean, whatever way. I mean, I'm willing to wait years for this if I have to, but I think I just don't really want to sell my
Absolutely.
XRP until adoption happens because I'm young. I don't really need the money. I can sell other coins that I'm holding, but XRP is just that one coin where it's like, even the people who don't like it, they'll admit like, there could be something to this and they could end up using it and it could end up exploding.
I'm
And so
one of
for
them.
that reason,
I'm
it's
one of them.
just like if it doesn't go back down to 50 cent, why would I sell? Right. And like I've heard people say, oh, we might drop to $2, but it's like, at the end of the day, we might not even drop to $2, right? Like if we go to $8 or 15, there's no way we're dropping back down to two, especially the people who buy at the top. They're not going to sell their positions, they're going to keep holding it, and it's going to cause the price to not dip as much. So for me, it's like if I have to wait another 3 years, I just won't sell. And that's just where my head is at.
Oh my gosh. Big Baller in the chat says, guys, I saw 3 old ladies today stuffing hundreds in a Bitcoin machine that charges 16%.
Yeah.
Crazy. That is crazy. The FOMO is real. And what's so sad is I think that narrative is what's going to like push Bitcoin a little bit, but eventually it's going to crash. All those little old ladies are going to lose everything, in my opinion. But if what you're saying, is true, then that means Bitcoin never crashes and everything steadily ticks upwards, pretty much.
Right. Yeah. And I think that might end up what's happening. I mean, I've seen so many influencers say we're on the last leg up, and it's like, how do we know that? Right? If these influencers and they have a bias too, because the reason why I think they want everybody to sell is so they get their alt season, and then they want to get done with alt season so they can have another bear cycle, so they can use all that money they just made to accumulate even more. So that way, when we quote get adoption in 2030, they can make even more money. And I think there's a reason they're pushing that narrative because there's a lot of people who really want the market to come back down.
Absolutely.
Because they want to be able to buy more, and it's a huge narrative that's being pushed. And in my head, it's like, well, what if the government just decides, you know what? We're not going to do that anymore. All these companies are going to load up on Bitcoin, and we're just going to send the darn coin to $1 million per coin and just, have everything steadily, go, and then adoption just starts now and ends by 2030. Like, who's to say that it starts in 2028 and ends 2030? Right? Like, nobody really knows. Like, we don't know if this is going to be a quick adoption. It could be a slow adoption.
Oh, it'll be slow.
Different coins could be adopted at different times. So it's like, if there's constantly rumors about there's a new adoption for ADA, algo's doing something, and they spread that out over the next 3 years, it's going to cause FOMO, and people are going to keep buying. And that's why I've decided, I'm not going to sell my assets, because I'm at this point now where, if I'm right and they decide to take a whole 180 and we don't get a bear market, then I won't get another opportunity to buy. But again, that's just my opinion. But
well, if what you're saying is true, right? Of course you'll get another opportunity to buy. It'll be like the stock market. You just keep putting into it, and over time, 40 years from now, you retire, So, I mean, that's not necessarily you won't be able to get into it. Big Baller says, don't sleep on Ondo. I agree. Ondo, Algo are going to be phenomenal buys. But as you can see on the screen here, it says Rich Dad Poor Dad author warns Bitcoin bubble could burst soon. All right, now remind you, this guy a few months ago was telling people to buy Bitcoin, right?
That's crazy.
And before that, he was like, don't buy it, it's probably a scam and whatever, right? Take what this guy says with a grain of salt, but what he's saying in this one, I agree. Bitcoin is a bubble. It has to pop at some point. It has to pull back. Nothing can just move upward forever, right? It has to get a pullback. It has to fill those fair value gaps, right? Otherwise, it's unhealthy. And that upward movement that it's been getting is technically unhealthy for it. It needs a pullback. Everything gets a pullback eventually, right? So with everything, all the alts moving now, okay, and Bitcoin kind of being stagnant just under 120K and not really doing much, while our alts are doing, 10 to 25%, and Bitcoin's doing 1 to 5%. That is a heavy indication of alt season. And even if alt season's not supposed to happen, it will happen because they'll create it, right? We've literally already started creating it because, like you said, people want it. They need it. It has to happen because people are more into alts right now than Bitcoin. Most of that Bitcoin money that's flowing in there is the Bitcoin maxis that have always been into Bitcoin and the noobs. Right? Most of us that are like into crypto, we're into alts.
Yeah.
So
what I find funny, and this is just going to be my argument. I made a post on X and I said people who don't buy XRP will be broke forever, and it was a little bit of sarcasm, but so many Bitcoin maxis overreacted to it, and I didn't even talk negative about Bitcoin in my tweet. Never once did I say, Bitcoin is bad, don't buy Bitcoin. All I literally said was, talking about XRP. And it was really interesting because almost all of them told me Ripple's dumping on you. And I was like, well, hold up. If that's true, then why do I see people who have held Bitcoin for 14 years dumping hundreds of billion dollars on Bitcoin? Like the actual money that's being dumped on Bitcoin right now outweighs whatever Ripple has sold by multiple X's right now. So the double standard, in my opinion, is crazy.
Well, I mean, Ripple needs to. They got a fine to pay.
Yeah.
They got to keep the lights on. Here's an article for you. XRP news today. Ripple moves 738 million in XRP amid 20% surge. Ripple transferred 738 million in XRP between anonymous wallets linked to a new sub-wallet via on-chain data. XRP surged 20% to 365, driven by the XRP ETF launch and the Genius Act stablecoin framework. Internal transfers typically avoid market impact, but highlight Ripple's strategic asset management and long-term confidence. So they're moving their coins. They're not selling right now. And why would they? They know it's going to go up. Everyone knows I know it's going to go up. So the question is once it hits up there at those crazy numbers, they've got billions in XRP sitting in wallets ready to be dumped at any given moment. So that's concerning to me.
I think maybe part of the other reason is because they hold so much. And I don't know if this is true, but I saw a post on Twitter, and I'm pretty sure this was community made, but they were talking about something in the Genius bill that has something to do with, I don't know, coins or projects can't hold more than a certain amount to not be considered. I wonder if it was a security. I don't know what they were talking about. So I truly wonder if they're going to keep all the supply that they hold. Maybe they donate some to the U.S. escrow. I mean, that's been rumors, but
Why would they do that though? Yeah,
I think they would though, because they've been talking. They were at the White House multiple times. I've seen Trump over the last weeks talk about so many things.
But why? What would Ripple gain from doing that? Give me one
adoption.
Adoption.
Yep.
No, adoption will come because of utility and it being
right. But the administration has the power to push it. I mean, they have somewhat of a say. So
I don't think so. I don't think Ripple has anything to gain by doing that. And remember, Ripple's a company. They need to make money. They need to be profitable. This is capitalism, right?
Right.
Who's just going to give away their supply? I'll tell you what, buddy, give me half of your bags right now, and I promise I will let you be on the show again. You already know I'm going to let you back on the show again, right?
Yeah.
Why would you give me half your bags? That's the logic right there.
That's true. That's true. Yeah. I mean, I guess it'll be interesting to see, because if they start selling, then I guess that there's our top signal right there. But maybe they know how high it could go. I mean, I've seen David Schwartz. I've been stalking his replies. He's been having some very interesting conversations with people about some very deep things on XRP.
Of course, but why wouldn't they rug it? Why wouldn't they? They've been taking all this supply, putting it into wallets, right? They know the price is going to go up, so why would they sell now? Back when it was like 220 to 250. Yeah. Why would they sell then if they knew we were going to go into alt season and knew it's going up to $8-10? Why would they sell then?
Right.
So they're just hoarding it, and they're going to rug it, man. And it wouldn't be the first time a company's rugged, bro. It would not be the first time.
I mean, even Ethereum's CEO is definitely going to be dumping ETH at the top of this cycle. That's for sure.
Yeah, and that doesn't mean that Ripple won't be used in the future. It doesn't mean XRP won't be adopted with Ripple for transactions. They can still rug like that. It's their money, their wallets. They can do that. And think about this. If they want to go public, they have to keep the price from going too high. If it goes too crazy, then they're not going to be able to go public, right? And in order to go public, that is the reason why possibly that they turn over their supply to the U.S. for the reserve, right? Because going that would be like a no. They own the whole supply. Now they want to go public. So that is a possibility. But I just don't see it. I think they're going to be more profitable dumping these bags on people than they will going public. And then they lose control of their company.
I mean, the way I see things is, personally, I don't really care if they dump. It doesn't really affect me, because I'll just buy every single dip it throws at me.
Ooh, that's dangerous. That's dangerous rhetoric, bro. Careful.
Starting
to sound like a green trader, man.
I'm in that spot, man. I think if somebody had to ask me, I could only buy one cryptocurrency coin for the rest of my life, it would have to be XRP.
But why not? When it hits $10, take your profits out, at least your initials, and play with the house's money. And then that way, if it does go down, you just take that money, you throw it right back in down at the bottom.
I mean, maybe like 35%.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that's all I'm saying, bro, is like, just be smart about it, Like, don't just keep throwing money at something and holding it to the bottom. I've done that before, man. And trust me, it makes you broke. It does the opposite of what you think.
I mean, for me, it's like, even if I have to wait 5 more years for adoption, it's not that long for me. I'm a lot younger than most people, so.
Right. And even for me, like, I could wait 25 years and I'll still be around for that. My kids will enjoy it. And I get it. You're young, my main thing is like, crypto, you become rich off of it by trading it because of its volatility.
Yeah.
Obviously, if it's going to lose its volatility, just keep buying it and holding it over long term, but we're not there yet. Maybe in a few more years, that's what we'll see, and we'll lose that volatility. And then, I'll just keep throwing it. I won't have to watch the markets no more. That'd be great for me. I'd be totally happy with that. But I think in the meantime, while it's still volatile, use it to make some money. Make yourself rich now instead of 20 years down the line. Just being real, just being a realist. And
Yeah.
I hope that you're right. I hope it's just a steady uptick for the rest of our lives, you know, kind of thing. That would be great, man. But realistically, trade it, bro. Trade it for now. Because I'll tell you what, right now, when things go up, there's a million other people like me that bought it great prices. We're going to keep dumping on people. It's going to keep the prices from going crazy. And people like me that think that way, they've got even bigger bags than I do, man. So it's just be realistic, man. Make it real. Make it real, dude. Because I'll tell you what, right now, there's money that I had that I made off of XRP from before. And if I'd have left it in right now, I would have made more money off of it, right?
Yeah.
But I took that money while I was alive and I bought property with it. I bought my Corvette with it. Now my Corvette's worth more than, you know, what I took out in XRP altogether and would have made now. So it appreciated more. And I'm not, it wasn't a lot of money, but I did something with the money. You know what I'm saying? Is like, enjoy it, live life. Don't, it's just numbers on a sheet of paper if you don't actually do something with it. And diversification, like as far as get outside of crypto, you know, make a lot of money and put it elsewhere. There's so many things to invest in. Go buy yourself a nice gold chain, bro. All right. Go swag out, get yourself some nice Nikes, take the lady out to dinner and wife her up, bro. Like, do something with your life. Don't just stare at a screen all day. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I'll definitely be trading the stock market when I sell, where I'm gonna take some ADA profits, probably around $8 to $10, and then load up an account and start trading.
$8 to $10 on ADA? That's where you're at, bro?
Yeah.
Damn. Hey, chat, hear me out. My boy said $8 to $10 on ADA.
It's definitely realistic. Like, come on.
Holy crap. This cycle.
Yeah.
Holy crap. That's a lot. Hold on.
I mean, all-time high is at like 320, so it's not that far away.
Yeah, but
But that's based if we get an ETF. I should clarify that.
Okay. Still, even still with an ETF, let me pull up the chart here. Let's take a. I'm not clowning on you, bro. You know I love you, bro. Let's be a little realistic here, though.
I mean, I've looked at the charts. I'm just, you know, looking at what they're doing, and I think things are going to turn around. But
okay, now you look at my chart.
Yeah.
See that trend line? If it breaks above this, then the next spot is like $1.50, $1.80, you know, and it could continue from there. But I mean, dude, we're talking about we have what till November. Let's say we have till November. So we only have from here to here to move up here to $10, bro. That seems a little unrealistic to me. Look at that's where $10 is. That's where $10 is, man.
Yeah.
I don't want to burst on your bubble or nothing, but like you literally have the distance from here to here, this blue line right here to there, to get all the way up here. I just think that's really unrealistic. I think it could see an all-time high. I see $4. Yeah, why not? If everything lines up and it's perfect and moon cheese is in full effect and everything and crazy money, but the charts don't say anywhere near $10 to me. I mean, what's your time frame on that?
I mean, obviously, like, I don't think that the cycle is going to end at November. So I think we'll keep going. So that's kind of my reason for it. But
so what's your time frame then? So like, when would it reach that $10?
Maybe I would have to say maybe like 5 to 6 months.
So you thinking like February?
Possibly. I mean, it depends. I'm the reason why I said it is because I think we're gonna see more like multiple ETFs for ADA. I think they're gonna send Bitcoin higher, and I think ADA is gonna connect with it and make Bitcoin transactions faster because all the Bitcoin maxis wanted to be used for transactions. And then, you know, Trump was talking about letting retirement accounts buy, which is I think estimated to be around $9 trillion that would be around flowing in. And I mean, the market cap for ADA at $8 to $10 isn't that ridiculous. I mean, people are saying XRP is going to 15, and I mean, think about it. 4 months ago, everybody was saying it was going to go back down to 50 cent. You
I
know,
think
so
I think 15 is a little bit of a reach for XRP, but let's say it did. XRP would hit that number because of the narrative behind it. You don't see a million memes about Cardano every day. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying you're wrong, all right? Josh.
I mean, even the staked, like a lot of Cardano is staked too. So if that number continues to grow, you know, there's going to be less circulating supply. So there's going to be that too.
But that's like a 4 or 5 year projection. I think, dude, I think by 2030, $8 to $10 Cardano obviously is definitely doable. But in the next 6 months, man, I just don't see it.
I mean, that's the thing. It just depends if adoption is 2030 or now. But you know, that's what I told my friends. It's like I don't really care when it is. Like
Right,
I'll
it'll
wait.
happen.
I'll buy more. Like for me, it's like I'll just sell it at eight or $10 because I know that's where it's gonna end up at. So it's like
Right.
until
Okay.
then, I just
See, and I totally understand that. And I agree with you. Down the road, all these things are going to do crazy things that we would have never predicted this cycle, if it even is a cycle, like you said. However, you have to understand as a creator, because you're a creator now, you're up here, people are looking at your face, okay?
Yeah.
You have an obligation to the people that are watching you to be very clear about what you're saying and why you're saying it and how it's going to happen. Because I can get up here and say, oh yeah, Solana is going to 11D. And people will listen to it and believe it. But you got to remember, there's a lot of people that are taking out loans on their house, not paying their car payment, different things because they think it's going to happen tomorrow.
Yeah.
They think it's going to happen in a month or two from now. And so they're rolling the dice on it. So yeah, I just want to tell you, nothing but love here, bro. You know I love you, bro. No homo. But you know, I you know, just be careful. Be careful what you say because your words hold weight.
Yeah.
Okay?
I mean, on Twitter, I always do like my low end and then high end. So it's like, you know, obviously, like I actually when XRP hit 366, all the people in my group chat, I told them to sell and then buy back lower, and they did it. So, you know, you know how bullish I am on XRP, but I even told them like, look, 366 was the top for that day, and you can buy back lower. So a lot of people did it, and you know, I'm very open about that too. But you know, just looking at the fundamentals, the community of Cardano and what it's building, you know, people are talking about all these other coins. I mean, I was looking at Quant more, and they have half the supply Bitcoin has, and it's like the whole reason people like Bitcoin is because of the low supply, and it's like Quant's sitting over here with, you know, less than half of it. So, you know, I think there's just more coins, and I think like the whole topic right now is Bitcoin, but I think like eventually, you know, when utility kicks in, and that's part of my pricing, is like utility, well, what are you supposed to do with Bitcoin? Like realistically, like from a non-biased perspective, besides store of value, which that's arguable, what are you supposed to do with Bitcoin? Right? It's
Well,
like, what is it? 2 transactions per person per life or something like that.
we stumbled onto something by accident. So remember SXT, right?
Yeah.
So Jessie is dyslexic and she bought STX.
Mm-hmm.
And we looked into it And STX actually gives Bitcoin utility. Jesse, can you pull up STX and tell us its utility and how it affects Bitcoin? She's like she knows all about it now, because dude, it was a total accident that we found this thing. But with this, now I'm a lot more bullish on Bitcoin. Right now, not so much. Obviously, Bitcoin could do higher numbers, but I'll wait for it to pull back and then I'll pick some up. But I was very much like staunchly against Bitcoin. I used to call Bitcoin a meme coin. I don't see that anymore because of this new coin. Jesse, let me know when you have STX pulled up, the utility for that. But you know, you and I were on the same train. I was there like a week ago. No utility for Bitcoin. All right, here you go, Jesse. You're live.
Okay, so it's a unique one-layer blockchain solution designed to bring smart contracts, decentralized application capabilities to the Bitcoin network, especially making Bitcoin programmable. Connection with Bitcoin, Stacks operates as a separate layer 1 blockchain, but it's deeply integrated with the Bitcoin network, leveraging its security and decentralization. By showing proofs of transfer, the Nakamoto release and an expected upgrade will make Stacks transition as irreversible as Bitcoins by having 100% of Bitcoin hash power determine their finality. Or I don't know. Stacks will introduce BTC 1.1 Bitcoin-backed assets that will enable trust-minimized movement of BTC in and out of Bitcoin layers, allowing Stacks smart contracts to interact with Bitcoin state and unlock its potential in areas like DeFi and NFTs.
Boom. That sounds pretty good, right?
Yeah.
Big Baller says, I told you about STX when it was 61 cents. You know what, Big Baller? That's my bad. I kept thinking that when people were saying STX, I'm dyslexic too. I was thinking SXT. And Jesse would always be like, do a TA for STX, and I would always pull up SXT. And so, like, we kind of missed the train on that one. Revolution says I bought both.
I mean, I would buy both as well. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. But that's actually a really good thing for Bitcoin. And so I can't even say Bitcoin's a meme coin anymore.
I mean, what's your thoughts on? Obviously, you know, I'm a little bit biased because I love ADA, but you know, ADA is doing similar things with Bitcoin as well. So, I mean, if you've got the two of them doing stuff, then we can see Bitcoin all time highs.
That's what I'm worried about. I think with Bitcoin having utility and like you said with ADA, there's a potential that Bitcoin just keeps going. 200K is not impossible for Bitcoin, for sure. And that would just completely melt away alt season right now. But I think this could be that lackluster alt season that I was talking about, what we're having right now.
You think people would stop buying altcoins if Bitcoin went to 250?
No, people will never stop buying altcoins. What I think
they would buy more, to be honest.
Yeah, but what I think is what you said is a possibility that we just keep ticking upward and everything keeps moving with Bitcoin. And I'm calling it the unicycle, the simulcycle. And it's not even really a cycle. It's just the new norm. It's the trend. Cycles are over.
I would prefer that, to be honest.
I mean, that would be a good thing. Everything keep moving upward.
I'm like the S&P 500.
Travis Saunders in the chat says retail is still small, and that is so true. There's, but there's not that much more people getting into it. The percentage to the population is still very low right now. I'm hoping that with this legislation coming out and all of that narrative behind it is going to bring new people into crypto. And I think that with that, these people are going to slowly trickle in, and that kind of brings validity to what you've been saying. Everything just keeps ticking upward. Because I don't see everyone, let's say, what, less than 10% are in crypto right now, right? I don't see 50% of the population FOMOing into crypto tomorrow. You know what I mean? Overnight.
Yeah.
It's going to be a slow and steady thing of like, it just keeps going up. It just keeps going up. And people are like, maybe I should be getting into this. You know what I mean? And as time goes by, it's just going to keep doing that. The volatility is going to go away, and which is all still good because we got in so early, right? So it's not necessarily a bad thing, but cycles goes out the window. And for those of us that are using the cycle to trade, could get left in the dust.
Yeah. But I mean, let's look at broader, the entire stock market is worth over $100 trillion. Crypto's sitting here at 3.7. So it's like, if we get adoption, another $10 trillion, crazy returns. You add 20, 30, and I mean, that's not going to happen overnight, obviously, at all. But it's a possibility, right? If people start diversifying, and they hold stocks and they hold crypto, which is what I think the current administration is trying to do, because I mean, it makes them more wealthy, and they have so many reasons to do it. I think that might actually play out. And in that scenario, I just don't see a 80% correction on Bitcoin. I just don't.
And that is definitely likely what you're saying. The problem is that if that happens, that means no alt season, no crazy parabolic numbers, right? And we won our alt season. You're holding XRP, you're holding alts, so you're not holding Bitcoin. A lot of us are that way.
Some.
Well, yeah, but you know what I mean. It's not your big bag. And see, Revolution says, if you ask anyone about crypto, all they know is Bitcoin, especially Gen X. And remember, the new liquidity coming into crypto, what do they buy? Bitcoin. Because they don't know anything. They don't even know that there's anything else to buy. Think of the old ladies putting $100 bills in the ATM machine thing, right? You think they were buying XRP?
No.
Exactly. They're buying Bitcoin. So that's a problem. I think this is our alt season, though. Whatever we're seeing right now is our alt season. And hopefully Bitcoin loses dominance and falls and we take off. Obviously, that sucks for the people holding Bitcoin that think it's doing whatever. But this could be the last alt season. This could be alt season as we know it right now, which means that Cardano is not going to $10. XRP is not going to $25. All these other alts aren't going to do that because they get those crazy numbers from the money coming out of Bitcoin. So it's a double-edged sword. But I hope.
Think, we were talking about the other time where we were like only select altcoins are going to go up. That could play hand in hand here, because if you think about it, if money's coming in from retirement accounts and there's these companies help people invest, the only thing they're going to buy is Bitcoin and or coins there's ETFs for, right? Because that's the only thing that's going to be marketed to them. So it could be that this money starts flowing in and people just buy, XLM, XRP, Bitcoin, ADA, Ethereum, and that could be it. But maybe a few more, right? I mean, obviously, there's going to be pumps on all of them because people are going to FOMO, and there's also anticipation, right? A lot of people, I've seen meme coins. I mean, Dogecoin was pumping, it's ripping. The reason why is because there's this whole anticipation that Bitcoin is going to drop and it's going to go up. But, I don't think Bitcoin's in for its last leg up. Even if Bitcoin goes all the way back down to 70K, it's not going to happen from here. There's going to be another leg up. So, there's two things that could happen. We get an alt season, we get a bear market, and I get a great opportunity to buy more before adoption, and then 4 years later, we all get rich. Or it's just going to be a slow, steady incline, and it's honestly kind of nerve-wracking in a way to watch because either of those could happen realistically, and there's not really a way to tell until we get like for sure signs.
I want to be optimistic, man. I really do. And I think, man, I don't know. Like, I think we get alt season because people want it. They need it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, look at XRP.
Influencers too, yeah.
Yeah, this kind of looks like a bull flag. It also kind of looks like a double top on XRP, right? Like, it's one of those, like, what's it going to be, right? I think we go up.
Yeah.
Honestly, I
think people know that too.
Yeah. And they're not.
Did you see
See
Sorry, I
what?
didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're good. You're good. Don't worry about it.
Oh, what was his name? The Barstool Sports owner, Dave Portnoy.
Oh yeah.
Have you seen the video about him where the guy told him XRP's not looking too good, and then it ran right up as soon as he sold?
Yeah, I did see that. Millions. That's a bummer.
I feel like more of that could happen. Like, let's just hypothetically say Bitcoin sends to $500,000 just because they decide that's what they do. And, all these influencers, like, they're telling people it's the top of the cycle, sell. And then as soon as they sell, people buy their positions up. That would be something crazy to see.
I mean,
sure.
That's been happening already,
Yeah.
That's why I said, like, as a creator, we have an obligation to not take advantage of that, not take it. And at least I feel that way. I feel like we have to be above rapport, right? If you want to be a good creator, obviously I've noticed the people that are just pumping the shit out of everything, no matter what, they're the ones that are pushed, right? Because everybody's talking and chatting, they're being pushed out in there. But for me personally, like, it just seems wrong, to play people like that.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. And I can be wrong sometimes too. I'm wrong all the time. But if I'm making things up just so that it profits me or does what I want it to do, what goes around comes around, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you saw what happened with Dogecoin. I was warning everybody that was going to be a complete rug. And I mean, it ran to almost 100 million, but 3 weeks before they said an announcement was going to come, and there was never an announcement. And it's like,
which one was that?
It crazy. Dogecoin.
I don't even know what that is. Meme coin?
The dev basically, they made the whole idea around Trump and that there was going to be an announcement on July 20th, right? And then they sent a huge amount of the supply to World Liberty Financial's wallet and then tricked a bunch of people to buy it. And they sent it up to 80 million market cap. And then they basically rugged it. And then they paid influencers to like tell everybody that, Trump was holding it and he was going to pump it. It was like a whole big thing. And I spent weeks warning everybody. And I mean, my posts were getting shadow banned and so many people lost money on it. I mean, it was actually, I don't even know why World Liberty Financial didn't come out and like say they weren't part of it, because I mean that was a crazy thing to watch.
Damn. What about this new trend, the Dej coin? Everybody thinks it has utility, dude. It's a meme coin, man. Even like my agent, she's like, "Hey, should I buy Dogecoin?" I was like, "No, don't do it."
I think that's the one I was talking about.
Is that what it is? Oh yeah.
Yeah, they rugged that one.
Yeah. Poor people. People thought that it was something, and just another Dogecoin kind of thing, pump and dump.
Yeah.
Another
It's not gonna
White
be
Rock.
another Dogecoin.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't need another Dogecoin.
Yeah. You know, the only thing I'm worried about is when, let's hypothetically say Bitcoin goes to 13 million in a couple years, right? Maybe 5 years down the line. The only thing I've thought about is it going to get there
13
because of
million. 13 million in 5 years.
that's obviously really high. Probably further out. I don't know why I said 5, but that's what people are putting out there, right?
Maybe 1
And my
million.
concern is if we ever hit that high, is it going to be because of actual inflow, or is it just going to be because there's no Bitcoin left and it makes the price go up really high? So it just pumps, like, everybody who's holding their portfolios are up, another 50x, but there's no actual added liquidity. So when that
Right.
happens, as soon as people start to sell, it's just going to drop insanely fast.
Exactly. It
Which
is a
the
bubble.
only issue with Bitcoin. Only issue. It's
And
like,
go
Yeah.
ahead. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, the price will rise because there's no Bitcoin left, but it won't rise because of added value. So that means liquidity isn't really gonna be bigger. So, when people start to sell, a lot of people are gonna get stuck at the top right there.
Yeah, my question in all of that with the liquidity issue is what happens when we do get this adoption we're talking about, because it's coming. Okay, there will be an adoption. The question is when, right?
Yeah.
So with adoption, will you be able to spend it digitally and not have to transfer it into something and just spend your Bitcoin, and you don't need the liquidity?
That's true.
But what does that do to the US dollar?
I mean, it would cook it at that point.
Yeah, and that's another problem. There's a lot of problems with this whole switch getting flipped thing that I'm really concerned about, because it's like, careful what you wish for, right?
It would definitely cause the dollar to crash, or the dollar crashes before and then they use that as a reason to switch. Either two of those.
Yeah, and that would be like a forceful switch, where it's like we don't have the liquidity anymore, so we're just using digital dollars now, and you're transferring it to a stable coin. I don't know. Chat, someone help me out. How does this work? I don't claim to know everything, right? And a lot of what we're talking about, it's very speculative. So like we're making educated guesses here, right? But what is a switch to digital assets, digital money actually do to the world? Is it actually going to be a positive change? Maybe in the long run, but in the short run, I think a lot of people are gonna get cooked in all of this.
Yeah, especially the ones that aren't holding whatever asset, or these crypto assets. But
Travis says instead of fake dollars printed, it will be fake coins. But that's the thing about Bitcoin, is you can't fake it, right?
Yeah.
But you can fake stable coins. That's the problem with Tether, right? So Tether's been printing fake coins and pumping it into Bitcoin. And because of that, for every $100 in Bitcoin, it's only backed by $1. That's more of that liquidity problem of actually pulling it out and turning it into something real.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't really like stable coins that much.
Unfortunately, that's the future, man. That's the new CBDC.
Hopefully not.
Oh, I firmly believe it is, man. And you know what I think? I think that the stable coin, everyone's going to have their own stable coin. Amazon's going to have one. Walmart's going to have one. They're already building them right now, right? So you're going to be holding USDC or whatever, and you're going to have to transfer it into their stablecoin. And instead of having overdraft fees, the transfer fee is going to be the new overdraft fee, man.
I mean, hey, that's another reason to use XRP.
Yeah, but at the same time, you're still, and you are correct with that, because it's cheap and fast. So yeah, they're going to need something like XRPL in order to facilitate that. But at the same time, every time you're trying to make a transaction, unless you're holding Amazon stablecoins, you're going to be paying a transaction fee to make that purchase.
I mean, I don't even think there's anything legally stopping from Amazon making their own stablecoin, then being like, you want to buy something off our website, it has to be done through our coin.
They're making one right now.
They could do that.
Amazon's making one. Walmart's making one. There's a whole list of them that they're all making their stable coins right now.
You know, either that or we get some sort of. The only thing is, how would that even work? Because the liquidity would be so spread out. If every company has their own coin, you know, it doesn't exactly work. I could be wrong, but
That's what I've been trying to say is like, is there really any money in holding coins like XRP anymore because of stable coins?
I mean, I don't think somebody would just hold Amazon coin though. I mean, it doesn't go up. So they have like a higher reason to hold Bitcoin, higher reason to hold XRP, you know.
I feel like the reason would be is APY, right? Depending on what you're holding or staking, you're going to earn APY from it. And that's going to be your yield.
I think though they might face backlash because there's this whole idea around if we go to crypto, people should be able to pay with whatever coin they want to. Like if I want to pay with XRP, I should be able to pay with XRP. If I want to pay with Bitcoin, I should be able to pay with Bitcoin. Because if we start controlling with what cryptocurrencies you can pay with, is that really still decentralized at that point? And that was a whole argument. I don't know if you watched when Brad Garlinghouse was talking to the Senate, but they were arguing about that very topic. They were like, yeah, we like this crypto adoption, but it needs to stay decentralized, and we don't want stable coins with overreach. And I feel like right now there's going to be a whole battle around that for sure.
Oh, 100%. And we talked about this before, right?
Yeah.
And the thing is, we're going to lose that battle. We're going to lose it for sure.
Not.
Well, look at
I can't say that we, you know, obviously they're going to win, but like hopefully they don't.
They're going to win. I'm a pessimist. You know me, I'm the bear of the market. You know, I'm always like, but I'm a realist at the same time. I'm like, think about it. What do they really want to accomplish with crypto? They want control, right?
Yeah.
And they want to take the power away from you. And they put it out with the guise of putting the power of the money back in the hands of the people. They come out with these pipe dream ideas of that everything is going to be decentralized and all this stuff. But really the end goal, what they want is they want centralization. They want control. They want to monitor what you're spending, how you're spending it, track it so that they can send ads to you that are custom for you. And, you know, even with like the TikTok algorithm, TikTok knows how to make you spend money with their algorithm. TikTok knows when you're going poop, right? Like it knows everything. It knows you're going to go poop before you do.
Yeah. You want to know what's crazy? There's this theory, and a lot of people have been talking about it on Reddit. You think of something, you think of a product in your head or something, and you see an ad on TikTok for it.
Oh,
and
100%.
I was like, no way. And then I don't think I can say this. I work for a startup, okay? I'm not going to say the name. It is in the medical side of things. And they literally are working with the company for that exact reason. Like, I can tell you right now, I can't say the name, but it's a real thing.
I believe it.
And the sensors are already in the phone. Like, if you did your own research, you could probably find it, but there is a company publicly out there right now where basically they can scan your brain and they can see what you're thinking about and they can advertise to you that way. That's definitely not a conspiracy theory.
The facial recognition can sense your moods and emotions and things like that as well. And you know, that's another scary thing is because, like, let's say in the future, I mean, it's happening now, right? So you're scrolling through your phone and the news comes up and it's something that is like happening. And then let's say like, oh, for instance, let's say that our country wants to go to war with another country, right? And some news comes up about that happening and going to war, and the facial recognition recognizes that you oppose that idea, and then it logs it and puts you on a list as undesirable. And then they send the Amazon truck to your house and act like they're delivering a package and load you up in the back of the van, and you just disappear. And it's become normalized that Amazon trucks are driving around, and all these different things are normalized. And then before you know it, 1984. Have you read 1984?
I have not, but I'm deep into these. I don't even want to call them conspiracy theories. If you know, you know. That I'm gonna leave it at that.
Yeah, it's happening, dude. Read 1984, bro.
Oh, yeah.
That book was written in like the 50s about what the future would be like in 1984. Now, he was wrong about the year, but I'll tell you what, right now, we are getting very close to that dystopian future now. And all this stuff we're talking about is all in that book, man. And what's crazy is because, like, I read that book many times, right? And it's actually a love story. A beautiful love story, but at the same time, it's very, very tragic and dystopian. Highly recommend. One of the creators in the crypto space, his name is George Orwell, 1984. That's who wrote the book, George Orwell. Check it out. Yes, the book's name, chat, is 1984 by George Orwell. Great book. But yeah, that's the future, man. They're gonna know what your thoughts are, and just by the cameras on the front of your screen. I'll tell you what, right now, Edward Snowden puts tape over all of his cameras. That should tell you something.
I have tape on my laptop too, and my webcam on my laptop because it faces my bed. I bought one that has a little flap so I can close it. I don't trust it one bit.
Dude, the mic is on everything.
Oh yeah,
all the time.
Yep.
You literally have a CIA tracking device in your back pocket that you carry around with you. You have a Google in your kitchen that's spying on you. Everyone is being spied on 100% all the time. You can't get away from it. Even when
There's a
you're
Simpsons episode about it too.
Dude, even when you're outside of like cell service in like a dead zone, it's recording it and logging it, and then when you get back into service, it uploads it. It's freaking crazy.
Yeah. They say you can't even, if you tried to run from the government, you could go off to a random island. They have a satellite that's tracking you. Like it's impossible.
You can't get away from it. We live in a 100% surveillance globe now. It used to be a surveillance state. Now it's the entire globe. You cannot go anywhere.
Yeah. Everything is already centralized in a way, to be honest.
It is. And that's why I say, like, you know, we want decentralization. We want control of our money and everything, but that's not the direction things are moving. It comes with the guise of decentralization, but the fact of the matter is that's the wolf in sheep's clothing. And I hate to be Mr. Pessimist here, but I mean, since the beginning of time, men have been trying to take over the world. What makes you think that you're stopping now?
Yeah. I mean, you know, even if hypothetically Trump signs some sort of law that banned the tracking and everything for a while, which he probably will, all it takes is realistically a new administration to come in and vote to change it, right? So
Exactly. And they'll do it. And as of right now, all we have is an executive order, the no CBDCs bill, which is.
They left a loophole in there though. I've done my homework.
Oh, please tell me. I'm all ears.
They basically, I forgot what it was. Basically, it only bans the Federal Reserve from issuing a central bank digital currency, but the government still can, to put things short.
Or the corporation, the state.
Yeah.
Right?
The only ones who can't do is Federal Reserve, but it's kind of I don't even understand it because Federal Reserve, but we're talking about getting rid of the Federal Reserve now. So if there's only a CBDC ban on the Federal Reserve and then we get rid of it, then there is no more ban. So
Exactly. And look at we have the stablecoin bill just got passed, Genius Act, written into law now, right? And then they put forward 2 more bills. One is the No CBDCs Anti-Surveillance Act, and then the other one is the Clarity Act. And I'll tell you what, right now, they'll probably not pass the Anti-Surveillance Act. And people literally think that though all 3 of them are law now, and then it's over, it's done. That's how uninformed people are.
Yeah.
And they don't understand the process, how it works. And what'll happen is the news covered the stablecoin bill thing and everything all together at once, lumped it all in together, and then the Surveillance Act one will just dwindle off and die, and people will just assume that it's there when it's not.
Yeah, unfortunately, I saw Marjorie Taylor Greene warned against this so many times. She was like, we need to put these all in one bill. And nobody listened to her. I even saw so many MAGA supporters go after her, and I'm like, they're all wrong. Like, there is literally just says Federal Reserve. I mean, you can even ask Grok. Like,
Grok.
But
ask Grok, chat. Oh, dude,
you know
how old
you're
are
cooked if Grok did.
Grok. Oh man, that's funny. I am Grok.
I mean, if Grok tells you there's a loophole, there's definitely a loophole.
Yeah. Dude, I think the future is bright for those of us that are in crypto now. We're going to make some money, but I think in the long run, the future's bleak, man. We're going to lose.
It would take a miracle for us to have it otherwise.
And we talked about this before, remember? Like, less than 1% of the population in crypto, like of the crypto population, are informed. You know, that's why Bitcoin is freaking taken off. So the odds are stacked against us.
I think and that's my main issue, and I think this is why I'm such a XRP hodler, is because of like those who know whether adoption comes in 2030, not everybody's going to be in it, and once they pump it, it's going to be too late for most people. So it is what it is. You know, maybe we get lucky and the next 200 years are not centralized and controlled. Maybe we see change, but that's like a 1 to 99% chance ratio right there.
No way. No way. By that time, dude, it'll be like 100% a global government that is totalitarian, fascistic, authoritarianism 100% by then. That's what I see. That's the future. And we've been marching in lockstep for that for years.
Yeah.
Literally the people that don't want that march in lockstep for that to happen. It's
They've
crazy.
got their brains wired weird.
Dude, look at COVID. Look at what happened during COVID. people were like mad because they had to wear a mask. So when they were out in public and they saw someone not wearing a mask, they would bitch and complain about it and say, he's not wearing a mask. If I have to wear one, he has to wear one. They literally created their own problem that they hated. That's the world we live in.
Yeah, I know we probably can't talk about it because I don't want to, there's definitely an automated system listening to this, but there's a lot of things that, how do I say this without saying it, that they lied about that pandemic.
Oh, yeah.
And they got everybody to fall for it. And that's scary because
I didn't fall for it.
Yeah, I did not, but if people will fall for that, all I'm going to say is they could get everybody to take something that could, I'm not even going to get into that, but people are way too brainwashed.
Dude, they'll go put a brain chip in their brain if they think they can have Nintendo in their mind. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
And before you know it, and that'll be the future. Everyone's going to have these brain chips, right? And like, look at TikTok algorithm, right? It feeds you dopamine for scrolling.
Yeah.
And that's why TikTok Shop does so well, because it literally feeds you a dopamine response when you spend money. That's like why people watch on Twitch, and you can send bits on Twitch, right? Which are like just like when you send roses on TikTok, but they don't send them on Twitch because Twitch doesn't give them that dopamine release. But on TikTok, they're constantly sending in those gifts and stuff, and it's literally a penny. It's a fraction of a penny actually, because TikTok takes 60% of that penny, right? Yeah. And they feel as though they've done something and contributed so much by sending one rose, when really they've sent 40% of a penny. Yeah. But they continue to do that, and TikTok is like on a wide spread. They're making millions, and the creators, it's slave labor, dude. I've been sitting here for 2 hours and I've made $11. You know what I mean? That is slave labor. That's less than $5 an hour. And as time goes by, I'll be here for 4 hours and it'll still be about that same price. So like it's just crazy that dopamine release, right? And that's what I was talking about with the brain chips. The brain chip will do the same thing. You'll be doing slave labor, but your brain will be getting that dopamine release that you won't even care. You'll be happy to do it.
Yeah. It's crazy. And what's even more crazy is the people who think they're against it and you just said this, are advocating for the people who don't care about them.
Yeah.
Like at this point, this isn't even about what political side you're on, because I mean, let's be honest. There is no I don't even know what the word is, but you're not winning on either side. Let's just put it that way.
Let me bring something up in the chat. So Alexa says, I'd rather send it straight to you. And that's why we accept donations directly to the Cash App, Venmo, or PayPal. Alexa, obviously, you already know what it is. And Twitch, there's a link there that you can click. 50%. Okay, so TikTok takes 60% of what we make. All right. On here when you send gifts. If you send it to me, 50% of everything you send in donations goes to a nonprofit. This month we're giving to the undergroundrailroad.org, which is the Tim Ballard Foundation, which goes to help stopping essaying of children and trafficking. So when you're giving directly to me, we're receiving the same amount of money. But you're giving to not only this channel, but you're giving to something that matters. Like in the last several months, we gave to the Save a Warrior Foundation, which helps veterans who are like, want to unalive themselves and things like that, and don't have homes and things. So when you give those donations directly to the show, you're actually doing so much more. And I notice, like, when people give on TikTok, they send a penny or whatever. When they send those donations, they're actually substantial. We raised $75 2 months in a row for the Save a Warrior Foundation. And I think with crypto taking off the way it is, and the money people are making now, I'm hoping that we can raise over $1,000 to help children being trafficked. And I've been wanting to do this one for months now, and it just 4th of July came up, so I decided, we're going to do the Save a Warrior Foundation again. And like clockwork, like everything happens for a reason, man. But with the Epstein thing coming out, now we're doing the trafficking thing, and it just lined up perfect. God's got a bigger plan than we do, and his timing is perfect. So it really is amazing, all the donations you guys have sent in. So if you do want to give a donation to the show directly, send me a DM, and I will make sure that the money gets sent. And at the end of the month, when we get all the donations together, I post the receipt of the money that was donated, so you know that money's going to the cause that I say it's going to, and it's going to help this show. It's helping to pay Jesse, it's helping to pay the IT guy, the journalist that we have here, and Josh is just our slave labor. He's just here, he works for free. Anyway, go on. I didn't mean to cut you off. I just, little promo there.
No, that's good. I don't know. What were you talking about? Yeah,
Surveillance
I agree. It's
state.
Crazy. I mean, even what TikTok's done is, if you think about it, all these different gifts, even the galaxies, they've put like a value to each of the gifts and the animations, but it's all digital. It's like made up, and it's like people are paying for nothing if you really think about it. And like you said, 60% is going to TikTok, which is crazy.
That's, dude,
and
Twitch takes 25%,
Yeah.
which still seems like it's a lot. Like, I think they should be taking like maybe like 8 or 10%. Like 60% is crazy. That means when you send $10, they get 11, I get 9. Or excuse me, when you send $20, they get 11, I get 9.
Yeah. That, honestly, the only benefit with TikTok is at least they if you make like videos over a minute, you make more than you do on YouTube. Man, YouTube Shorts, because I have accounts that are monetized, they do not pay well. It's like, it's actually crazy, and it's like these media companies are profiting so much, and they're getting all these people to create content, but at the end of the day, it's like they just push what they want to push to the algorithm. And what you were saying too,
likes is the new currency.
Yeah, if you're sad, they're gonna push you videos around that topic. If you're happy, they're gonna push you videos around that. And it's like, it is that deep. It really is that deep. It's like, and the thing is, it's like, this all ties in with crypto. It's like, when we're talking about adoption, all this other stuff is also at the back end of that at the same time. Like, this is all technologies. I mean, you just said Amazon's working on a stable coin. It's like, where one thing goes, everything follows. It's always how it's going to be. It's like, Trump was talking about flying cars. And it's like, a couple years ago, we were watching movies about futuristic cities with insane technology, AI, robots, and flying cars. And now we have robots. Elon Musk is developing those. And probably a year or two from now, we're going to have flying cars. And then before you know it, you have futuristic looking cities, like 15-minute cities, or even just cities like that. Like,
oh yeah, they want you to live in the pod. They want you to live in the pod and eat the bugs. You'll have a brain chip in your brain. You'll think you're sitting on a beach eating steak, and you'll have bug paste pumped directly into your stomach, and you'll be getting a dopamine release that thinks you're biting into a juicy steak. The Matrix, man. That's where we're headed.
Yeah. Kind of like the Wall-E movie, almost. That little spaceship that everybody was in with their seats.
And what's crazy is we see these movies and we know that it's happening, yet we just march towards it.
Yeah.
And do nothing
they do
about
it on purpose.
Yeah. 100%. And that's deeper down the rabbit hole. I believe that the reason they do that is because in your brain, you feel like, oh, this needs to stop, but you've already fought against it because you released those emotions in the movie, not in real life.
Yeah.
So you're able to be pacified in real life, but in the movie, you're releasing those emotions, that anger, those feelings of revolt. Like, look at Star Wars. You know, we're clearly in the Empire, and everybody, you know, was for the rebellion. Yet, in real life, everyone marches in lockstep for the Empire, and that's because that dopamine release of I did something is released and gives your brain that feeling. So it pacifies you.
100%. Yeah, it's gonna be a crazy next decade. That's for sure.
Oh yeah. And were you here when I talked about the release of suppressed technologies bill? Do you know about that one?
Yeah.
Yeah. 2020. All suppressed technology is to be released and implemented into society by 2025. And that's the reset, the switch being flipped, all this new technology coming out. Obviously, it's going to be released and started to be implemented this year. But by 2030, the world will be unrecognizable. It will be that switch that you're talking about is going to happen, you know, like, but how, when, where, why, we don't know, but we do know it's coming. So I do think the narrative of everything going digital and getting taken over, yes, but I think it's more of like a slow roll snowballing effect over time, and not so much as a switch getting flipped where, like, ISO.
Yeah.
ISO just happened July, right? And everybody's like, oh, what happened to XRP? You know,
hey, real XRP maxis never told anybody that was going to do anything. I'm going to just leave it at that.
Right. But I mean, that's why we pumped the way we did. Crypto week with the bill and the ISO FOMO from the normies is why XRP's up right now. And like those prices you're talking about, $15, $25, that comes from institutional money, not retail FOMO. And that kind of money is probably not going to come in until after this thing crashes. I think end of the month, man, tariffs is going to bring it all back down, and then big boys are going to come move into it.
You know what's crazy though is I put this in the Discord group chat. Trump has a huge event planned for August 1st. So that
For
could
crypto?
be to counter tariffs. I think so, yeah.
Really? Where's that
Either
at?
that or it would just be some sort of news that would make the markets either stay where they're at or pump.
What's it called?
I'm
going to have Jesse look into it, pull it up for us.
I don't know exactly what it was. I just know something around August 1st. That's all I remember seeing.
Jesse, can you look and see if there's, you said it's around crypto?
Could be. They said something about payments, which, I mean, they can say that however they want. It had something to do with transactions or payments on August 1st.
Jesse, and it's in the Discord, right?
I was talking about it. I didn't put a link to it.
Oh, okay. Jesse, can you look into that and see what you can find? What's coming? Some event August 1st, something with payments or crypto, or I do know the tariffs are coming in on the 1st, right?
Yeah.
That's all I know of. So this is actually news to me. And it's funny how the timeline just seems to line up perfectly, right? Just when something's about to come along that's going to crash everything, they got to throw something out there to keep it going. Dude, it's insider trading at its finest, in case you hadn't noticed. Are you noticing a trend here? Because I am.
Yeah, I mean, what was it? They voted no on the Genius bill the night before just to vote yes on it the next day. That was 100% an insider trading move.
Oh, for
there.
sure. For sure. Not from a real source, only talking about his tariffs. Okay. So it's just something on X, probably. Rumor.
I know, I wouldn't say it's a rumor because I saw it like officially posted, but I will say I don't know exactly what it's about. I do want to clarify that. All I know is that some sort of an event is going to be on August 1st. I don't know how big it's going to be, but
Dude, if you find it or anything on it, in the Discord, there's like a hashtag news posted in there, and I'll look into it.
All right.
You don't got to do it right now, but anyway, brother, I got to get into the news and the rest of the show, man. I always appreciate having you on. It's been a great chat, and hopefully your bags pump. Same for you guys, chat. Hopefully your bags pump. Cryptogoat sent a heart me. There's so many fake crypto goats now. Ozthecryptogoats. There's a whole bunch of different crypto goats out there now. So by the way, if you want to follow me, make sure you follow me during the live because there are a million fake accounts of me now. All right, Josh, thank you very much. I appreciate you.
All right. Have a great rest of your night.
You too, brother. Yeah, send that link to Jesse on Discord. Put it in hashtag news, and I appreciate you.
All right. We'll do.
Well, that was a fun conversation. Thank you for all the gifts. So many to even list, but I'll give shout outs to names. Neo, Seamont, Travis, Big Baller, Crypto Slayer, Crypto Goat. Thank you for all the gifts. Lots and lots of gifts. Appreciate you guys. We've made a whopping $11.84, but I do appreciate it. Somebody send me a dragon crown. Let's see if we can get a dragon crown. I like that. That one's my favorite because I go, and like the fire comes out of your mouth. I don't know. I think it's fun. If you can't. Let me tell you right now, if you can't, I get it because it looks like we're about to pump, baby. XRP is a bull flag. This looks like a bull flag to me. Ah, Big Baller, thank you. Thank you for the dragon crown. Yeah, XRP is about to pump. From what I've worked with XRP market cap, it's going to about 58 to 60 bull market cap over $1. Dude, moon cheese. $58 to $60 billion market cap. What would that put the price at? Don't tell me you're going to say 10K. If that is the case, the secret market cap is 6 trillion, then XRP total is 100-ish. Secret market cap, $6 trillion. Bro. The secret market cap, guys. Are you guys following the secret market cap? Dude, if it's a secret, how do you know? If it's a secret, how do you know? I don't know. It sounds like some moon cheese. Only Stardust. Yeah, Stardust. You've been sniffing the Stardust, bro. My guy. Put the Stardust down, bro. Put it down. Oh, I think what he's saying is the price is going to go to $1. Now, I could believe that. I could believe that the price of XRP goes to $1. I tell you what, I do think that we're forming a bull flag on XRP, though. I think your buy point is right about where it's at right now. 354 to 348. That's going to be your buy point. Bro, I realize XRP is a blank, but is a baby cash cow. Enjoy making it. Can I TA Doge? Yeah, I can TA Doge for you, buddy. Just give me a minute here. Let's do the hat and mustache. Hat and mustache is the goal. My buy point was 40 cents. Nice. And if you missed a 40-cent buy point on XRP, I told you all when to buy it at 163. That was the buy point if you missed the first pump, okay? So if you're FOMOing now, you're not listening, you're not paying attention, you're not watching this show, you're not deluxe subscribing and getting that one-on-one coaching from me, okay? But I'll tell you what right now, if you're still FOMOing, you got a chance for at least another pump up to around like, 420. $4 to 420. I think $4 will be a next resistance. It'll go to like 420 to 450. It's coming. All right, let's do Doge real quick. I don't know who's still buying Doge, but Simon seems to do pretty well. Simon does pretty well, so if Simon's buying it, it must be about to do something. Thank you, Eric, Big Baller, and Simon for the hat and mustaches. Doge. Yeah, pretty much buy it now. I think it's going to go. I think XRP is going to go. All right, Doge is still this double bottom here, okay? So it's got this double bottom, right? Which means it should go to like 34, 35 cents to 36.55. That seems about right. It'll hit some resistance at 30 cents, and that could potentially fulfill it at 30 cents, and then it's done. But if we're going into alt season, I think it does like 34 to 36.5. And that's just based off of this. It could obviously potentially do more. Yes, Oz the Crypto Cowboy. Yeehaw! Nate, I'll do ADA. I literally just did ADA, but I'll do it again for you. Cardano. Yeah, Cardano, same thing. It's that double bottom. Okay. It should do like 95 cents to $1 minimum. Could do like $1.03, $1.05. I think that's more a realistic point on this one if we're going into alt season. And that's like a it could take us till mid-August to get to that point. I got in at 26 into Joe. Doge, what about Yasmi? There's too many gaps in the green candles. You mean in which one? By the way, if you're not trading gaps, you need to get into my TA class because we're going to start doing gap trading. Gap trading will print you money, baby. Nothing easier to read than a gap. All right, what was the Yasmi? Yasmi, baby. And remember, 50% of all donations sent this month go to the undergroundrailroad.org, the Tim Ballard Foundation, to help stop child SA trafficking. Yasmi, I'm not seeing Yasmi. It's not coming up. There we go. Oh, yeah. Ooh. Okay, Yasmi's same thing, this double bottom. All right. Double bottom here. Which means it should go to about like 0.0247, 0.025 to 0.028. That's just based off of this. Obviously, you can go higher, but based off of this pattern, I'll tell you what, like this one looks like a decent buy right now. Nice double bottom. Most people that are like traders would see this double bottom. This would be their entry point right now. Texas 1. You have a long list of cryptocurrencies that you want done, yet you are not a subscriber. So we'll see if I can get to you. Okay, buddy? HBAR's got the same double bottom. Yeah, a lot of them do. A lot of them do. TikTok seller, thank you for the roses. Let's do neon. Is that the right one? Neon. Yeah, it looks like the... Asking for a friend? Which one? XLM asking for a friend. Oh, that's funny. Dude, this one's like bottomed out, bro. How long has this been out? Since May of 2024. Is this is neon a meme coin? I'll tell you what, if we're going into alt season, this looks like a buy. But I don't know what the... Yeah, it looks rugged to me. Which means that it could have difficulty coming up because people start jumping out of it. If this is a meme coin, you might want to steer clear. My buddy who subscribed asked me to ask about algo. I recommend you subscribe yourself. You know, guys, we need more subscribers. Our subscriber has dropped dramatically, and that's because a lot of people haven't been renewing their subscriptions that they were gifted. So subscriptions are like way down. I think we're at like 75, 80 subscribers, down from like 200. And that was a while back. So it, you know, if you're, you know, looking for TA on these things and you're looking for advice in crypto, I offer coaching. Okay. So I offer one-on-one coaching with crypto and for your wallets, for even TA for your stocks and stuff, right? So become a deluxe subscriber, guys, and get that one-on-one TA. I'm not going to be offering the $1.99 subscription anymore, and it's just going to be the deluxe subscription where you get the one-on-one with me. So that way you can just ask me directly what something's going to do with the TA, because I can't go live all the time, and it's just better for me that way. So it's just a lot of work to put out those stupid videos like every single day. And so I'm going to be doing the deluxe subscriptions. Yeah, SXT looks like it might send. I agree. I think everything's about to send, y'all. Yeah, I'll SXT right now. TikTok seller, if this is a meme coin, I would steer clear of it. If it has utility, it might be worth buying, but I would probably steer clear of this thing personally, because if it is a meme coin and it got rugged from all the way up here, no matter how much you buy into it, people are going to try to sell it to get out of it. Yes, the green light is on, baby. The green light is on. It is on like Donkey Kong. Look, I'm gonna have to retire Crypto Hulk. Crypto Hulk is gonna have to get put away. No more Crypto Hulk. We're done with Crypto Hulk. All right, we'll do SXT. Man, I threw out my back like 10 minutes before the live, guys. I literally couldn't breathe. It was so bad. It was so bad. I haven't been this bad in a long time. Oh yeah, SXT looks like it might send, y'all. It also looks like it could be a Head and Shoulders here, okay? If this is a Head and Shoulders, we're cooked. And it's coming down to 0.075 if it's cooked. But that would be a buy, baby. That would be a buy. If you're in the TA class, you would see that's a fair value gap, but it already got filled. So I would say more or less that 0.085 would be it. This is beautiful. This is what you want to see in something that's crashed and moving up. It's filling all those fair value gaps. This is what you want to see. This means it's going to tick upward. It's gonna go up, I think. I don't really see it coming down. And if it does, it's probably going to go to 0.085 and then up from there. No big deal. I really don't think the Head and Shoulders is going to play here. I think we're going into alt season. And, you know, this is a cup and handle, right? So we have our cup and handle here. Now, it is a bearish drop into a cup and handle, so it's less likely to play out, only like 30% instead of like 60%. However, it's a new project and it hasn't really formed any patterns yet. So this is its first real pattern. So I would imagine this is going to play out. And if this plays out, you're going to see cup, handle, cup. So it'll go to 1450 probably. 14 to 14.50 is what I'm seeing. We'll take profits at around 11.5. Something like that. I think that this is bullish, man. I think that this one's going to see all-time highs, man. Just be patient on this one. And if it falls down, I'm buying more. All right? That's where I'm at with it. It may not send until the next cycle, okay? Remember when I told you about this one, okay? Remember I told you this one's in its accumulation phase. You're buying up and buying to hold this thing for when it does send. This is like buying Zbeck back in 2024. He said, please. Who said, please? Can you look at Chainlink, please? Because you said, please, yes, but become a subscriber, man. Or at least follow or hit the like button or something. Jeez, guy. Somebody throw me a bone here. Like, for real. Like the live or share it out to somebody or, you know, because was it CK 87 something, dude? Like, share the live, share it out to your friends, send a hat and mustache, you know, show some love and appreciation. Because guys, like, I do this like every day of the week. This is my life now. I could literally just be on vacation all the time. I went on 2 vacations. It was wonderful. And I was like, what the hell am I doing? Why am I sitting in front of a camera in a padded room all the time? I could just be on vacation all the time. Why am I doing this? And it's for you guys. I do it for you. I know you didn't share it because it would tell me you shared it. Now you lying to me. Now I'm not doing it. Eric, thank you for the hat and mustaches. Thank you so much. And by the way, those of you that are supporters of the show, you know who you are. All right. I don't have to tell you. And I appreciate all that you do. All right. A lot of newcomers though, man. We need some love here, man. We need subscribers. We need to grow this show. You know, I just want to grow. I just want to make this show popular. I just want to pay the staff here. You know, it's not really like, I'm not trying to be greedy or anything. I want to see this show do amazing things, you know? Thank you for sharing the live. I appreciate it, buddy. Thank you very much. All right, let me look at your project here. What was it called? Was it Chainlink? All right, let's look at Chainlink. Hey, no problem, man. I do this because I love the community. I love my community of people here that work here on the show. We have a whole staff here. Like, I do this because I want to help people. There's not a lot of jobs out where I'm at. So the fact that I'm giving people a job and a source of income, like that's an amazing thing. And I, you know, it makes me happy to see, you know, someone be able to provide for their family. Like, I feel like I'm putting food on their table. Like, okay, Chainlink is this double bottom. It's pretty much played out. It'll probably see 20 cents, which it did. So obviously, if we go into alt season, it could send more. the next upward target would be like 22.2. 22.2 is where it could potentially keep going from there. It could obviously pull back from there, but I think it would see support at about 19. So I think everything is kind of moving upward right now. I'm buying more SXT right now. Dude, I'll tell you what right now. My biggest bag is SXT. And I'm willing to hold it for the next 5 years. And I'm just going to keep adding to it. Yeah, I got some XRP. And, you know, I had dinner with Big Baller the other night, and I was kind of like bummed out because he was like, yeah, man, I'm making all this money off XRP. And I was like, man, I just been kind of buying SXT. And I was like, you know what? It's all right. Because, like, I don't need to be greedy. I'm not going to FOMO into nothing. I'm not going to risk other people's future just because I want to be greedy, and I'm okay with it. Like, I'm all right with it. Oh yeah, SXT is going to go as soon as alt season's official. Expect to see SXT. All right, expect it. It's going to happen. Is it going to do face melting numbers this cycle? Maybe. But next cycle, it's going to be the narrative. I'll tell you that right now. Next cycle, the narrative is not going to be utility. It's going to be security. Next cycle will be security because we'll be looking at adoption. And with adoption, people need security. They need things to be secure. Hey, yeah, no problem. Did you catch that Cardano one TikTok seller? You caught it, huh? Remember what I said? If it's lagging, it's going to catch up while everything else pulls back. So you get a second chance. You know, you don't got to FOMO in on nothing. There is plenty of things that you can do here. And like, that's what comes with the coaching. That's what comes with the TA classes. I'm going to point out those things where you're like, oh, well, XRP took off. Should I FOMO into it? No. Cardano, baby. It hasn't moved yet. You get another chance. That's what's beautiful about crypto. You don't have to be exit liquidity. You just got to know what you're doing, ladies and gentlemen. Thoughts on plug and I don't know, Jesse, can you look into those? Actually, you know what? Jathan, if you're a subscriber, I'd look into those, man. But we have a fact checker here that looks into stuff or whatever, but I'm not going to bug her. Oh, shit. Okay, there we go. I'm not going to bug her for someone that's not a subscriber. I'm going to start changing the rules. No TA for anyone that's not a subscriber. All right? If you're not a subscriber, no TA, period. Rule has been set from here on out. And if you're not a subscriber and you don't want to subscribe, you got to send a Galaxy. That's where we're at right now. All right? I'm tired of doing everything for everybody for free all the time. And the show gets no traction and goes nowhere. And yeah, I'm just tired of paying out of pocket. The cowboy has spoken. Yeah, giddy up. Giddy up. The crypto cowboy. See, Jesus rode in on a donkey. I'm riding in on a goat. Oz the crypto goat Jesus. I'm the crypto Jesus. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding, okay? I'm here. I'm your savior. Your savior. I'm here to save you. I'm just messing with you guys. I'm just messing, like, no, like, blasphemy, nothing. I'm just being silly, all right? And I don't think I'm crypto Jesus. All right. Unless anybody's got some TA, I'm going to read the news. Oh, this one's like, well, we can read the tariff stuff. Not bad to be called the crypto cowboy, Oz. I know, right? I like the crypto cowboy. It's kind of cool, right? Oh man, I threw out my back again. I threw out my back. I threw out my back. Boy down. Cowboy down. Matthew 25:33. Oh. I'm okay. I'm okay.
You though?
Yeah, I just threw out my back.
Don't you lie to me.
I'll be all right. Oh, cowboy down. Call the fire department. Call the paramedics. Send a galaxy.
How this works.
Oh, I gotta stand up for a second. Chat. Oh my God. Ah!
That's what you get for making fun of the lady with the button.
Oh my God. Pimp in distress. Man down. Man down. This is what I get for playing golf. I play one game of golf and I can't live. Can't breathe. Oh my God. I'm okay, Jesse. I'm okay. I'll be fine. Oh, it hurts. Send me a galaxy. I'll feel better.
Take a deep breath.
I'm all right. I'm all right. If chat sends me a galaxy, I'll be fine. Hey, wait, Jesse. Jesse! Dang it. Good help's so hard to find. All right. Back to the news. Akram. If you want TA, you got to be a subscriber. From now on, no free TA unless you're a subscriber. Period. We need subscribers. Oh, and I'm killing my back sitting here all the time. Oh, there it goes. Oh, Lordy. Oh, Lordy. Woo. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. All right, I'm back. Woo. All right. I'm back. Almost messed up the stash, huh? Oh, look at that. We lost serious viewership because I said you got to pay to play. Oh, well. We need more subscribers. I don't know what to tell you, you guys. Everybody wants a handout, but you're making money off me, but you can't even subscribe. Like, I don't get it. Don't get it. You can make a pile of money off crypto, but you can't be a subscriber. For shame. Like I'm a monkey that's supposed to dance for you when you say dance. Like I'm getting fed up with it, to be honest with you. I'm really getting fed up with it. Like I'm trying to help people, but nobody's supporting. They literally pop in, they get their TA, and then they're out. They don't even watch the show. Like, so it's a little bit frustrating. All right, U.S. plays hardball on tariff deadline as EU battles for a deal. U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick over the weekend warned that the deadline for baseline tariffs, 30% tariffs, is fixed. All right, fixed. Do I believe that? Nope. What they'll do is it'll come into play and then 3 days later they'll drop it. They'll extend it after a couple days. Oh yeah, the first came and went. On the second or the third, they'll do a pause. Say, oh no. I'm just not buying it anymore. I'm just sick of it. Or it all goes into place and the freaking markets crash. But I'm telling you right now, Trump is doing everything to keep the market from crashing. And the way everything pumped up high will, even if it pulls back, it's not really a crash because it volatilely pumped like crazy. Neo says maybe Jesse pineapples you. Oh, maybe. That would be nice. That'd be a good way to throw your back out. Pineapples in the chat if you think Jesse should ride me like a cowboy or a cowgirl. I'm going to get in so much trouble with my wife. I'm glad she's not watching right now. The markets are random, I thought. No, they're definitely not random. Definitely not random. The bloc, meanwhile, is scrambling to reach an agreement with the U.S. Economics and cross-asset strategy told CNBC that tariff rate 15 to 20% would be a total car crash for European exports. Maybe we get a deal. Maybe we get a deal because of all this. Maybe this is markets aren't going to tank. Markets are going to pump, baby, because we get deals. Finally. How long has it been they've been saying we've had deals? Like they lied to us and we're like, oh, we have deals. There's literally no deal. You're going to sleep on the couch tonight after what you said. I doubt it. I doubt it. I'm a good lay. Just kidding. I won't sleep on the couch because I pay the bills. All right. Alexa, you're funny. If I sleep on the couch, it's because my wife's sleeping on it with me. Actually, I don't have a couch. I'm poor. I live under the overpass. For the poor. For the poor. Send a galaxy for the poor so I don't have to sleep under the overpass tonight. August will be a pullback month? Possibly, unless we get trade deals. Unless we get trade deals. So, yeah. Europe can't survive with these tariffs. Europe has to make a deal. U.S. coffee drinkers and businesses will pay the price for Trump's Brazil tariffs. All right, so remember we got tariffs on Brazil coming on August 1st. Hey, Jesse, can you give me a Coke? You know what I need? I need like what Donald Trump has on his desk where he presses the Coke button and they bring him a Diet Coke.
I don't know. You said good employees are hard to find, so...
That's what I was saying. Like, you're a really good employee. I'm glad to have such a good employee that will actually bring me a Coke. Man, I'm in trouble. No pineapples for me with Jesse. So remember, we got these tariffs as well. Brazil. And then, as Trump's tariff deadline looms, economists see calm before the storm. That's what I think. I think that's why they pumped everything so hard with the crypto week. It's all probably going to get erased. That's what I think is going to happen. I think we pump till the end of the month. And then come the end of the month, that's what I think. Next month will be red. But for now, we're green. For now, we're green. The calm before the storm is what we're seeing right now. South Africa pushes to increase trade exports to China amid U.S. 30% tariff hike. South Africa vows to expand its trade portfolio to create a more balanced and tackle a growing trade deficit, which heavily favors China. Alt-season moon cheese is something to consider. That's why I'm thinking. And I think maybe we get like the alt-season moon cheese and we get a deal, like one stupid deal or a pause with one of them, and that creates like every other Like, we get one pause with one country and it null and voids like 90 other countries that actually got tariffs. It's crazy to me how people are just so low information. I'm with TikTok seller. I'm leaning more towards the moon cheese side. I think we get some pullback that's like healthy, but nothing crazy, not a crash. And then China pledges to crack down on illicit exports of rare earths, urges U.S. to lift more trade controls. So China's state security agency says it's cracking down on alleged smuggling of rare earth minerals that it says threatens national security, just weeks before Beijing and Washington agreed to make it easier for American firms to obtain from China those materials which are crucial for manufacturing computer chip production. In a report published Friday in the state-run newspaper Global Times, the Ministry of the State Security said foreign espionage and intelligence agencies were colluding to steal rare earth related goods by repackaging and relabeling rare metals to hide their Chinese origin. In some cases, the minerals were falsely declared as non-controlled items, mislabeled as such things as solder paste mixed into other materials like ceramic tiles, or hidden in plastic mannequins or water bottles, it said. I told you this whole thing is about rare earth minerals. The whole war, everything, it's all technology based. In order for us to have a worldwide digital financial system, robots controlling everything, flying cars, all that takes these rare earth minerals. This is everything right here. This is everything. They're smuggling it in, and China's got the monopoly. That's why we have to take it from Iran. That's why we have to win the war in Ukraine. I'm telling you right now, Russia will not give up on Ukraine because it needs those rare earth minerals, and the U.S. won't give up on Ukraine because it needs those rare earth minerals. Expect 20 years or more for a deal. Either we're at war with Russia, basically through the entire technological race, and the war never ends with Ukraine. And because we keep funding it, we'll get all their rare earth minerals, but the war will never end. That's what I see is going to happen there. That war was going to happen with or without Trump. Everyone said, Trump says, oh, I would have never got into that war. And what a load of malarkey. Putin was never going to let those rare earth minerals go. And the U.S. was never going to allow Russia to have them. Hopefully somebody plays that and gets me. Trump did tell Ukraine to just bomb Moscow. I believe so. Jesse, you're the fact checker. But yeah, Trump is like, and that's another thing. If we or Ukraine bombs Moscow, expect volatility in the markets. You better buy that dip though, baby. That's a dip to buy for sure. You looked it up to make sure. Do you want to read an article on it or anything, or is that it? I'm actually surprised I missed that. You didn't send me that article? It's a video. None of the other journalists sent me that video. I didn't see it. Ukraine is a done deal. Yeah, but we have to win. Russia has to give up in order for, us to keep those rare earth minerals. So we'll be at war with Russia forever. Has Trump just been sitting in the office the last couple days? That's a good question. Haven't seen him saying crazy stuff for a few days. No, I guess he said it to bomb Moscow. Everyone over 60 has to report for military. In what, Ukraine? Oh, he said Redskins? Oh, I know, right? Oh, guys, by the way, I'm not ready to reveal this one yet, but I found a Mandela effect, baby. I found one, and this one, I'm almost like Jesse says I shouldn't say anything about it. Jesse says that I shouldn't say it because we're going to put a target on our heads. We will have a target on our back for this one. And let me tell you right now, people are going to hate me. People will hate me for saying this. I'll tell you that right now. And it's so crazy. I found it by accident. The Ukraine draft is 18 to 25. That's pretty crazy. Revolution, thank you for the hat and mustache. Brooke Odyssey, how are you doing? Glad to see you. Both genders, interesting. Not the right time, not the right place. I'm not going to say it right now. And I'll tell you what, when I'm ready to say it, I'm going to break out the record player for it. We will divulge the records. "13-year-olds are learning medical training for the front line." And that tells you right there that such a young age is they're training them because they know by the time they're 18, they're going to be shipped off to the front lines. All right. This war with Ukraine is not ending anytime soon. 20 to 50 years, baby. 20 to 50 years for the Ukraine war. So if you think inflation is coming down, think again. Think again. That's where a third of our inflation is coming from. The other 2/3 is coming from the banks lending out more money than they have. But a lot of it comes from funding that war, baby. And we're not going to stop. We need those rare earth minerals. Either that or we got to put boots on the ground in Iran. The U.S. will continue to fund. They have everything to gain. I wouldn't be surprised if at some point they put boots on the ground, all right? Or the U.S. does a military escapade like they did in Iran for to bomb Moscow. I would not doubt it. Long term, obviously. Not tomorrow, but it's coming. We cannot lose the war in Ukraine because of the rare earth minerals. Otherwise, it's Iran. We've got to invade Iran, boots on the ground. And that's going to be a harder war to win, right? Iran is going to be harder to win than it will be to just keep funding Ukraine. A 100 missiles a minute to try to take down one Russian ballistic. Oh my God. That's your tax dollars hard at work, baby. U.S. tax dollars funding the missile machine. I'll tell you what, Lockheed Martin, baby. Lockheed Martin makes those ballistic missiles. If you thought that we're going to have peace on earth, goodwill toward men, you're wrong. You know what's crazy is months ago, I said that the war in Ukraine was going to get worse. And it was right after Trump got elected, and everyone was like, oh, they're going to negotiate a ceasefire next week. It's going to be over. And here we are months later. I'm never wrong, man. Can I just be wrong one time, please? If I could be wrong one time, then the world would be a better place. Oh, I threw my back out again. Oh, oh, man down. Oh, oh, hip in distress. Oh, oh my God. So bad. Can't breathe. I can't breathe. Oh, okay, I'm all right. I'm okay. I already tried to help you. There's no helping me. You're just gonna have to hop on this cowboy and ride it. Pineapples in the chat. Jesse's gonna kill me. That's why she's not coming to help me right now. She's so mad about the pineapples. You're gonna have to ride this pony boy. I'm telling you, it'll help my back. It'll help my back. Just need a good, nice massage. It'll help me out, I promise. Oh man, I'm in trouble. I am in trouble. Neo says it's a trap. What's a trap? The markets? I think it's like a bull trap. What is a trap? Now I'm curious. Scroll up. Jesse to help you. Oh, no, I promise it's not a trap. Jesse, help me. Help me, Jesse. Jesse, help me. I've fallen and I can't get up. Jesse, I need your tender love and touch. Only you can prevent forest fires. You know what? I'm going to actually get hurt and not be able to move, and no one's going to come help me now because I'm a dirty old man. No hablo inglés. Necesito. Yo necesito. Yo necesito. Look at our ghost has a smiley face. Gift to send me. Gift to send me. I need gift to send me. 15 lions. Gift to send me. You gift to send me. All right. Back on the We're having fun today because, like, I took pain medication because I threw out my back. Oh, I'm a little wonky today. Jesse, I need you in here. It's important. It's important. Come here. I need your tender, loving touch. I need you to come and give me a little massage. A massage. I will tip you. I promise no happy ending. Well, unless you're down. Just not on the live. We'll save the happy ending for the end. She's spitting your Coke. I wouldn't doubt it, but honestly, she's hot enough, I'd drink it. She could spit in my mouth. I have to say, Jessie she's pretty hot. She's a fine little lady there. She's a cute one for sure. All right. Federal Reserve officials gives green light to July rate cuts. All right. Official, not officials. Okay. There's one guy. Now, mind you, every single time they've voted on rate cuts, it's been unanimous. So now there's one guy that's saying, okay, I've heard teardrops work wonders in a drink. Interesting. Jesse, lend me your tears or lend me your rear. Simon, thank you for the 12 what's ups. Appreciate it. You gift to send me? Gift to send me. Hat and mustaches, baby. You gift to send me. All right, so let's watch this little video.
This is a market that can continue to rally irregardless if the Fed cuts rates.
The problem that we have now is that we have so much debt that with the interest rates that are currently the way they are, our interest is now, we're in the net negative interest rate situation. The Federal Reserve is not remitting positive interest payments to the Treasury right now. Like, that's normal. That's not what's happening right now. We're in a net negative situation. And that will likely continue as we have to refinance this debt. So the issue is, while we all want cheap cost of capital, we can't afford to have the interest be the third or fourth largest expense on the Federal Reserve's balance sheet, or excuse me, the federal government's balance sheet behind Social Security and Medicare and the military. That is not something that we're used to being down 7, 8. It's coming up to 3 or 4. And that's when you start to see countries that are at a 120% debt to GDP that enter something we call a debt spiral, where you have to keep refinancing your debt and the interest keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and eventually it's impossible to continue to refinance. So we're not there, but Americans need to take heed and caution that, for one, it takes time to implement AI. It will take time to monetize. If you remember, I can give you like the .com crash as an example. We had this huge run up and we couldn't even sell a bag of dog food. Pets.com was worth $1 billion. So it wasn't until e-commerce was actually created and then the internet could
Jesse, can you see what time Powell goes live tomorrow?
And then we leveled out. So you will
I think it's Eastern Standard Time.
You'll always see hyper exuberance, and then once monetization reality comes into play, you do see some retrenchment until you can get a stable, okay, this is the operating level that we're going to be at for a while, and that will continue to grow, but you will see it come back from the highs. And so that's the issue, is that yes, we're on the fourth industrial revolution. Yes, robotics, quantum computing, AI, blockchain, all of these technologies are going to give us so much growth opportunity, but they should be able to do that organically without us
buy the rumor, sell the news, baby.
Low interest rate policy and massive quantitative easing.
A weak housing market could deliver rate cuts and rescue the Fed from Trump. Is that a good thing? Do we want that? 8:30 a.m. What time zone? I think that's Eastern Standard Time, if I'm correct. Eastern Time. Correct me if I'm wrong, Jesse. 8:30 a.m. What time zone? Whatever DC is, I think that's Eastern Standard Time. It should say. All right, let's give this a little listen.
A weak housing market could deliver rate cuts and rescue the Fed from Trump. The Federal Reserve is keeping a close eye on President Donald Trump's tariffs and how they will affect inflation. But the housing market may clear the way for lower rates, rescuing central bankers from the White House's relentless pressure for more easing. The housing market has largely been frozen since the Fed launched an aggressive rate hiking campaign in 2022 as mortgage rates jumped along with Treasury yields. Last year saw a few rate cuts, but prospective homebuyers still face high borrowing costs, and the strains are starting to show. Now, there are growing alarms that home prices, sales, and home building are all headed for a slump. Housing accounts for about a third of the goods and services measured in the Consumer Price Index, meaning weakness in shelter costs can slow inflation readings substantially. That could offset the inflationary effects of Trump's expansive tariffs. While they have yet to trigger a big spike in prices, there are signs that import-sensitive categories, such as autos and appliances, are already feeling the impact of higher duties. In a note last week, Comerica Bank chief economist Bill Adams said the cooling housing market is helping bring down core service price inflation, in a trend disconnected from tariffs. Toward the end of the year, the housing market may become a bigger deal for inflation than tariffs, he predicted. Housing weakened in the second quarter,
I said
with
that
sluggish
months
construction and
ago.
sales and
If you
falling
had
price
a
indexes.
investment
If house prices and
property
rents
to
continue to
sell
run
it.
cool, they will further slow core inflation.
Not financial
Cooler
advice,
inflation
of
is more
course,
likely
but I
than
was
labor market
right.
data to spur Fed rate cuts.
Can
Adams
I
noted
just
that even
stop
if
being
hiring
right?
becomes
The
sluggish,
world would
the
be a better
unemployment rate will
place if I
probably
was
hold steady.
wrong.
That's because Trump's immigration crackdown is squeezing the labor supply. So demand for workers would have to tumble for the jobless rate to jump, he explained. And with Trump's tax cuts going into effect later, businesses are unlikely to slash hiring. A more likely outcome for the economy is that the weakening housing market cools core inflation enough that the Fed feels comfortable incrementally reducing rates late this year, Adams wrote, adding that Comerica expects a quarter-point cut from the Fed at the December meeting. December won't be soon enough for Trump, but others on Wall Street don't see any cuts this year. At the same time, Trump is mindful of the Fed's impact on housing. In a Truth Social post on Friday, he said Fed officials are choking out the housing market with their high rate, making it difficult for people, especially the young, to buy a house. Chairman Jerome Powell and other policymakers have held off on lowering rates, pointing to the potential for tariffs to stoke inflation further later this year. Meanwhile, Trump has been haranguing and insulting Powell for months to cut, even suggesting that he could oust the man he appointed in his first term to lead the Fed. Trump said last week it's highly unlikely that he would fire Powell, but others in the administration are pressuring the Fed in other ways. The White House has used cost overruns on the Fed's headquarters renovation to accuse Powell of mismanagement. And on Monday, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent told CNBC that the entire Federal Reserve institution should be examined. The connection between lower rates and housing was not lost on Jim Reed, global head of macro research and thematic strategy at Deutsche Bank. This may explain the persistent pressure from Mr. Trump on the Fed to cut rates. Perhaps he sees this as the most effective way to support the housing market, he wrote in a note on Monday.
Who thinks we see rate cuts? Let me see. If you think we're going to have rate cuts, smiley faces. Crying faces if no rate cuts. Smiley faces for rate cuts. Crying faces for no rate cuts. Let's see. Revolution says no rate cuts. TikTok seller says no rate cuts. What's the consensus here? I want to know what y'all are thinking, because I think no rate cuts, and the fact that they put out the first article that we read that official says that there would be rate cuts, that leads me to think that it's only one person. You would hear a consensus of all of them starting to say one guy coming out is not enough. Them pushing that agenda means it won't happen. I agree. Dude, even if they have dirt on Powell, it ain't gonna do nothing. It's more than just Powell. That whole investigation on Powell and all of that is to create, it's insider trading. It's to create you to think that they're gonna get rid of Jerome Powell. It ain't gonna happen, bro. And dude, we talked about this, big baller, where you were messaging me and you were like, oh, they're gonna get rid of him and all this stuff. He's still there, man. He's still there. It's a private institution. The court has already ruled that they're not going to do anything. What's up, Danny? How you doing, buddy? The crypto cowboy. Send in those hat and mustaches, baby. Hat and mustaches is the gift of the day today. The night we had dinner, I told you to go all in with XRP. Well, we had already gone pretty hard with XRP, and I did buy some more, but I'm not going all in on it. I think we're flagging now, though. I think there's a strong indication it keeps taking off. Thank you, Danny. Appreciate that. Yeah, I got a nice look, right? You guys like the cowboy look? Cowboy looks pretty cool, right? Oh, we're going to save that one for later. Let's see. It's 8 o'clock. that means that we are moving to YouTube. So right now we're going to be live on YouTube exclusively. So not TikTok. And make sure when you go to, yes, on YouTube, not Twitch, not TikTok, but YouTube. So make sure you come over to YouTube and follow me. It's free to follow on YouTube. So you're going to go to youtube.com/Ozthecryptogoat. Yes, it's all Ozthecryptogoat, every platform. So we're going to be doing a YouTube exclusive there. And we need to get more followers there, more likes on the videos. And the reason we're doing YouTube is because I want people to know where to find all these recordings. So we're not going to be on Twitch this time. We're going to be on YouTube. So I'll give you all a few minutes to find it. We're live on YouTube right now. And you're going to have a better viewing experience on YouTube and Twitch. TikTok is very glitchy sometimes. So we're going to have a good time there. We're going to talk about the spicy stuff that we can't talk about here on TikTok. So make sure you come over to YouTube. I got to call the IT guy in here. Jesse, can you send the IT guy in here? It should say that I'm live right now. I want to make sure that it's working. Jesse, if you're there and you're listening, I'm sure you are. Can you send the IT guy in here? Because this is my first time actually doing the YouTube live thing like this. Okay, so we should be live. I need to be able to see the chat though. So I need the IT guy here. And I'll give you all just a minute to get over there. Make sure you like, follow, subscribe. Okay, go to all my YouTube videos. Okay, and just give them all a like and leave a comment. Right, because we want to build that platform as well. Obviously, you don't have to watch there, but giving some engagement is going to help for new people on other platforms to see this and for us to grow. Calling Elon Musk right now. Calling Elon. We're going to give Elon Musk a call. My thoughts on Sui, I think it's going up. It's not showing alive. All right, I'm going to call. I'm trying to get wireless subscriber. I'm trying to get the IT guy in here. So, Jesse, if you can get the IT guy to come in. Is he even here? I swear if he's not here right now, somebody is getting fired. Actually, I can't fire him because I need him too much. Yeah, he probably fell asleep or he didn't even show up. Like he's going to show up late. Oh, he is here. Okay. Can you send him in, please? Wake him from his slumber. If you could so kindly. Oh, no, with no attitude at all. We love the IT guy here so much. He's just totally awesome. We love TikTok Shop, right? We love TikTok Shop. Oh man, I really messed up my back, y'all. While we're waiting for the IT guy, anybody have any TA they need done? Eduardo Reyes, how you doing, man? What is going on, my guy? anybody need TA? Obviously, you need to be a subscriber to get TA. No more free A. I'm gonna call it free A when it was free. What are we doing, bro? We're looking at XRP right now. You know, I kind of want to see this on a lower time frame. Man, that sure looks like a double top in the 4 hour. That's not good. Okay, let me tell you something, okay? XRP needs to pump, like, it's creating higher highs. Okay, XRP needs to come back up here to 365 soon. Does the IT guy do crypto? No, he does not. He's 18 years old. He squanders his money on energy drinks and I don't know, what are video games, I guess. I don't know. But hey, whatever he wants to do. I've been trying to get him into crypto. You don't want nothing to do with it. I get it. You trying to run people away from your show? So it says that YouTube's not going live. Check YouTube. Oh no, can you check it? And then how do I see the chat from YouTube?
You have to open up YouTube. You have to open up.
Okay.
Do it on here instead of here.
So here I am. So view my channel.
Yeah.
Right here.
Go live.
Where? Here.
Could be live.
Trying to sleep it. Which one?
Just like the virtual. Should.
Bear with me for just a moment. So he's not investing the roses. Nope. IT guy, what do you spend your money on?
Only stuff I need to do.
You don't buy crypto?
Nope.
Told you.
We're tired of hearing about crypto. That's why we don't buy it.
I tried. I tried, chat. I tried. And I'll tell you what, it's probably out of spite. If anyone else in the world was telling him to buy crypto, he would probably buy it. But because it's me, ain't happening.
Yeah, I gotta spend on other things.
He's a kid. He needs... Well, I mean, he's an adult, but, you know, compared to me, he's a kid. He's got to buy energy drinks and video games.
He literally just bought curtains. What are you talking about?
Curtains, ladies and gentlemen. He needs curtains.
I do. It's hot.
Dang, we got a full studio right now. I got the IT guy on one shoulder and Jesse on the other, like the devil and the angel. Can you guess which one is the angel?
Not me.
Yeah, it's definitely not you.
me.
Oh, you're the angel. Pineapple's in the chat. I just got the death stare of I will stab you. Big Baller says he needs to invest. He can't own all the energy drinks he wants. I know, that's what, dude, that's what I'm trying to tell him. Dude, you got to tell him, because if I tell him, he's going to do quite the opposite.
I'll combat sleep instead.
Mother of Dragons says HR. Mother Dragons says that she's going to volunteer as my HR just so that Jesse has an advocate, because I'm running a slave operation over here.
Perhaps.
I have a bunch of slaves that work in a sweatshop, literally because we had no AC the other day. They were in a sweatshop. I told them that they could go home, and Jesse insisted on staying in the wretched heat.
And who fixed the AC?
Jesse fixed the AC. And Yeah, good job.
Yeah, I know.
You were also hitting on Elon? I mean, Elon's got some money. That's for sure. No. Alexa, you could hit on Elon, though. Hey, Elon, Alexa says, what's up? What's good with it? No response. Josh says, bro could at least double his money on Ada. I know. Instead, he's going to take Alexa out to dinner. I think he's taken. Are you taken?
Yes.
Very much taken.
Oh, IT guy is very much taken. He's off the market, ladies and gentlemen. Pineapples in the chat for the Elon Musk, the IT guy. Pineapples in the chat.
You must want all your content to disappear.
I don't care at this point.
No, John,
Oh, Josh is sending you pineapples, buddy. Josh is about it. Josh, is that an offer? Are we supposed to have face cam right now? No, you're not. You'll get nothing. Neo says at Josh is Ada going to 160. Why do you want Josh's moon cheese analysis and not mine?
Because he's the future and he has a different
Chat's right there.
perspective. And you need to
Okay,
see all
we are on YouTube exclusively.
Okay, it's going to show up.
All right, everybody, come on over to YouTube. We're going to talk about YouTube things. We're back here. Yes, come on over to YouTube. It's better than pineapples. Come to YouTube, ladies and gentlemen. Come one, come all. Ada is goated for real. I do think Ada is going to do awesome, awesome things. Come to YouTube, ladies and gentlemen. I will be ending the live soon. We got one person. So make sure you come over to YouTube. I'll give you guys a few minutes. Get your YouTube set up.
Out of the way. Oh, no, you're good. You're good.
I can't find you on YouTube, and that's why we're doing this, giving you a chance to find me on YouTube. Remember, Ozthecryptogoat, all lowercases, no spaces, exactly the same as Twitch and TikTok. It's pinned at the top there, Ozthecryptogoat. You'll see my little goat logo on my YouTube. Come on over. I'll give you all just a minute.
Main Street.
Oh.
Little time run.
Whoops. No. Nope. We're just going there to build that platform a little bit, give it a little bit of traction so that way people, new viewers can come from new platforms. It's got your old lives. I don't find now live. The live is there. I see TikTok seller in the live. I see Jesse. TikTok seller says, hello, when 10K? 10K never. Yeah, I get long format on TikTok or on Twitch or on YouTube, which is great because we do long lives. Yeah, the Twitch is still going, but that's going to end as well. So it's going to be on YouTube exclusively. So come over to TikTok or on YouTube. But we want to go to YouTube right now. We want to give YouTube some traction, you know? Show a little support. We want to try to gain new viewers cross-platform, so bring everyone over to YouTube right now. And that's where we're going to do the YouTube thing. So, I'm going to end the live and I'll see you guys on YouTube. Do you guys need a few more minutes? Do you need a couple of minutes? I'll give you guys 5 more minutes and then we'll go to YouTube. I only see a couple. We got 4 people. And don't forget, when you come over to YouTube, spam the chat. Spam the chat, guys. We want to grow this platform, right? Obviously, you don't have to watch it here all the time. But the idea is to give some engagement, and then their algorithm will push us out to new people. So thank you for your support. Thank you for coming over there and doing all this. Tactic is like, wait, you're leading folks away. Let's go, Oz. It's not that I'm leading them away. We're going to talk about things we can't talk about on TikTok. Okay? And instead of doing it on Twitch, we're going to do it on YouTube because we want to grow that platform as well.
Me.
Oh my God. Dude, he doesn't speak Spanish, Alexa.
No, please, you gifter send me. Gifter tab send me.
You gift to send me. He says,
yes,
please,
yes,
you gift
yes.
to send me.
Yes.
If somebody sends me a lion, will you
Aileen,
go away?
how
you doing? We're getting
Send me.
We're getting a few people.
No,
They're starting
send me.
to filter over. I'm sure people got to
Please, you
find
send
me.
me.
No, you send me.
Please.
No, you send me, please.
Yes, you gifter
He
send
won't
me.
leave if you send him a gift. No, that's like when you feed the bears, they don't go away. Don't feed the
I am
bears, guys.
Pakistan. I am Pakistani. You gifter send me.
I'm still streaming
send
on
me.
Twitch, but it will be ending once we're officially over onto YouTube.
Dude, he
doesn't speak Spanish, Alexa.
No, please, you gifter send me. Gifter tab send me. You send
That
me.
video is elite.
He says, yes, please, yes, you gift to
send me. Yeah, you fully doxed yourself.
If
That's all right.
me a lion, will you go away? Send me.
No, send me.
Please, you send me.
No, you send me.
Please.
No, you send me, please.
Yes, you gift
He
send
won't
me.
leave if you
You
send
gift
him
to
a
send
gift.
me.
No, that's like when you feed the bears. Yeah, you're
they
safe.
Don't go away.
Don't worry,
Don't feed
Kayleen.
the I am Pakistan. I am Pakistani. You gifter send me.
Hey, Danny, how's it going?
You send me.
Mother of Dragons, we are moving over to YouTube.
Dude, he doesn't speak Spanish, Alexa.
Just for right now, for the last half of the live, come on over to YouTube. That's Oz the Crypto Goat, all lower cases, no spaces. We got 1 more minute, and then we're going exclusively on YouTube.
If somebody sends me a lion, will you go away? Send me.
Send me.
No, send me.
No, not on Twitch. We'll be on
Please,
YouTube.
you send me. No, you send me.
We'll be on YouTube. We want to grow that platform a little bit as well. Obviously, you don't have to watch on YouTube, okay? But this one time, we're going to do an exclusive on YouTube to gain some traction with YouTube to help that algorithm.
I am Pakistani. You gifter send me. You send me.
But AB, understand that every live is recorded onto YouTube, so this is going to allow you to come to YouTube and follow, so that way you can find the videos when they're recorded when you miss a live. That's the whole purpose.
If somebody sends me a lion,
to help you with resources, right?
Send me.
And so that way you can follow me on there and we can gain some traction.
Please, you send me.
No, you send me.
So everybody, make sure you come over
You send me, please.
to YouTube. That's Ozthecryptogoat on YouTube. Every platform is exactly the same. Ozthecryptogoat, all lowercases, no spaces. All right, it is 8:30. We are going to YouTube exclusively. I will see you all there.
Oh my God.
And if you can't get away from TikTok, I'm sorry.
Please, you gifter send me.
But we will be on YouTube. So see you there.
Send me. He says, please, you gift to send me.
Yes.
If
All right.
somebody sends me a lion, will you go away?
Send me.
No, send me.
Please, you send me.
No, you send me.
Please.
No, you send me, please.
Yes, you gifter
He
send
won't
me.
leave if you send him again.
All right,
No,
give me
that's like
1
when you
second.
feed the bears, they don't go away. Don't feed the bears, guys.
Okay. Check 1, 2.
We built for years and they still hating on us. I ain't complaining, I'm just being honest. They leave us out of every poll to try and shade us to take control. But we the goats, we real got soul to be the greatest, that is the goal. So go and judge me and slur my name. Yeah, G9 is what I became. Just judge my music, don't need the fame. But no LF goat is what I proclaim. When you're a goat, you just know it. We the black sheep, yeah, I suppose it's coming for us to just be different. Cause all my life I've been belligerent. I get so mad when they play ignorant, but that's what made us so magnificent. Yeah, we here and we chilling with the tribe. Got my grass and my hoodie and my light. Getting lit, come on, you know you wanna try. We doing good, bro, please don't come off vibe. Said we here and we chilling with the tribe. Crypto underdogs, nah, I ain't gonna lie. So good they can't ignore even if they try. We'll never leave it, sell it, go till we die. No, you'll never hear a mumble rap from me. These words I care, yeah, they have meaning. We in the matrix, but I'm intervening. About to pull you out, Neo, you've been dreaming. Find you in the song and want you to be freed. So get used to seeing goats up in your feet. It's guaranteed that we'll succeed. Come on, man, I know you've seen the term goat used on a TV. It's in sports and it's in music. There are lots of ways to use it to describe the best. The ones obsessed, that hidden quest. It's like we blessed. Boy, I'm like Santiago, I'm the alchemist. Travel the world and leave you all impressed. Become the wind, my spirit strong. I swear I'll prove them haters wrong. Show them we for real all along. Cause goats are great, the top's where we belong. Ozthecryptogoat, it means the other heart. Like yin and yang can't split apart. The dark from light, yeah, it's a balance. You only know this if you're like Alice and seek the knowledge down that rabbit hole. Two equal opposites that complete the soul.
All right. Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with everyone you know. Welcome to the Ledger Lounge. This is Ozthecryptogoat, and we have a very, very special live today. We have the president of California's Stand With Crypto coming on the show. I've got my Stand With Crypto pin on right now, and I'm in chats with her. She should be on here shortly. In the meantime, everybody hit the like button. We do... How's everybody doing today? Do you guys like my new picture? I have the Christmas goat. Oz the Christmas goat. What's the name of the trust company? Angel Finance? In the meantime, hit the like button. Just working out some details with the guest right now. Please bear with me. I do apologize. I usually like to get all this done, but this is a very busy person. So we're trying to work with them as best we can. All right, we're back. How's everybody doing? I'm gonna bring down the music here and we're gonna talk a little bit. How's everybody doing, man? It's good to see everybody showing up. Don't forget to hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. Everybody double tap the screen if you're watching on TikTok. If you're watching on YouTube, don't forget to hit the like button as well. Don't forget to subscribe. Those of you on X, don't forget to hit the chat. Those on Twitch, we're also live on Facebook. And we're live on X as well. I have all the chats pulled up so you can watch and chat from any platform you like. People tend to use TikTok the most, but we have wherever you decide to find yourself, that's the place to be. Let's set up a Heart Me goal here on TikTok. Boom. All right. So we have a special guest today. It's Miss Nifty, Miss NFTY. She's the president of Stand with Crypto. She's going to be coming on, and so this is their website. This is standwithcrypto.org, and it says, if you care about crypto, it's time to prove it. 52 million Americans own crypto, and yet crypto's future in America remains uncertain. Congress is writing the rules as we speak, but they won't vote yes until they've heard from you. Join the fight, and you can click right here, right? So there, it looks like there's 2,623 U.S. advocates, 1,226 policy maker contacts, advocate donations. They've raised over $500,000, and globally they have 2.9 million crypto advocates. So these are the different. So look, it shows you someone in Washington emailed their rep. Someone in Washington followed SWC on X. Someone in Washington joined SWC. Obviously, that's Stand with Crypto. Someone in Utah joined. Nevada, California, Illinois. Someone in Illinois emailed their rep. So you can track everything that's going on with them, where it's happening, what they're doing. And as you can see, the big areas, I don't see anything in New York yet, but we have Connecticut, we got Virginia. This is around the DC area. Washington, California, Nevada. These are hot spots, right? So this is good, and the reach is growing. This lady has been on a plane for like days. I think it was like 6 days. We'll ask her, and she'll tell us everything. But it's been quite amazing to see all that they've been doing and all the work they do. So Stand with Crypto is first and foremost the result of 2 million plus people fighting to keep crypto in America. We also partnered with a number of companies to fight alongside us. So it looks like we got Privy, Protocol Labs, Paxos, Anchorage Digital, MoonPay, Coinbase, Third Web, Lightspark, all these different Kraken, BTC, Hedera, OpenSea. So they're partnered with all these different companies. which is pretty amazing. Let's see. Let's go back here. So you can also, on the website here, this is standwithcrypto.org. You can join Stand with Crypto. You can email your senator. You can follow on X. And maybe we'll write an email in the next live show that we do. I'll write the email, and you guys can help me compose it. I'll be in and out for today. Had the worst day of all time. Oh, I know about your day, brother. Sorry to hear that, man. Glad you're okay and you're doing well. I'll tell you what. Everybody simultaneously right now spam the chat with a W. How about SWC? Stand with Crypto. Everybody SWC in the chat. Hashtag FYP, hashtag for you, all the hashtag crypto. I do know that there's a bit of competition in the live time right now, so it is what it is. But you know, share the show out with your friends. Let's get the algorithm rolling and get more people watching, and we can get to our regular viewership levels. And before we start the show, if anyone has any questions or wants to come on the show and ask any questions, let me know in the chat and we'll see if we can work that out. Let's see here.
Competition within ourselves. LF Goat. Hey, go tribe. No drama, bitch.
I love this song.
I got no drama. Said I got no problems. Not a single distraction. Don't care about your trauma. What are you building? Said what are you doing?
Hashtag Goat Tribe.
Trust me, I'm suing. Every day I check the feed and see some dumb shit. Like someone bugging or they got a scam, like fuck it. Somebody sleeping with somebody else.
The music's allowed on TikTok. I have the rights to this. I'm have full permission to use this music.
They always be talking behind my back, bro. I really don't care. I'm just trying to stack. They tearing you down, they messing shit up. Don't think I can't take any more of this fuss. So remember to leave my name.
So if you have any questions or you want to come up on a panel, let me know. Anybody want to come up?
No drama. Leave it at the door. We don't care. We won't fight. This ain't a war. Keep it straight. Only business on our mind. No hate, no drama. We on the grind. On the grind, another day, another verse. Always getting better, I ain't getting any worse. Build you up, help you out how you meant. Also, you can pull this stupid little stint. Come on, man.
How's it going? Hold on, let me adjust the volume here. There, now I can hear you. Hold on, I gotta adjust the audio for you because what's going on?
I'm good. I'm sorry I missed your interview earlier today.
Oh, it hasn't started yet.
Oh, I thought it was at 3 o'clock California time.
No, that's the TA class, and that got rescheduled.
Oh, or did I read the flyer wrong?
You may have. So the flyer is, the show starts at 5 p.m. and then the guest comes on at 6 to give a chance for people to come in so they don't miss out on the first part of the show. So do you know who the guest is?
I looked up Miss, Nifty?
Yeah, or NFT. Why?
I'm not sure if I recall her. I may have heard her speak before.
Yeah. So I met her at this last crypto event I went to, and she's the president for Stand with Crypto in California. And this is their website right here, standwithcrypto.org. And it actually is a tool where you can email your senator directly. You can take polls, refer friends, mint an NFT, follow. But my main thing that I really like about this is the direct link to email your senator. Fix the camera. What do you mean fix the camera? What's wrong with the camera? You can't just say fix the camera in the chat. You got to tell me what's wrong.
Me, probably.
Aha. There it is. There you are.
Yeah, I just got done feeding my horse, so.
It's off center. Oh well. I really don't care if it's off center right now. I'm not gonna mess with it. It just is what it is. The IT guy comes in and cleans stuff, and sometimes the camera gets moved. It just is what it is.
Kind of cool. I'm down in the comment section. I mean, I feel like I'm in the lower bleachers or something.
I don't know why that is. Usually there's a bunch of different boxes here. I haven't used any of this software in so long. It's everything got updated. It's all different now.
It's all like Christmas.
I am so excited for Christmas. Did you see my new picture?
I think your guest sounds really cool. Like it's going to be a really interesting interview. Is Jesse going to join us?
I don't think Jesse's gonna join us. She's been busy doing stuff. I'm hoping that she comes back to the show soon. But you know, it's the holidays and stuff, you know. But she's down there in the chat supporting. But yeah, I'm hoping to get the whole crew back together and get the crypto show going again, get more guests, and get everything rolling the way it was before we took the break. You know, it's been nice to have a little bit of a break though.
That'll be really nice.
So I have a question for you, Belle. Is there any questions that you would have for Miss Nifty as far as standing with crypto?
I want to know why we don't know more about it already. Why am I just hearing about it probably maybe for the first or second time?
Right, so exposure is what you're talking about.
Is this a large movement specifically just for California with our taxation?
So globally, there's 2.9 million people. You can see it right here on the screen. The U.S. advocates is 2.6 million. There's 1.2 million policymaker contacts right here. And then they've donated about a little over 500,000 in donations. And look at, you just click this right here. Email your senators to pass crypto legislation. Boom. Click that, take action. Put your first name. Here, let's see here. Last name, email address. Your senator. This will show after you enter your email address.
No, I may have heard about that like 6 months ago with a bunch of the XRP stuff that was going around. And the fear of California doing that clawback on any crypto in your accounts that stayed dormant for 3 years.
Oh yeah, for the wallets. Well, here's the thing on that. So they can reclaim those funds, but you can actually claim them back from the government. You just have to file. So it's actually a good thing. So let's say that you had a wallet that got lost, or you lost the keys to it, forgot how to access it. The government, after 3 years of inactivity, would basically claim those funds, remove them, and then you could file to get those back. It's just, you're going to have to jump through the hoops.
It sounds like something I might want to make a few posts on. And hello, Web3. Thank you so much.
Web3, I did put some posts out on Stand With Crypto. And if you want to reach out to Miss NFT, or Miss Nifty, excuse me, she's in my Discord right now. So click the Discord link in my bio. She should be hanging around in there, and you can ask questions or engage there. So click the Discord link. Let me see here. I'll post it in the chat for you guys. Give me just a second. I'm really excited about this this guest today, though. I wasn't 100% sure if they were going to make it, because we actually rescheduled a couple times, but we got it. We were able to make it happen. Let's see here. All right, copy.
Web3, you might want to share this out to a couple of your other bros and ladies that might be interested in that, or specifically people from California.
Exactly. And it's not just California, it's a global movement.
Yeah.
So it's more than just California. Obviously, she's the president of the California section of it, but still, hold on, I gotta fix everything. Everything moved around on me. All right, we're good.
Appreciate you, Jesse. We'll see you soon.
Trying to get on the Discord now. If you're having trouble getting into the Discord, send me a DM. I'll send you the link directly. Some people have issues. Some people get right in. I don't know what it is. And TikTok's not letting me post it. So I don't. Jesse, if you could go into the Ozthecryptogoat email, copy it, and then post it into the chat. I know you can do it. I just can't do it from a desktop. So,
and I have to drop from the box if I think she's gonna post or pin anything.
Got it. Did you have any other questions?
No, I just wanted to know a little bit more about her, and
Right.
other things she's into, and how she got started in crypto very briefly, and what are her passion projects.
Absolutely. And, when she comes on, that's, what we're going to talk about. And then I got a few questions as well. If she has time, I'm going to open the panel back up for you guys to come on and ask questions directly. If she's willing to do that.
Fantastic.
Yeah. So,
another lady in crypto,
Exactly. There's actually more women in crypto than I realized. Like, I go to these events and I see lots of women at the booths, and they're not just paid actresses. They're involved. They're doing stuff. So you guys are not alone. Josh said, "Speed me up. I'm late." That's your own fault. You're late, Josh. That's why we start an hour early. We start early so that it gives you a chance to get caught up. But we will have our guest in a little bit.
I'm starting to wonder, what does she see for, AI coming online more? What changes does she see for the future kind of stuff,
Well, I know that as far as the legislative side of it goes, AI is untethered now. So,
Which is scary.
Oh, it's very scary. At the same time, you're going to see things moving a lot faster now because of that. So we'll see how it goes.
Well, my little tiny business got dumped in SEO ad placement on Google and other sites since August. And AI is coming online and burying your stuff even deeper. It's like you're having to pay Google like ransom now to have your business, propped up on page 1.
Yeah,
it's from page 1 to page 3 overnight.
If you copy the link from your link tree and paste it into join the server on Discord, it works. Got it. So you hear that, chat? Just click the link tree link and then paste it into join a server on Discord, and it should work. We can't hear her. All right. Let me turn up the audio. Sorry about that. Oops. All right, Belle, thank you for coming on, and we'll
I'm gonna drop down and let you talk to a few other people, but those would be some basic questions that would be on my mind at this moment.
Yeah, Web3, if you could drop that in the chat, I would appreciate it. Thank you very much for your help, and thank you, Belle, for coming on.
No problem. I thought if I hopped on, others would follow.
Yeah, it's always good to have you.
I love you guys. Thanks, Oz.
Bye.
I'll be listening. Bye.
What's up, Mr. Josh TV? How you doing, buddy?
What's up?
It's good to have you back on the show. It's been a while. How's your show coming along?
Well, I've done like 3 live streams so far. I'm not gonna lie, it gets pretty tiring. Now I know what you mean when I'm up there, and like, I don't know, last time I was streaming, I was up for like 12 hours, and I haven't streamed since.
Dude, I told you, it is tough, right?
Yep.
Imagine doing it just 4 or 5 hours a day, 5 to 7 times a week, like that, just like clockwork. And then having something to say every time and be right. It's difficult.
Exactly.
So, what do you know about Stand with Crypto? Have you heard of it?
Not really. I've heard of other organizations, but not this one specifically.
So if you go to standwithcrypto.org, that's this page right here. And basically it says, if you care about crypto, it's time to prove it. 52 million Americans own crypto, and yet crypto's future in America remains uncertain. Congress is writing the rules as we speak, but they won't vote yes until they've heard from you. Now, we're going to pull this up and read what it is. So you can actually email your senator. You click on this link right here, and it takes you can put your name, email address, and then it'll tell you who your senator is, and you can email them directly, which is pretty goated, if you ask me.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go do that.
Definitely read it before you sign it. That's one thing I would say for sure. I have not read it yet. What's up, Purple Bitcoin? Haven't seen you in a while. Good to have you.
Is this for the Clarity Act? I forget, because I'm pretty sure one already got passed, but they cut the other half of it out, right?
I'm not sure, and that's some of the questions that we're going to ask.
Right, because I was going over I'm pretty sure it was the Clarity Act while I was on stream, kind of going over what's in it, what things are important, what certain things meant.
Yeah, and I do think that we need some clarity. I think we need some legislation, but I think more or less we need more like a crypto constitution, something that protects us in a way that makes it so the government can't get too deep in it and can't start controlling it too much. Because the whole idea of crypto is to have the people in control of their finances, right? So we don't want, the government to come in and overregulate it in a way that just creates control.
And that's like the biggest argument that I saw when they had people like Brad Garlinghouse and other people kind of talk to these congressmen and these senators. I'm not sure if you remember that. That was a while ago. That was like midsummer. And they were going back and forth arguing over, we want control. And then somebody else stood up and said, well, yeah, I agree. There should be some level of control, but not to the point where the government can come in and start treating this like, any sort of financial bank account.
Absolutely. My biggest concern is control, right? They could basically flip the switch
Right.
in the opposite direction and debank you with that kind of control. What are your thoughts?
Right. I think looking into it recently, so many people argue over the whole decentralized aspect of it, and like really looking over it into it in the last year or so, I've really begun to notice is that essentially everything runs on the exchanges because you're still exchanging for fiat, so everything is essentially still running on fiat. And basically, I know a lot of people are going to disagree with this, but I've kind of come to the conclusion that every single token is essentially still valued by fiat because it has no value until you bring it over to an exchange and you cash it out for fiat. So in a sense, they could basically find out who holds certain types of wallets. And the problem is, you know, people say, okay, well, you can put it in a cold wallet, but if you ever bought Bitcoin on an exchange, that transaction from the exchange hold to your wallet is now a transaction. So they can link back because you upload your ID, you do KYC, and then they can track, okay, this person bought Bitcoin from this exchange, they moved it over to their cold wallet, then they took that Bitcoin from their cold wallet to a different exchange, but that exchange can look back and kind of see where that came from. And then, you know, if we get to the point where the government can, I don't know, request some sort of file from these exchanges, like be like, we're looking into this person. We need you guys to hand over all the information, like who is this guy, their ID, all their information. And that's what I really don't want to happen is when, you know, the government can come in and basically force these exchanges to give out all that information because then that crypto is now useless. I mean, they can ask them to freeze your assets, which a lot of chains, you know, they can do that.
Yeah, XRP, Ledger can, HBAR, Ethereum. What's a couple others? There's a whole list of them. I actually posted them here on my TikTok. That lists all of the exchanges that you can basically be delisted or debanked from it. They can seize your assets. They all have some sort of smart contract written and slipped in there. And what's crazy is it's put in on a level where it was only found out that it was there through testing. So they would test the blockchains to see if it had any of this type of smart contracts. And all the big ones, man, they all have it in there. So it's a bit concerning. And it's not something that you can just look up and know that it's there. It's well hidden. So that's very concerning as well.
What are your thoughts on Bitcoin? Do you think that you feel a little bit safer with it, given that there isn't, I guess there's that extra level of, okay, it's the first token, and then also looking at it now, you know, it's a lot harder to freeze somebody's Bitcoin address. But the only part that still doesn't make sense to me is I feel like they could just figure out what address belongs to who and just refuse to cash them out at an exchange. That's my only concern now. And I don't know if you've heard, there are certain people, there's a specific name for them, but you can basically send them the Bitcoin and they deliver cash straight to you. The only problem is obviously that's a lot more difficult, but I would like to see more options to pay for things with your crypto directly. That way you're not forced to bring it over to an exchange and cash it out for fiat.
Right.
If you get what I'm saying.
And I feel like holding stable coins, you can do that already, right? So if you're using USDC and let's say you're using Coinbase or you have like an Arculus wallet, Arculus has tap to pay. I have a Visa for my Coinbase. I don't use it because who wants to use Coinbase, right? But you know, it does exist, but I can't spend like Bitcoin directly. I can't spend XRP directly. However, This company right here, it's this is their pin right here. I think it's XPX. I think is what it's called. I'm gonna try to get them on the show here soon as well. But they've only been running for about 16 months now. But it's basically a way that you can spend your XRP or your Bitcoin or your Ethereum as cash with a card. So that's a new technology that's just come out.
Interesting.
And I'm really excited to have him come on. And like I said, they've only been live and building for 16 months now. And it's growing very quickly. So I'm interested
I think more
to
and
see
more,
what happens with that.
I think that industry is just going to continue to get bigger because more and more people are kind of understanding, what's the point of crypto if everything is still going to translate through fiat at the back end, right? Like,
Right.
obviously, even gold bars are exchangeable through fiat, but you can still trade gold for other things. So I think just having the ability to pay for things with your coins directly instead of having to go cash it out for fiat first and then paying with fiat. And also, I think it would boost the overall value of crypto. And I don't know. I think we're going to start to see more of that in 2026. I'm already seeing all of these crypto influencers, especially the ones you shouldn't really trust, like the ones that are always, the orchestrated pumps of cryptocurrencies and new projects. And they're basically saying that privacy is going to be the next thing, which is true, but they're also promoting a bunch of fake privacy coins that don't really do anything privacy. And I think that's the only thing, and that's where I would like to see some sort of regulation, because I feel like nowadays anybody can make a team, make a coin, say it does certain things, and then when you actually look at the capabilities of it, it's all just headlines, for example.
I'm more along the lines of buyer beware, right? So you should be doing your own research. Like, are you just going to pick any bank to bank with, or are you going to look around and see, do I want to use credit union? Do I want to use a small bank? Do I want to use a big bank? Do I want to use a business bank? You have to, have some kind of education in it. I think that more or less the people should take the time and learn. And, right now, crypto is like the Wild West, right? And
right
during the Wild West, people would sell products. And one of the issues that we had in the Wild West was medicine. So they had snake oil that they would sell to people. And I think it was like killing people, or it was just didn't do anything. But I think it was like, poisonous. They gave out opium, and people would get highly addicted to it, overdose on it. So the government stepped in and said, we're going to regulate this, right? We're going to go give some good, clear clarity. But look at what happened over 100 years' time. Now we have big pharma, where it was designed to stop you from buying poison. And now big pharma only puts out poison. All the medicines, there's nothing holistic anymore. There's nothing, that you can't, you can't go to your doctor and get holistic medicine. You have to get chemical based, that are all basically petroleum based products, that are poison for your body. And that's where we're at today now, because originally the intention was to help the people and to keep them safe and secure. But in the long run, that's not what we got. What we got was control to the point where a large corporation now and multiple corporations have control, and they can literally force you to take things now. And look at what happened with COVID. You know, they forced everyone to take a shot in order to leave their homes and do things and stuff. So that's the fear that I have with overregulation. I love the idea of having some sort of regulation, but not in a way that gives them control, but more or less like a constitution for crypto. You know, so that way the government can never overstep their boundaries, and crypto is protected. That is my main concern.
Essentially, like, in a way, the best method forward would be basically freedom of choice, right? You have all these different crypto chains and people can choose which one they want to use to transact. Same way that I don't believe that the entire financial system should be shifted over to crypto completely. I think people should still have the choice to pay with regular fiat, you know, if they want to use Cash App, because they should be able to have the choice to use what they want to use. And same with like medicine, and this is a really touchy subject, but there's a lot of natural plants out there that are being banned from being usable, right? So they're telling you what you can or can't use, which is, I would argue, opposite of the Constitution that we have now, and that's why it's so important that we defend the Constitution, and that's also the only reason why America still has arguably more freedom than other countries, even though that's somewhat falling apart to a degree. But the freedom of choice is what I think is going to be the most important in the long run. Because the minute that, you know, like you said, the government can step in and tell people, okay, well, now you need to use this, then basically you have it to where everybody's using one thing. It's easier for them to control. And I think that's ultimately where, if that happened with crypto, I think it would fail.
I don't think it would fail. I think they would look at right now. Everybody is cheering on regulation because they're in hopes that it's going to pump their bags. And so how is that helping anything? Can we reel it in for a second and sit down and say, look, we want regulation, but this is the kind of regulation we want. Instead, everyone is like, I don't care what regulation it is, just get something in it so that way my bags will pump.
I think that's why I like Cardano's CEO, Charles, so much, because he was talking about this on a live stream the other day, where he was saying, look, I understand that, you know, our chain arguably hasn't been performing as well as others, and he was explaining that's because he's not selling, you know, his company out to these big institutional companies like all these other chains are. And he was talking about how everybody's trying to rush the process of regulation and adoption simply for the purpose of, you know, pumping up the prices. And in a way, he was saying, like, when Cardano rolls out an update, it's good. It might take forever, but it's good, right? So I completely agree. And it's less about the chain, right? And it isn't just, I want to be clear, because this isn't just because I hold a lot of the coin. I genuinely like Charles as the face of crypto because he is very aware about what's going on and he's talking about it all the time, right? He doesn't give you a bunch of false information. He just stands up there, he goes on live, and he talks about all the problems that we're facing and the things that need to be done correctly. And I think that's super important, because if we push it too far to the way these institutions want it, then we kind of lose the whole point of what crypto was designed for in the first place.
Absolutely. And that's my biggest fear, is losing the most beautiful opportunity that people have had in history financially, in my opinion. And we're giving it up, what, for some chump change, because we want our bags to pump now. We're impatient.
I think we need to see total, I would say organic growth would be better, because if you look past it all, the last cycles on the total market cap chart, it always comes up and then all the way back down before it goes back up. And we're never creating new floors, which tells you one thing, and that's that the overall market isn't gaining any sort of stability and growing. And that's the current issue, is whenever you push all of this adoption as news, and you get all these people to front run the markets, they take it back out because there's still uncertainty, and then you're never making that new floor, and new people aren't going to come in because they don't necessarily trust it.
So do you think with regulation, more people would buy it and leave their money in it?
I think they would, partially because they've also everybody's told growing up that it's important, right? Like, you need to have your money in a safe bank, this and that. I see it from social media how people are talking. Like, they do want some regulation, but like you're saying, I think it's important that it doesn't overstep, because I also don't want the regulation to get to a point where we're doing all these things just because a couple people want them, and then it destroys the whole space for maybe a short-term 50% rise in the markets, right? Because you want overall sustained growth, kind of similar to the stock market. The stock market doesn't lose half of its total market cap value in the form of 2 weeks, if you know what I'm saying.
Absolutely. And I think that's the issue, is everyone is content with the small pump now because their plan is to pull the money out. They're not looking. I mean, some people are. They're looking to hold long term. But some people are just like, they think that they're going to put in $100 and come back in 6 months and be a millionaire. I think
that type of mentality is also.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I forgot what
I was just going to say that. I was just going to say that type of mentality is kind of what destroys the crypto space, right? Because if that's what you tell people, I mean, I would say from now that I started trading more, I like the volatility. And I think even if crypto grows, there's still going to be more volatility than the stock market, which is good because, like we were talking about earlier, people have freedom of choice. They can use the stock market, they can use the crypto market, right? They can choose if they want more volatility or less volatility. But I think overall, if you look at it, I don't know, just telling people that they can put a small amount of money in and that it's going to go up, it just hurts the space. Because if we were to address it a little differently, I think also more people would trust it, right? If they saw stability. I mean, why do you think more people trust Bitcoin, even though there's more gains to be made elsewhere? Because it has a track record of going up every time. And we haven't seen that with these other chains, right? It's the biggest issue that Cardano is facing right now, is that it made that one all-time high, and people want to see it go past above, because then they're seeing that, original people who bought it are trusting it and they're coming back into the space.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is where I come back to the idea of we're just really early. There's a lot that needs to happen as far as trust, security, privacy, insurance, knowing that if I put something here, you put money in the bank and you're FDIC insured. You don't really have that with crypto.
Right.
So, there has to be something that makes people feel like, okay, we're good. And I think that, government regulation is something that does lead in the right direction. And like I said before, my main concern is that we lay the proper framework for that before we're just pushing through policies just to get anything through, just so that the bags pump.
Right. And I think same goes too. I think more people there should be better tools to store your own crypto. Because I think another reason why these cryptos are so volatile, and you can look at on-chain data to back this up, is the fact that when everybody holds their coins on exchanges, they can move it around, they can do what they want. For instance, they can actually sell the coins that 1,000 people are holding to dump the market. And if these people want to cash out, they have enough fiat available to cash them out. So it's a mimic. You could log into your Coinbase and it says that you have, 1,000 XRP or 100 XRP, but they can sell your XRP and the number will stay there because they have the fiat reserves to pay you out if you want to cash out. And when people leave their money in exchanges, it allows them to move it around and manipulate the market. So I genuinely believe that if more people started holding more of their coins on their on private, ledgers, wallets, I think there would be more stability in the market and more trust, because you see how Bitcoin's price starts pumping when exchanges move their Bitcoin back into a wallet, because that signals that they're not selling in the immediate short term.
Right.
So if everybody started moving more of their crypto over to wallets, that's trackable. It would show some strength, stability in the market, especially whales. I think that's what we need to see, more adoption and tools towards holding your own crypto.
What's up, Satoshi? How you doing, brother?
I'm doing all right. What's going on?
It's good to see you, man. We got about 6 minutes before our guest comes on, so I'll let you say what you wanted to say, buddy.
Oh, that was Scotty Dog. What are we talking about? Moving your crypto to cold storage, or?
Oh, let me invite Scotty Dog up here real quick. So yeah, we're talking about regulation, basically. So we're having the president of Stand With Crypto come on in just a few minutes, and we're gonna talk about emailing our senators and basically getting people to advocate for crypto. All right, Scotty Dog, what's going on, brother?
Going on, Oz? What's up, boys?
And Run Up, how you doing, brother?
Yeah, what's good, Oz? Thanks for having me up. And
Absolutely.
Hey, everyone on the panel.
And if you guys want to stay up on the panel while we have the guest is going to be through Discord. And if you guys have questions throughout the interview, you guys are more than welcome to stay up and be a part of it. But Scotty, you want to go ahead?
No, I mean, I'll just sum up kind of my thoughts on this. Recently, I think we forget that crypto's still a toddler. And being that, I just do the analogy that when you look at a toddler, sure, you can have aspirations and thoughts of what that child is going to become, but you don't know. It takes a lot of investment and a lot of effort and a lot of commitment to guide and support. And I think maybe that's something you're getting at, where it's almost like everybody's a lot of the people in crypto right now that could be doing something to make a difference are sitting back and letting the foundational part of crypto, the decentralized, the ability to try and do something and have control yourself, slip away. And that's what I meant by my comment in the chat. We're like lab rats just waiting for the players to use us to fine-tune their takeover.
One sentiment I've noticed when I bring up this subject is people say, well, the institutions are just going to do what they're going to do already. The big money's already got their hands in it. There's nothing we can do. And I think that that's very wrong. And that's why I'm really excited about this guest coming on, because I feel like this is an opportunity where we can have our voices heard. We can do something about it. You don't necessarily have to go and click this and use their predetermined letter. You can write a letter to your senator. You can write a letter to your congressman. You can get involved. Your voice can be heard. If 10 of us all emailed our congressman, that would create a ripple effect. You think that it doesn't matter, but it does, especially with primaries coming up. This is our opportunity to actually make a difference, because when primaries come up, they're afraid. This is your one opportunity to have your voice be heard.
100%.
You don't want to be the person that doesn't even give a voice and then complaining about it after.
Yeah, and that's the majority of people. People want it to just be done for them. They just want it to happen for them. They don't want to literally click a website right here. It's this easy. Name, last name, email, address. Click your senator's name, and then they have a thing, and then boom, click send. It's that easy. It's that freaking easy, but you know, who's actually doing it? And it seems like most the people, the sentiment is there's nothing I can do. There's nothing I can say. They're not going to listen to me. Run Up, did you have any thoughts real quick before I pull up Miss Nifty and we give her a chance to talk, and then I'll give you guys an opportunity to ask questions if you like.
Nope.
All right. So let's give her a call and oh shoot. We do video call. Let's get her on the show here. There we go. Like we're connecting. Hi, how you doing?
Hi, how are you?
We're doing great. It's good to see you.
Good to see you. I've been having a great time listening to you for the last hour, chatting with the community, listening to the questions and concerns and things that they're doing and reading and seeing.
Absolutely. So, who are you? What do you do?
I am Carrie Miss Nifty Lynn. I am the president of Stand with Crypto California. I also am the founder of Learnville, which is an ed tech platform that provides education on 4 pillars to underserved communities nationwide. And those 4 pillars are financial literacy, mental health, Web3, and innovative career paths.
That's wonderful. And so tell me about Stand with Crypto and what it is, what's your mission, and what are you guys trying to do?
Sure. Stand with Crypto is a nonprofit collectively supported by the most reputable Web3 companies that exist. Its purpose is to deliver the message from the people to the policymakers to ensure that we have regulations, we have ideas and suggestions, and the foresight provided to our policymakers who have no career paths in Web3, but they have constituents that are very concerned about what is and isn't happening and what is coming in the future.
And so what is it that you guys are advocating? Because obviously you heard the sentiment here. We want regulation, but we don't want too much regulation.
And that is the point, right? We want to make sure that we're safe. We know that the government is not going to come and attack us. We won't be sued for something. And it's a safe space for us. However, we don't want them to say, well, now you can't invest in anything you want to, and we can freeze your accounts anytime you want to. You had a guest on there talking about that specific thing, right? If they know who you are and you KYC in a bank, if you will, right? A custodial account, and you move it over to a non-KYC account, and then you send it over. Like, can they freeze it, or what will they do with it? And that is a big concern. And so that's a part of the message that we deliver to policymakers.
I love that.
And so, yeah, it's imperative. And we've gone through this last year and a half between constituents and policymakers to deliver messages in order to get through to the Genius Act and to the Clarity Act, which we're still working on very heavily. I will be back in DC next week talking to Congress and Congress members in regards to this. We want this taken care of. We want to feel safe. We want to know that we can start new businesses, we can launch new products, and we're not going to be worried about the government coming after us. And that's one of the things that the Clarity Act will give us, is a safe harbor period when you're starting a new business and you don't know what category you necessarily fit in. And you know, as an entrepreneur or anybody who's starting a new business, you have all of these different ideas, and you start with one idea and you go through this all of these different things. When you learn knowledge and then it changes a little bit of your goals for that business, and it shifts here, here, and here, and here. You don't want to live in that fear that the government's going to come after you as you're growing your new business in this new innovative space that there's not a lot of regulation around.
Yeah, my like I said, and obviously you were listening. My biggest concern is being like debanked, being unable to access or use my crypto. Also, one of my concerns is overreach. And one of the things that I'd like to see more or less with crypto as far as regulation goes is obviously we need to have some sort of okay, this is the baseline right here, right? These are things you can and you can't do, right? So that there's some kind of control and regulation, but not so much for the people, but more or less for the exchanges. And to see more of like a constitution for crypto than less of like legislation, to where basically the Constitution is in place to protect us, the people, from the government. And basically that would be the same concept, is a way to protect us, the people, from the government's overreach into crypto. That's something I'd like to see.
What would you see in a crypto constitution?
What do you mean? What guidelines?
Correct, right? Because you're using blockchain. So there's not a lot that you can really say, you can't do this, you can't do this, because everything is so transparent, you can find it. And if they are in control of stablecoins, for example, right, they are going to be responsible for what's going on and how they're operating and who's able to launch stablecoins.
Yeah, I think that there should be regulation for those that launch stablecoins. Like, I don't think I have any business launching my own goat coin or something like that. You know what I mean? But I think if Walmart and Amazon and all these different corporations are going to launch their own stablecoins, there needs to be some sort of oversight to basically not overfee charge people, because if everyone's got their own stablecoin and I've got USDC and now I got to transfer it from Amazon and now I got to transfer it to Walmart or whatever. Now we're talking about a new type of service charge, right? So I think that's one issue that needs to be addressed.
By the way, I'm taking note.
Absolutely. And if you want to, we can get together. I'd love to write a constitution and have something that we could put together. This is obviously something we can't throw together on a 1 hour podcast, but I'd love to work on it.
Something that I've kind of toyed around with, along with some other organizations, is like a AAA, if you will, right? So certain hotels are rated, 5 diamond or star, I think it's diamond, 4 diamond, etc. That companies and tokens would be issued based on where they hit the mark on the prerequisites to be, credible, versus it's not really stable. Maybe this is just something that's going to come and go really swiftly. But that organization or association would be created by the people, which could do what you're talking about, right? Create this for the people crypto constitution and create this association that manages it and oversees it.
As long as they can't be bought and paid for.
Correct. That's going to be the biggest thing.
Yeah, and I think that's the big issue that everyone has with regulation, the sentiment because I've had this conversation many times, and they're like, oh, well, we're just the little guy. Nobody's going to listen to us. Nobody's going to do anything for us because we don't have the money. We don't have the backing. We don't have this. And it's just like, I can't. And I'm like, you can do something. You can let your voice be heard. That's what's beautiful about our country. And it's time we started standing up and doing something about it.
Yes. So something really amazing about Stand With Crypto is we organize in all 50 states. I mean, we're global community, if you will, right? So we have Australia, we have Canada, and I'm a part of the US one. And what we do, though, is we do IRL, a lot of IRL activations. I focus on experiential because I think that it's really important that we have a lot of touch points between each other to build stronger bonds, as online is online, right? We always have a community. We can always talk to each other online, but the IRL experiences, the wisdom, the empathy, and the love doesn't just come from online. It creates stronger bonds in person based on the interactions that we have and what we're experiencing together. So I really love experiential activations with our advocates. And that gives me an opportunity to learn more about our advocates, not just about, hey, these are my concerns as I'm building my business, or this is my concerns as I'm buying and trading and selling crypto, but what is their thought process? What makes them be afraid of this versus that? What makes them excited about this versus that? And then I get to better understand them and what it is that they need from their policymakers and the government to protect them, and or be better prepared for things that may happen in the future when it comes to Web3 things such as crypto and AI. AI is a big thing as well. But learning more about an individual, not just about one subject, helps you learn more about their thought process and how they will deal with and address other things come future forward.
Yeah, one of the issues, sorry, I just had a mind blank right now. One of the issues that I have, shoot, what were we just talking about? Oh, I remember. the legislators, like on your website, it shows like who's pro crypto and who's not pro crypto.
Absolutely.
I would like to see maybe like a mission statement or something from these people that are pro crypto. What is their actual stance? Because I'm a firm believer that there are two sides to standing with crypto. There are those that want the machine to win, obviously, and have that full control, and there are those that want the people to have the control. So maybe clarifying that as well, it would be a good.
I am taking note of that, and I will say that our grades on policymakers strictly pertain to where they voted when it came to something crypto related, right? Are they supporting it? Are they voting yes? Are they helping to write and push forward regulation and safe legislation for us? Now, there is somewhat of a challenge when it comes to Dems and Republicans, simply because this administration, who happens to be Republican, is so pro crypto, but also makes a lot of independent money by investing and or using their name in crypto. And so what that does is it directly impacts Dems to say, well, then that means it's Trump. If you're pro crypto, then you're pro Trump. And what we're trying to combat is crypto is not a Trump thing, it's a people thing, right? It's just giving us an extra hurdle that we have to help push back and show, which is why it's really important with us in
Oh, you froze.
crypto, the faces behind anybody, but crypto.
Hold on a second. Looks like we're having some issues here. Are you there? Did we lose you? We might have lost you for a second. Let me see if we check our bit rate. Did I lose you? Chat, we lost her. Everybody, W is in the chat. Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. I'm gonna head over and see if we can get her back on the line here. Goat. W's in the chat, everybody. It's a people thing, not a Trump thing. Hits hard. Dude, you have no idea. When she said that, I was like, that is so spot on. We have to realize that it's not one or the other. You don't have to hate crypto because you hate Trump. You know? And I'll just take this time here. Thank you for all the gifts that have come in. Thank you for helping me reach my live goal. Let's set a new goal here. Let's see here. All right, I think we're set. Yeah, we're having some internet issues right now. If you don't know, there have been solar storms, and with the solar flares and the solar storms, the internet has been a bit shoddy. So that's been a problem. So that's partially why I haven't been going live every single day, because I'm like, okay, maybe we should just wait for the internet to get better. There you are. I see you now.
I was struggling.
Yeah, no worries.
Happened?
There has been internet issues across the world right now. There's a solar flare storm going on that's going to be going on for the next couple months. 2/3 of the internet was out across the world for a while there. So it just is what it is. We're dealing with it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, so where were we?
You were talking about how the Trump issue and the crypto issue are two separate things. You don't have to hate crypto because you hate Trump. You don't have to love crypto because you love Trump. You can pick your side without, being polarized by politics.
Absolutely. And that's where Stand with Crypto stands.
I love that.
And that's how representatives are graded. But behind the scenes, or not necessarily behind the scenes, but that is something that we try to combat between the two parties so that they understand that this is for the people, and we explain and we fight to show the voices behind crypto And so it's imperative that I am in tune with all of you, right? Crypto natives and people that are just simply interested in crypto that can benefit from it. Tell your story. And so sometimes we will fly out constituents to DC and participate in some of the meetings with their representatives so that they know that these are real people
I
that are being
absolutely love that.
impacted.
I would love to fly to DC. I would love to get involved in this in any way I can. This is probably the most passionate part of crypto that I've had, as a journalist and as an influencer. Like I've been in politics. I was on the school board out here. I was in politics with my union. So I'm actually trying to run for city council where I live now. Yay, right? Because I want to make a difference. I believe that I can make a change. I believe I can do something good and useful with my life. I'm retired now because of crypto, so I have the time on my hands and the ability to do it. So I'm trying to be involved and give back to my community as best in any way as I can. That's why I have this show. I don't make any money doing this. My back hurts from sitting in this chair.
Somebody, we're getting a fund together. We're sending him crypto to buy a back-friendly chair.
I have one, but we got new chairs because we have a dual set, and when we have the other show that we do, it uses these chairs, and so I didn't have time to bring the other chairs in from the other set.
So basically, you're choosing to go through this torture.
Yeah, I put myself in this position.
Got it.
So back to crypto and back to getting involved in DC and helping constituents talk to their senators or representatives. That's an amazing thing.
Yeah, so we have a chapter in every state. And so there are activations all the time. And so any of your subscribers or listeners at this moment, please feel free to reach out. My DMs are open. I always love to hear creative ideas and suggestions of how we can do better, or what is a great way we can get our goals out there and our message out there to our policymakers so that they can represent us better. In short, we are the people's voice to the policymakers, right? We are the trusted resource of information to the policymakers and to the people. So when it comes time to vote, we are giving you the information and saying, hey, this act says X, Y, and Z. Not what you're seeing marketed on the screen, but this is what it actually says. This is the fine print. So you choose how you want to vote, and this is what it says. And the same thing goes on the upward side to the policymakers, right? And so knowing that I like experiential and making sure that we are a trustworthy resource, we are never sponsoring or promoting a token. We are never promoting a policymaker that is running for office. We may collaboratively do things with people that are in office, but we're not pushing you to vote for any one person when it comes time to vote. We're just giving you their stance as it pertains to crypto. That's it.
Yeah, and I love that. I like your website too. It's really cool that there's a link right there where I can just submit to my rep.
Oh, 30 seconds.
Yeah.
You've sent an email. You have their phone number. You can call. And even when it's a representative that is graded an A as it pertains to crypto, it helps that you call and say, thank you for supporting me. I am one of your constituents. I am involved with crypto in some capacity, I appreciate you supporting me. Those calls and emails matter.
Yeah. And you know, being in politics and seeing that, especially with my union, when you would run and you would make changes or you would make moves behind the scenes, when people come back to you and they're like, man, you made a really big difference, this is how it impacted me, this is how it changed my life, not only is it reaffirmation for your representative, but it's also, as the person being the rep, it gives you this feeling of accomplishment of like, I'm making a difference, and then they fight harder, they do a better job.
Yeah. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
We are there's actually something that we're hosting in a couple of weeks in LA, and it's I had this vision of just capturing the voices behind crypto. And so advocates, crypto natives, I want to capture your story, right? And so we're going to have a studio rented out, and I want to interview you. Who are you as a human being? And why is it that you care about crypto? And I want to tell that story, and I want to use that story and promote that story so that people and policymakers know that we're real people.
Wow, that's amazing. When is that? I will be there.
December 17th.
I will be there.
Okay, I will send you an invitation. There's also something, this is a different subject, but when I was listening, while I was listening for the last hour before I got on, a young woman asked about AI. And I just flew from Atlanta because of a conference that I was there for, which is a global conference about financial literacy, where I got to speak to 40 different countries, delegates from 40 different countries. And this person, who happens to be a friend of mine, John Hope Bryant, and Sam Altman, a couple of years ago, started the AI Ethics Council. And so they just released their first AI and Ethics Council report. And so I just shared with you a link in our messages that you can share with your listeners as well.
Okay.
So they can read about the information that has just come out. They just released it today. And keep an eye on that, and they can participate and read up. They are focused on 8 pillars of AI.
I love that, because I am actually very concerned with the big, beautiful bill. For the next 10 years, AI is completely untethered. Skynet any day now, you know, like that's,
yeah,
you know,
absolutely. I just appreciate that, you know, they have come together, a group of leaders have come together to create this council. And just for you guys listening now, it's based on the pillars of business and entrepreneurship, communication and social media, community, faith and civil society, fraud, risk, and misrepresentation, financial inclusion, and future prosperity for all, financial services, consumer finance, education and educational operability, policy and regulation and governance, employment career preparedness, job skills, and universal accessibility, healthcare, absolutely, healthcare, climate change and environmental sustainability. Those are their focuses. at this moment.
One of my issues that I would maybe add to that list, I don't know what control or influence you have in that sector, but political overreach through AI. I don't know if you remember during the presidential race, John DeSantis was going to be running for president, and there were actually where I don't know if it was him or I'm imagining it was his team, released some pictures of Donald Trump and Fauci kissing and hugging and doing some different things, and it was put out.
AI.
Yeah, and it was made by AI, but it was put out with the deception of that it was real or true. And I believe that is going to be a big issue in the future with AI as far as politics and voting, and fraud. So I think that's another major issue that needs to be addressed.
I agree.
Is there anything more you want to say about before I open up for questions?
I just want to say yes. I want to say that you all have a voice and you are not alone. Oftentimes, because we have virtual communities now that are very strong, we don't necessarily know how we can reach government members, policymakers, and tell them, hey, I'm feeling this way, I'm concerned about this, or I'm dealing with this or that. I'm reachable. I am a resource. And I do want to hear your story, your voice, and I want to deliver those messages to your policymakers. So we are very powerful. And our numbers are not updated on the website. So we have over 3 million members.
Wow.
And in fact, yeah, in the state of California, we've added almost 100,000 members within 10 months.
That's incredible. I know you've been
And
working. You were
I've been working in
like 6 states this week.
Listen, I'm in Detroit tomorrow. Yep. So all over, but this is important that I hear you, that I see you, and I'm able to communicate and learn, right? All of us pouring our information and our concerns and our ideas and suggestions into this pool so that it can be delivered, the messages can be delivered, and solutions can be created, and safeguards can be created is important. It doesn't happen unless we have all of the information from people from all different walks of life.
Absolutely.
You don't see what I see.
That's
there's no way.
That's one of my favorite things about TikTok is, obviously this is a podcast and right. things have been a little bit slow because I took like a month off, so we're kind of building it back up a little bit. But I can open up a panel. Are you still there?
Yes,
okay.
I just needed charge because I don't want the computer to die.
No worries. Take your time. But one thing that I like about TikTok is I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people sitting in the panel right now. And we have conversations where we talk like we're on the phone, and sometimes we talk about crypto, sometimes we're just talking about wrapping Christmas presents, whatever it is. It's a more tight community where you actually like become friends with people in Australia and New Zealand and the UK and in Canada and all over the world. There are people. When I started doing this, I never imagined that I would ever gain a close connection to any of these people. And like YouTube, I don't know any of the people on YouTube. They watch the recordings, they come back later. I don't talk and conversate, but the people on TikTok, they're there in the chat, they're talking, they're up here on the panel, they're waiting to ask you questions. Like it's a family, and it's Yeah, and so like we have a much more tighter community. The downside to that is TikTok is so suppressed. I got suppressed today. That's why our viewership is so down. I got flagged for misinformation.
Really?
Yeah. Anytime you tell the truth on here, you get flagged for misinformation. So, yeah.
Listen, the big people are in charge. Somebody.
Right. So I do apologize for the low viewership, but all this is recorded. People will still see it later on, and I'll clip it and post it out, so it will get out there. But unfortunately, our viewership is very low because of that hit today.
That's not the point. The point is we're here together.
Absolutely.
And we're delivering a message, and we care.
Absolutely.
So that's what I care about.
Any last thoughts before I open up questions?
Please, if anybody is in crypto, is interested in crypto, blockchain, AI, get in contact with us. My DMs are open. Please become a member. One of our big things is we do not spam. We do not email you unless there's something coming up that you're going to vote on, and we want to make sure you have the facts straight. And we're not persuading you to vote any certain way. We are simply saying, here are the bullet points so they don't miss, nobody misses the fine print. And letting you know if there's something going on in your area, if you would like to participate in something IRL. However, numbers matter, right? Numbers matter when we are able to say to representatives, hey, I have X, Y, and Z number of constituents behind me, and they're concerned about this. They're more apt to listen to us, right? And so for the state of California, which we have the most advocates out of any other state in the US, we have almost 350,000 advocates here. They want to listen. Hey, I represent all of these voters in your state. We want support. We want protection. We want to feel safe. You represent me. And so when you register at standwithcrypto.org, that's what you're contributing to, the power of your voice as we talk to representatives on your behalf.
Absolutely. And I think right now, this issue is more relevant than ever with primaries coming up. We have an opportunity to really make a wave. If we have a wave of people coming in and writing, their representatives and getting involved in politics and, having their voices be heard, now is the time to speak up and have your voice heard. The window is very small.
I see your little Stand with Crypto shield on.
Oh, yeah, I got it on. I got it on. It's normally on my hat, but I put it on here for the show.
Nice. I love it. I'll have to send you over a t-shirt.
Absolutely. If you have stuff, I will wear it on the show here. You see, I got the Goat Tribe. I got Goat Tribe in the background.
I saw it in the back as well.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyone that supports the show and, whatever, I will, support you as well.
I love it.
And
Thank
just like you said, on the 17th, I think you said you're having that thing. I will be there.
Yeah, I would love to. And just for some more backstory about the event, this is a congratulations to all of us for the work that we put in to get to where we are this year, to be able to pass the Genius Act, to get clarity to where it is. We're still pushing for clarity to get done, right? But we have put in a lot of work this year. We have made a lot of progress this year when it comes to crypto. And I want to celebrate and I want to empower and I want to honor all of our advocates. And so we are making sure that all of our advocates attending will get new headshots. So you'll have a fresh social media face. And when you do any press or speaking engagements, you can utilize your new press photos. We're capturing the voices behind crypto, your story about you, who you are behind crypto, and why it is that crypto is important to you. And then having some nice camaraderie, celebratory time with other advocates to celebrate what we've done. So I just want to say, let's have a good time, but also capture you and empower you all in whatever it is that you're doing. So you may have, a business, a podcast, right? We are inviting people that are policymakers, that are influencers, that are community leaders for our advocates to interview as well. And that's content, fresh content for our advocates to use in the new year as well. So I just was like, what can we do to help be excited about the new year and be like, yes, I've got my business together. I feel good about how I'm walking into 2026. And it's just a little something that we can do to make it fun and also pro-business.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's like right before Christmas. It's like a Christmas party,
Yeah.
right? Love it.
Mhm.
Do I bring gifts or
Exactly.
what? Like,
No, just we want to celebrate all of you guys.
that's awesome. I really enjoyed this conversation, by the way, and I'm sure we're going to have more in private because I have ideas and I'd like to get more involved and volunteer, help, do whatever I can to be involved in what you're doing, because it's the reason why I started doing all of this. So you got another one on board here. Okay, I'm with you.
Thank you, sir.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I'm gonna give this opportunity. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people in the panel to ask questions.
Absolutely.
And maybe more will come up here and there. And one thing I would have you know, I believe I don't know. Tristan Kelly, I don't know if he is an influencer, but 4 of the people in the panel right now are influencers with their own communities as well.
Yay.
So
you guys for being here.
it's like multi-level marketing reach right now. So let's start with Josh, since he was the first on the panel. Josh, you want to go ahead and voice your questions or concerns? Josh.
Yeah. I was gonna ask, what do you
No.
see?
Oh, you can't hear him. Okay.
I can only hear you.
All right. You ask the question, Josh, and then I'll relay it. Let me see.
All right. I was gonna ask her what she would like to see for the crypto space. Like, what are some things that she's personally either like excited about or really cares about?
He wants to know what future you see for the crypto space. What do you care about? What do you want to see happen?
Crypto for good. How can we utilize crypto to make a positive impact on society? How can we make a generational impact utilizing crypto? And as I was listening earlier on, before I was on with you, there was a concern of it's the wild, wild west. Yes, it's like the NFT era. I think it was like 2020 or 2021, right? Where everybody had an NFT, even though it wasn't necessary. In 95%, don't quote me on the actual percentage, came to nothing. And that's just kind of the same thing when it comes to crypto in this moment. Everybody's launching a token. It's not necessary per se. And so it's really important that you do your own research and you are paying attention to what it is that you're investing in. And, obviously it's a little bit safer when it is a stable coin. And so we have the Genius Act, which is passed to kind of give us that safe space when it comes to a stable coin. I think that I almost see a universal token, to be honest. I mean, everybody wants to launch their own token, but like you mentioned earlier, is to swap out tokens, you're paying gas fees at minimum, right?
Right.
And so what are we going to do? Swap out the JP Morgan Chase token for the Bank of America token, for the Walmart or Amazon token? We're not going to be swapping out tokens like that.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there, but I didn't want to lose this because I think this is very important. I'm a little worried about a one token environment. What I'm more worried about is a million token environment, a token for every single thing you want to do.
We're going to have that.
And I like that idea. There's a token for everything. As long as there's not fees involved with it, that's great. Fine. I can make a quick trade, whatever. No big deal. It's all electronic. But
yeah,
my main concern is if there's one coin to rule them all, someone can get control of something like that. And right now,
And
you know, we look at the way fuel is traded, petroleum, right? Most countries trade with the U.S. dollar, but you know, Russia, China, they trade with the yen, right? And some countries trade with the euro. There's different options and opportunities so that no one actually gets shut out. Because if it was the U.S. dollar right now for purchasing oil, Russia would have no access to oil, right? So
right. It at the end of the day, though, when it comes to that, it's what you're willing to accept as your form of payment when it comes to crypto. Because Amazon could say, I'm only accepting Amazon tokens. Or just like they look at it like when we first got credit cards. Some people, like Costco, would only accept Discover when they had a deal with Discover. When they have Amex, it was only either your ATM card or Amex. That's it. Amazon will have that power to say, I'm only going to allow you to pay for Amazon products with Amazon token. Or if Amazon has a deal with, let's just make it up, JP Morgan Chase, just like Costco has done over the years, that's the same thing that's going to happen with these tokens.
Right.
Right. It's just replaying it. And I just want to mention one of my, and it could be a concern, but also awareness for the people is at some point, because of KYCing, we're not going to be filing taxes anymore. They're just going to have your wallet address and say, this is what you owe.
Gone.
Why do you need auditing? I see your wallet addresses. And this could be, you know, controversial, right? Like some people want to have non-custodial wallets for whatever reason. They just want to have their own wallet and be in charge of their own thing. And maybe those people have that because they don't want to be audited on this KYC wallet and have their taxes done for them. But if you look at it, how much money does that save in processing fees, paying someone to do your tax returns, paying someone for an audit, paying someone for blah, 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 even the IRS paying that whole team when they just pull everyone's wallets.
You know, I actually like that idea with the inclusion of, like, when you go to fill out your tax form, there is a section where you click exempt. So if I'm very libertarian, I don't believe that taxes are legal, obviously to an extent, but
so that means you have non-custodial wallets.
right. You know, I'm very much so like, there needs to be an option to where you can say, I am exempt from this, you know, then I would be for that.
Yeah. But what gives you the right to be exempt? So that's to be determined.
So I'm exempt because there's no law that states that I have to pay taxes. Show me the law. I believe it's what is it? The University of Princeton has it's like a $10 million reward for anyone that can show the law that says that you have to pay taxes.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah. Taxes are unconstitutional edict. Oh yeah.
Okay. I'm looking it up.
We'll talk more about this. That's a whole other show. So I do a show called Down the Rabbit Hole. And I have a doctor coming on. And he's going to explain this in more great detail than I ever could. I mean, he knows it. He knows what section of the law and where it states what. Oh, it's going to be good.
I love it. Thank you for sharing.
Absolutely. Another question that Josh had asked earlier. What was it, Josh? We got on a tangent. Do you remember what it was? Oh, I remember now. Josh had asked about, obviously we want to use crypto, you know, but there should be a choice where we can still have the option to bank with regular banks. We can still have the option to use fiat. We can still have the option to use our crypto. We could use the exchange. We could use a tap to pay option with our crypto wallet, something like that. That's another concern that I have, is the freedom of choice, not being forced into it, but having the option to utilize it.
That's just happening inherently because there are so many unbanked communities. And with unbanked, that means people who don't have a bank account that simply deal with cash. They're not in crypto. They don't even have a bank account. So they're not them getting into crypto is a long way out. And of course you have, and in California, there was a lawsuit saying, hey, we don't have banks. So how can you be cash only store? A lot of stores are cash only now. And so now stores have to put up signs and notices say, hey, we're cash only, because that was an issue. I think that there's going to be an option for a very long time. We, again, are far ahead of most people simply by having this conversation or even that question.
Absolutely. I say this often is those of us that are actually educated in crypto are the top 1% of crypto holders, because 99% of the people holding crypto, they're buying lottery tickets, or they're buying Bitcoin, or they're buying something they don't know what it is, what it does, or how to use it.
Yep.
So count yourself as the elite here, chat.
You are.
We are. Absolutely. Josh, did you have any more questions, or can I move on to the next person?
I'm sorry,
I think you
can't
can
hear you,
move on. There's a
Josh.
lot of other people on here. Maybe they have some good questions.
All right. Thank you, Josh. I appreciate you. Scotty Dog, did you have any questions for Miss Nifty?
Yeah, I had two, but one of them I think Tristan's gonna. He already asked in the chat, so he'll probably ask that. My question is, with the concern of losing that foundational decentralization of crypto, is there anyone, or is there any senators or anything in the U.S. that's looking at consensus? And what I mean by that, right now, proof of work and proof of stake are kind of what's looked at, but both of them are very easily manipulated by larger entities. So without consensus mechanisms, that's really at the beginning. That's at the start of this process.
Okay.
So I'm just curious if there's anyone looking at it.
Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong in interpreting this for you. So, you want to know the consensus of what? I'm sorry, that was a mouthful, buddy.
Consensus.
Can you summarize it a little bit more?
All right. So I'll simplify it.
Yeah.
Yeah. When people talk about, proof, I have proof of stake, or I have proof of work.
So when people talk about proof of
It
stake
sounds
or proof
great.
of work, it sounds great, but it's highly manipulated, right? And what was the
Correct.
question? What is the consensus?
How do we get to a mechanism that can be trusted?
How do we get to a mechanism that can be trusted? That is his question.
Okay, how can we get to a mechanism that can be trusted when it comes to proof of stake?
Like proof of stake, proof of work. I believe Cardano's proof of stake, Bitcoin's proof of work. There's a few other different ones, but so you're looking for legislation that finds the better use case for what is the most proper thing to use, because I would say Bitcoin proof of work is the safest, but it seems unsustainable on a global scale to me, all the electricity and costs to go into it. Whereas proof of stake it seems more sustainable and better to me. What are your thoughts? I don't know.
I don't know that I'm clear all the way on the question, but what I'm thinking is that the concern about it being inflated comes from the validators being chosen by how much they hold. Is that right?
Right. So you're talking about like governance through voting?
Yeah. Or is that what he's...
Is that what you're talking about, Scotty?
Yeah, and if you look at Run-Up's comment in the chat, I think he's kind of getting what I'm putting out.
Okay. Decentralization concerns when you relinquish control of the consensus algorithm to few entities. Oh, that was beautifully put. So just what you were saying. So governance votes based off of how much you hold. And I believe they spoke on this at Rare Evo, that they're trying to fix that.
Yeah, I think that this comes from having safeguards, right? Installing safeguards, so it's not just the consensus mechanism. And so that can be, distributed validator sets, right? So that you are capturing the small holders. Economic, I guess it would be penalties, slashing, so a trusted POS chain punishes people that are doing things wrong.
Yeah. I think more of a republic type of governance over a democratic type of governance would be the answer.
Yeah. But there's not one answer, right? I think there are a few things that need to be implemented, safeguards, if you will, so that people can feel better about it. But I do agree with, I can't remember who asked the question.
Scotty Dodd.
Okay,
He's an
Scotty.
influencer.
Nice to meet you. I wish I could hear you guys and talk to you directly.
I know. If they had come on to Discord and joined there, then
so I did it right, you guys. I did it right, you guys.
So they came up on TikTok. Everybody's stuck on TikTok. It's so addicting. They cannot leave it. That's where they want to be. And I'm like, fine, whatever. Do what you want to do.
Well, I did it. I get a bonus point.
Absolutely. Run up. Did you want to ask a question?
Yeah, I had a couple questions. Like, where do we stand on the Clarity Act and other crypto market structure bills, and also the Retirement Investment Choice Act, and whether
hold on, let's break it down. Okay, so where do we stand on the Clarity Act and
other crypto market structure bills?
Other crypto market structure bills.
Clarity Act,
the Retirement Investment Choice Act,
and the Retirement and Investment Choice Act.
I do not know about the Retirement and Investment Choice Act. But in regards to the Clarity Act, that's actually why I'm going to DC next week to talk to more Congress members. It's stuck there right now. We are trying to get that voted on. There are 2 different bills. And I believe the agriculture and let me make sure we're waiting for them
the Agriculture
to 3
Committee,
different
they drafted a
arms
bill
to submit
soon
their
as
versions of the bill, if you will. And I can just
they
double check.
did.
I think it's
They
3
submitted
different
it
arms.
soon as the
But
government reopened.
that's a big deal for us that we're pushing for, and
It's been
so we're
submitted.
going out there. Huh?
It's been submitted.
From all of the houses, all of the arms?
As far as this community knows, yes. I believe it happened after the shutdown ended.
The Clarity Act has been there, but they're just not voting on it.
Yeah,
Because
it passed the
on,
House.
Yeah, it passed the House, right? So we're waiting on.
Yeah, that's what I just said. It passed the House.
Right.
It's stuck in Senate. They're not voting on it. We want them to vote on it, but they're not voting on it because they're waiting for reports from the Agricultural Committee and I believe 2 other committees. And that's what I'm looking for right now is the committees that we're waiting for.
I feel like they're dragging
so the
it out
Agriculture
to
Committee
drag out
drafted-
this bull run. That's what I think.
Yeah, they drafted a proposal soon as the government reopened.
Here we go.
So they had it
evidently
ready.
There was a proposal that was drafted right after
Yeah.
the government was reopened.
We've gotten through all of the Clarity Act edits, but to prevent Trump from claiming credit for making the U.S. a crypto capital, let's see, committee delays.
Yeah, but the
They're
bill is
trying
also
to
at risk
submit,
of
I'm
being
just reading about
filibustered in the
updates since
Senate.
I'm going out there next week.
Right. So the concern is that the bill will be filibustered in the Senate.
Yeah,
It's possible.
I know one of the concerns that we had or that has been going on is that big banks are not liking people being able to use crypto and tokens on their own, and they feel like that they won't be going to banks as much. But that is indirectly forcing banks to give more benefits to people for fiat, which they're not
Absolutely.
necessarily looking to do. One of the other things banks are trying to do is roll back the Genius Act, which was already passed. And the Genius Act allows for crypto rewards, but banks are saying, hey, these rewards are too big. We're not able to give these same rewards. You know, when you spend money, you get points, for example, like Amex points, and they say, okay, 1,000 points equals $100. But they can change that at any time, and they do. They can say, well, now 1,500 points equals $100. But crypto has a greater reward system.
Absolutely.
And it's very clear on what you get in your return. And that's what they're trying to fight now, even though it's already passed. Even though that's not Clarity, that is Genius. I didn't want to mix the 2. Yeah, I can't find it right now. But there were, I believe, 3 arms that were waiting for their versions of the bill or edits to the bill.
Awesome.
Yeah, and the deadline has been pushed back because originally, like, they were supposed to pass the Clarity Act before Thanksgiving. Then it got pushed to before Christmas, and that was looking like Q1 2026.
Yeah, and I honestly I think that that's a good thing to be pushing it back and to slowing down this process, so it gives us a chance to really look at it, and gives a chance for our what is it? Our representatives, congressmen, to be more educated on it before they actually vote on it.
Here it is. It is that the Senate Banking and Senate Agriculture committees, and they're coming up with their versions and/or edits, and that's what we're waiting on.
And that's what I want to see is different versions and edits on the bill itself, because from what I read, it needs some changes for sure.
My position is we're not going to have a perfect regulation.
At least make
What
it
we need-
amendable.
Well, we need a skeleton. So here are the basics, and then we can move forward and fill in the skeleton with more details later.
My concern is if we are building the skeleton, right, and we put something hard in place that sends us down the wrong path, it could be very detrimental, because then we have to basically issue a new bill to fix that problem and get it passed and go through everything.
But we're so new, and we're in this space where it is so new, it's changing every day. We know that from the technology side of things. We know that from the consumer side of things and builder side of things, that my solution today will be different tomorrow. So the same applies to regulations. And when it comes to the Clarity Act, this is the Genius Act just saying, okay, we're safe to have stable coins. This is the Clarity Act, which says, hey, these are the rules for digital assets. This is your safeguard to become an entrepreneur in the space and utilize this technology without the government coming after you. These are the rules that protect us from the government.
Right.
And why is it taking so long?
And I think
they were able to stable coins real quick with the Genius Act, but who's making the money off of it? Banks.
Right. And like I said earlier when we were talking about this, is I think the framework and the skeleton needs to be more or less a framework of the people's protection from the government's overreach and less restrictions on the people. That's the skeleton.
What do you think in the Clarity Act is restricting the people?
Well, I can't say anything. What I'm saying is I envision it more or less a constitution than a bill. That's all I'm saying. Is it needs to be more or less framed around safeguards from government overreach than for regulation. You know what I mean? Like, we started with the Constitution, we had the Declaration of Independence, we had the Constitution, we had the Bill of Rights, we had the amendments to the Constitution. I believe that starting in a process like that shields us from government oversight, right?
I think that
before we legislate, that's why this country in the U.S. is so amazing, is because the forefathers, when they sat down and they wrote the Constitution, they were protecting the people. And I think that if we come at writing this legislation with that vision and building it properly, then we are going to stop dead in the tracks any type of government overreach, control, surveillance, manipulation.
I think that that's what the Clarity Act does, is protect us, because it is simply addressing, from what I read, it's simply address I want to be a builder, I want to do this, I want to do that, I'm safe to do these things, and here are things that protect me from other people that might be creating things that are fraudulent in this space. And we can do another day where we show up and we talk about just the Clarity Act.
I would love
you know
that.
what I mean? And go dig deeper into this, because we're in the heat of the moment with this. We're pushing for this to get passed right now.
Absolutely. And I'm not naysaying the Clarity Act, but I know that the consensus in the community, my community, most of all of TikTok is, are we pushing something through because we want our bags to pump, or are we pushing through the right legislation? And that's the main concern.
Yeah.
And that's why I think we should have that conversation.
I think clarity isn't about pushing our bags. It's about empowering ourselves. The Genius Act, even, I don't think is about pumping the bags, other than what pumps the bags is that we're getting some type of legislation versus nothing. So it's a little bit safer to be in the US as an investor and builder. But it doesn't directly pump the bags. It just says the Genius Act gives everyone safe space to launch stablecoins. And we know who they are. And then the Clarity Act is for the people, saying now the people are protected, not just by way of giving them a clear path to be a builder, but also a clear path to be protected from other people that are building things, so they're not just scammers.
I think basically what I'm trying to say is, I'd like to, as a constituent, have the opportunity to address my representatives, my congressmen, and voice that concern of, we want the environment of crypto to protect the person from, oversight, surveillance, control, manipulation, and let that be the framework of everything that we do. I think that that's the point I'm trying to get across.
Yeah, I agree with you. Now, whether the government is on board with that or not is another story.
Right, but we can at least fight the good fight and try our best. I don't think we win this fight, to be honest with you.
Well,
but
listen,
I'm going to go down swinging.
There are wallets that are not custodial, and that's what they're for. But that's what somebody told me. You're not hearing from me.
Interesting. All right, let's do the next question. Black, are you there? You want to ask your question? By the way, it was great meeting you today. That was a great show we had earlier. You there, brother?
Here we go. Sorry, I couldn't unmute for a second.
No worries, brother. What's your question? Try to summarize it in a way that I can elocute it properly.
Yeah, so mine's actually not really a question. It's more of what I'd like to see, right?
Okay.
And it was great. By the way, we had a great conversation earlier. So saying that, anything for me particularly, and I'm sure a lot of people that I know within my local community in Web3, the protection of DeFi investment vehicles. And when I mean DeFi investment,
DeFi investment vehicles. So we want to protect DeFi.
Okay.
Yeah, so DeFi investment vehicles, and I'm including but not limited to.
Is that a statement?
Yeah, it's more or less a statement than a question. What he'd like to see.
Yeah. Okay, I'm writing it down.
Okay, and when I'm including but not limited to borrowing and lending
borrowing and lending
protocols, liquidity provision, staking, and if we can go out on a limb, like perpetual futures. Yeah, so
that's a concern he has.
Yeah.
Not so much a question, but something that he'd like to be addressed and brought up and looked into.
And if needed, I could draft a document like explaining better.
And he says he's willing to draft a document to explain it better and send it to you.
Will he contact me on LinkedIn or send me an email and or DM to get my email, or you can provide him? I'm going to send you my email.
Okay, I'll send it to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'll link you guys up, and you guys can work together as well.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Appreciate it, man.
Thank you for sharing.
Absolutely. All right, Tristan Kelly, how you doing, buddy? Are you there?
Hi, Oz.
Hey, what's your question, buddy?
Good to meet you. I listened to you and Black and Run Up on Waddy's live earlier on. Very good content, I have to say.
Thank you.
My question is, I live in Ireland, in Europe, and my question was, how active is Stand with Crypto in Europe, and what kind of engagement have you had with the European Union and individual countries in Europe?
Okay, so his question is, how active are you in the European Union? He lives in Ireland, and what are you guys doing as far as the European Union goes?
So we have Stand with Crypto over in Europe, and we are separate. We're not collaboratively working together. And I can give you the connection of the people representing us in Europe so that he or she can speak to and connect with, if that's okay.
Yeah. So Tristan, send me a DM, or you can reach out to at Miss Nifty. It's on the flyer for the show. Her at, and you can reach her on Instagram, I believe.
Instagram, LinkedIn, Twitter, but it's MS_NFTY.
So NFT, why? Why NFTs? That's the joke. It's a joke. I thought of it earlier.
Yeah, so you know the definition of nifty, and as my Web3 play on that. I'm going to send you from the EU. There's a link just for EU. I'm DMing you the link.
I'll send it to Tristan.
Okay, great.
Can I just ask as well, Oz, please, how familiar is she with the MiCA regulations in Europe?
With the what regulations?
It's the MiCA, MICA.
How familiar are you with the MiCA regulations in Europe?
I'm not.
Yeah, this is more US based. But I'm sure that once you reach out to that the EU side of the community, they're going to have all those questions for you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
All right. And when Rap, what is up, Crypto Rap? You actually met Crypto Rap with me when we met in person at the party. Yeah, in San Diego. So he's here on the live. What's going on, buddy? How you doing?
I'm chilling, bro. It's a beautiful evening. Had a long day, busy, hella meetings and shit, but saw that you were on here talking to Miss Nifty about this important stuff, and I think it's really important that we get the word out. I don't really have any questions or anything, but just excited to be here talking about what is something that we all need to mobilize for. You know, crypto is decentralized, and we as a community and as crypto enthusiasts need to decentralize our effort in order to protect our industry and make sure that we can grow and blossom and be, you know, our fullest potential.
Absolutely. Thank you. Well put. I appreciate that. He doesn't have any questions, but he says he supports what you're doing, and he digs it, basically.
Thank you so much.
Is there
Thank you for-
anybody else in the chat you have a question you want to
This
throw in?
motherfucker scrapped half of what I said.
Yeah, dude. I said everything you said, bro. Word for word. He had nothing but nice things to say, I promise you.
Oh, thank you. I really appreciate that. And I really appreciate the time everyone's taking here today to listen.
Absolutely. It's all influencers here in the chat. It's awesome. And viewership has gone up exponentially.
Come to the event. Come to the event in December. And I'm more than happy to share more information if anybody wants more information. We're always doing events every month, at least a couple of times a month, all over the United States. So tap in with me. And if you have an idea, right? You are an influencer, you are in crypto, which is why you are here. If you have an idea, come to me with that idea and say, hey, Carrie, I have this activation. Maybe that's something I can fund doing, right? I want to support the community the way that the community supports crypto.
Bellstar wants to know if you have any NorCal events.
Absolutely.
Right.
We're in San Francisco. We're in Sacramento. I did not go to San Jose this year, but I do plan on San Jose this coming year. But Sacramento, San Francisco, San Diego, and LA have been hosting events and get-togethers. Once you register on standwithcrypto.org, you will have access to know like these events are Stand with Crypto and it's coming up in your area if you want to be notified.
Yeah, I definitely want that for sure. Looks like we have one other guest that wants to ask a question, so I'm going to give them an invite for a second. Another influencer as well. Wow, everybody showed up for this one. As far as the influencers go, man, everybody showed up for this one. This was one I really promoted the heck out of. We're just not getting the regular viewership because of me getting hit with a banana today. Got slapped in the face with a banana. Money Talk, go ahead. What's your question?
Good evening, all. So, my question is more in regards to the education, right? Like the education for the people, not necessarily so much on the political side, but just overall education, because clearly we have the scams, then we have the learning how to even use crypto and all these things. And that's something that I don't really see.
So, her is not a question, more or less a concern about educating not just people, but also our legislators, if I'm correct, Money, in crypto, and giving them the resources and the tools to understand what they're doing, what they're voting on, and actually know about this, not just for the, you know, the policymakers, but for the people as well.
So while in Atlanta, we just announced a collaboration of creating educational courses with Coinbase, the National Cryptocurrency Association, and Operation Hope. And so in Q1, we're creating that content, the classes, and it should be live for anyone to access April 2026.
Awesome. Thank you for that.
Yeah, it'll be a trusted
Are they
resource
in partnership
of
at all
education.
with?
Are you in partnership with who?
Operation
pardon me?
Shamrock and Aaron West.
Operation Shamrock and Aaron West?
No, it
No.
is Coinbase, Operation Hope, and the National Cryptocurrency Association.
There you
Separately, we recently announced the establishment of Stand with Crypto University program, and we tomorrow, which is why I'll be in Detroit, are announcing which 50 universities across the U.S. will have chapters on campuses for university students. So that's happening as well.
That's awesome. Is there any other questions? I see Jake Claver in the chat. Jake, you got a question? I think that's it. Is there any closing thoughts you want to leave us with?
I want to remind everyone that you have a voice and we need you. We need your words. We need your wisdom. We need your experience in order to better shape our safe space in this crypto world, in this Web3 world. Again, my experience is not yours and your experience is not hers or his. And so for us to create our own path in our safe space, we need all of our information to pour into this pool and deliver it to the people who are going to be and who are armed and charged with the responsibility of protecting us. So they need to be empowered with that information, and we won't have that without you.
I love it. Beautifully put. And yeah, I would encourage everyone here in the chat, everyone that's watching, whether you're on YouTube, Abstract, TikTok, X, Twitch, wherever you're watching, get involved, get engaged, let your voices be heard. Like I said, we have an opportunity to make a difference, especially now with primaries coming up. Let your voices be heard. Stand up for yourself, and let's move this crypto space in a positive direction for the people.
Wait, I think I found this little soundboard thing.
Oh, cool. I didn't even know that existed.
Why didn't I see this earlier?
Yes, that's so awesome. I gotta look into that. That is cool. I want to do that now. How do I do that? That what this is? I don't know.
It's soundboard in Discord.
I'm gonna have to look into it. I'm gonna break something. Dang, you can just like hit somebody with that. That is classic. I absolutely.
That's gonna be
love
the next one.
Is there a goat one?
No.
Do a goat one.
It's not. There's a cricket. And that's my dog.
Hey, thank you, chat. Miss Nifty, I don't want to take any more of your time. We kind of ran over our hour that I usually allot, and I thank you for staying a little extra time here and coming on the show. We'd love to have you anytime you're available. I know you're a very busy woman, and like I said, any way that I can help or get involved, I want to be there. So whatever you need from me, I am at your disposal.
We will recap for sure. We will definitely do this again. And thank you for doing this for the community. It's needed, and it's not going to be one person, 10 people, or 100 people. It's going to take a lot of us. It's going to take all of us to share, spread information, and make a difference. So thank you for what you're doing and for hosting.
Thank you. I try my best. All right, chat, give a round of applause. Everybody send in W's for Miss Nifty.
Thank you guys.
So much. I bid you adieu.
Thank you, sir.
All right, chat. That was awesome. So here is the website right here. You can go to standwithcrypto.org and you can find their website. And I believe that there is a directory to other Stand with Cryptos as well. I'm sure that if you don't find for your area, you can Google it. If you do want the resources, she did send out to me everything. So if you do want that information, reach out to me and I will get it to you or get you connected with her, and you guys can work out whatever questions or things you have. All right, I got something for you, chat. Yo, what is up? The greatest crypto rapper of all time. What's up, rap? Bro, you're out of control, man.
Yo, what the fuck is up, bro? Hey, great conversation, man. Well done.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Hey, man, I'll tell you what, that beat the hell out of the conversation that we had at the party, because I was so lit, bro. Like, I was like, you know what, I gotta have you on the show. Dude, I had way more fun at Rare Evo, but being there with you made it so much more fun, bro. And like looking back on it now, and I'm remembering, I'm like, dude, I was so messed up. Like, I kept like, Dude, I was a machine, bro. I was here, I was there, dude. I didn't stop moving.
Bro, yeah. I mean, it wasn't even the biggest venue, but you were in every corner, bro. You were always like, "Oh wait, I'm about to be right back," and then I look over and you'd be like, just in a whole different conversation at a whole different place.
Constantly networking, constantly moving. That's just how I am, man. Dude,
100, bro.
Yeah. I network better in person. You know.
That's
online.
real, bro.
Yeah.
It's a strength. And I mean that even just that night alone, you scored so many, guests for your show. And this program was a great program and wonderful guests. And this is like one of, a half dozen people that you recruited that night.
Absolutely. And you were there. You saw who these people are. These are not just, some guy on TikTok with a camera. These are developers, people making huge waves in the crypto community. And we were there rubbing elbows with them and, educating ourselves and getting an opportunity to spread that education to the community.
It doesn't stop, bro. We're going to keep connecting, keep networking, keep, stretching our arms out. You and I, we're ambassadors from TikTok to crypto. It's a rare niche in the industry that not a lot of people respect. But I think it's one, and you obviously agree with me that this is one that's tremendously valuable and one of our best vehicles for reaching the next generation of investors and onboarding retail. And that's ultimately going to be the key is us putting a good foot forward and wearing the banner of TikTok and representing you guys from the community and really sort of expressing your voice to the industry at large. Because right now there really is no clear sort of channel of communication from you who are ultimately retail investors that matter a lot in the industry because you make up the next 20 million, 30 million, 50 million people that we're going to onboard. But nobody's really paying attention to you guys right now.
Yeah. And I would say, how the saying goes, go out and touch grass. You can still be about crypto and everything you do while touching grass. We were literally out at a crypto event touching grass, rubbing some elbows and still immersed in coming up with content. I was live for that show. We're meeting with the people, we're getting the information. So any creators that are watching, I would encourage you to take the phone and go out into the real world, talk to random people. If there's not a crypto event near you, you can just ask people on the street what they think about crypto, and you can find, and I do this personally, there's a consensus out there that most of the people you ask this question, what's your experience with crypto? Basically, I go, the spam email you get, how's your crypto experience going or whatever? I ask people that on the street, right? And the consensus seems to be is it's a scam. So you have an opportunity to go out into the world and explain to them the truth and really reach more than just the tight community that we have here. Bro, what are you doing? Bro, what the All right, you're booted.
Chill.
I just shrunk you, bro. I just shrunk you. I fucking love you. Hey, we gotta hang out more because I'm actually down the road from you, bro. We're close.
But what you're saying is right, bro. You're 110% correct. That's the way forward, bro. And we're doing our part. We're doing our part. We're touching grass. But you know what? The other thing I'll say for the people in the chat, there always is going to be some kind of crypto community, some kind of crypto event going on near you. Even if you live in fucking Boise, Idaho, you just gotta jump on. The best apps to use would be something like Luma. This is some free game for you guys in the chat. Take the leap to IRL. Take the leap to going and connecting with people that you otherwise wouldn't connect with. You don't realize how kind of echo chamber and insular your crypto community is until you step out into the real world and see blockchains that you never even interacted with and how rich those ecosystems are and how many people are there and et cetera, et cetera. Take the leap to IRL. Be brave enough to go beyond the screen. If you want to take this industry seriously, it's not just about sitting behind the screen all day and hitting the trenches and all that. It's about connecting with others and building what is ultimately undiscovered, uncharted territory. We are pioneering, we're trailblazing crypto. And that can't happen by yourself in your room. I mean, you gotta go out and see some real people. So get Luma, Luma. That's the free game, and look at local events. And usually Luma events skew towards tech or crypto events in the first place. So you'll probably see them right there on the local discovery page. And just go and go take the leap. It took me a long time to take the leap to go to my local crypto meetups, but when I did, I was like, damn, I was missing this. It's good. It's so much fun to hang out with these people because you obviously have so much in common.
Dude, you were like a kid in a candy store at that event, man. It was so cool to see you. Dude, your face lit up. You're like, this guy signed the Constitution for Cardano. You're all stepped.
Yeah, that's for me out, bro.
I was like, yeah, man. Dude, that event wasn't even on Luma, right? I mean, it was through Luma, but it wasn't public. It was a private event that we got to go to. And we got invited to that because of the Goat Tribe. So Goat Tribe got us locked in with that. So special thanks to Goat Tribe as well. You can find them at Ada Goats on X or goattribe.io. Great fam. They're fam. That's why I have the Goat Tribe up in the background because I consider myself part of the Goat Tribe. I've actually been inducted as one of the goats because I'm a goat holder now. Dude, I want to ask you, we got to reach out to them. We got to work on the next album, right?
That's real, bro, for sure. And I gotta hang out with bro too. And also, I gotta get a goat, bro. I don't even have my goat yet, but I've been shopping them. I've been looking around, trying to find a nice one on the floor. I'm really particular about my NFT, so
reach out to him. He'll make one of you. So they made one of me with the twisty mustache. So that's the goat. Yeah, bro.
Bro.
Yeah, so legit. And then we were talking about touching grass. You're going to Abu Dhabi, right, in a couple weeks?
Yeah, sir. Actually, in a couple days, in literally 1 week from today, pretty much, I'm gonna be on the plane out there to Abu Dhabi, about an hour and a half outside of Dubai, for the largest Solana conference of the year, where everyone's gonna descend and decide the future of the blockchain.
Dude, that's so lit, and I wish I was going to that. I got family and kids, so when I travel out of the country, I gotta take a whole brigade with me. So I tend to stay more local, but we're gonna have to do one of those together for sure, man. We'll link up.
Totally. You know what? I was just having a conversation actually today with. I'm gonna be saying in a content house out there, and I'm gonna be saying the event's like 4 days or whatever. I'm gonna be out there 10 days, and it's gonna be me and a bunch of other A-list crypto content creators, and we're gonna be just cranking out literally 24/7, 365 live on with a full film crew and lights, camera, action, the works. And we're talking in a meeting today, and ETH Denver is coming up in February. I feel like that's one we should run, bro.
ETH Denver? Yeah, I could do
ETH
that.
Denver.
Yeah, I do that.
I feel like that would be fun.
When is that?
You know, the college should be out there, a lot of big names should be out there. I know a bunch of payments should be out there. I'm friends with them. That's in February.
February. Yeah, I think it's when that. I'll let you know. Send me the information. We'll try to set up.
Yeah. And I'm FOMO, bro, because our battle in Miami is right now, and a lot of crypto people are out there doing events. It looks like such a good time right now.
Yeah, man. And like, fuck, I forgot what I was gonna say. Shit. Dude, I can't even say why my brain is. I keep losing my track of thought. Remember what you tried to get me before we left? Were you there for that? And I had that today. So.
I was trying to find Flex on Go Tribe. I got it right here. You know, I got a little shame on me. Yo, that was my favorite one, honestly. That art is insane. It's so good. Yeah, I was looking for mine. It's right there next to me.
I got
oh, but let me mob you real quick. Boom! We got.
I got the pin.
You're.
Hell yeah, bro.
Yo!
Dude,
that's crazy.
And then on top of it, I got the entire sticker collection. I got the poster. I got a bunch of stuff. And they hooked me up, dude. They found me for sure. And I'm excited to work on that album, man. Because like, you're a rapper. I'm a lyricist. He's a dev. Together, we could pump out some serious albums, man.
I'm excited. It's gonna be fun. I like the budget a lot. I'm gonna have to pump up a couple of those things. That's on my shopping list. I'm gonna curate an NFT portfolio and start stacking like as a private reserve, and those two guys are gonna be in there.
Well, plus the GOAT NFTs come with utility. So I don't know if they told you about this, but the GOATs have utility. So as a GOAT holder, you have certain things. So you can, like for me, I can play the music on the live, and I have the rights to use that music with no copyright infringement. So like when I post stuff on YouTube, I don't get hit with anything. You know, so like there's utility to holding GOATs. And there's more to than that. That was the main utility that I saw. I was like, okay, let me get some GOATs, you know, for that. But there's a lot of utility in holding a GOAT, and I believe that is the future of NFTs. Is NFTs with utility.
Speaking of NFTs with utility, bro, you know I gotta plug my entropy, bro, my Aslar miner. It's sold out actually. Literally last night, I fucking got on the phone with the team. And I was like, "You guys are missing an opportunity. These things are sold out. You need to just restock as many as you can." And so they put 10 up in the shop. But yeah, NFTs with utility. It's a miner. You plug into your wallet, it mines a meme coin, and that in order to activate it, actually claim tokens, you need the NFT from the project. So it has that culture element. That's sort of a metaverse element where you've got the DePIN, you've got NFT, and you've got the DeFi, of course, as well. So it's kind of a shout out to Jack. It's a jack of all trades of projects where you're really kind of wearing the hats at the same time. Miners eat first. Absolutely, it's sick. And so yeah, the best deal ever. It's usually like $150 for this thing, but right now it's like $90.
Yeah, and it yields what, like it's like $100 a year or something like that.
Yeah, right now yields are pretty low. I think it's averaging 36 cents a day or something like that. And so the thing costs $99. You got to figure it out a little under a year until it pays itself off.
But when the coin goes up, then your yield is going to go up from there. But if you're looking at baseline where it's at right now,
yeah, I mean, historically, the coin, I mean, there's been times where the thing is yielded up to as much as like $16, $17 a day, which is insane. You punch the numbers.
Right. So like the lowest you're looking at is it might take a year to pay the thing off at worst case scenario, which is not a big deal. And it's small. It's not using a ton of power, you know. Right. So it's not like it's going to cost you a bunch of energy to run it.
Yeah, no, it's super sick. I can't recommend it enough. If you guys are interested at all in decentralized physical infrastructure networks, mining, passive income yield type projects, you like a lot of meme coins, but want a little bit more depth to what you're investing in, this is my go-to for sure. And I'm only talking about it because it's literally like a temporary deal where it's like the best deal ever. You know, TikTok is always like, the TikTok shop, this is the last time this deal's going to be here, 60% off, blah, blah, blah. It's pretty much what I'm doing.
Word. All right.
That's interesting. Where do I find it? Justentropy.lol. Justentropy.lol. Take my hat and turn it into a website.
There you go, bro. I almost ordered one the other night, and then like I was on your live, and I was going to order one. I was going to order 5, but I passed out.
Well, they're in stock. There's only 10 of them on the shop right now.
And you can only buy 5, right?
The 5 is the max, but you know what? Let me give you some super duper top secret alpha that can't be said anywhere else. Very soon, we're introducing a brand new product offering. It has never before existed. It's highly limited. Again, we're talking less than 10 units. It's going to allow you to have a sixth miner. It's going to be crazy.
Love it, bro. Hey, man, thank you for coming on, dude, and being here. I'm going to cut the live out now. If you guys want to send any gifts to anybody in the panel, make sure you follow everybody that was up here. Much appreciated. Always a pleasure to have you. Crypto Rap, the greatest crypto rapper of all time. This is a Crypto Rap exclusive.
This is an Ozthecryptogoat exclusive. It's the greatest crypto podcast of all time. Everyone go watch my live, because Oz is ending my live right now.
Black, did you have anything you want to say before we get out? I know you didn't get a chance to talk too much. I want to give you an opportunity, because we had a short conversation earlier. You want to expand on it a little bit. I don't have to get off just yet, but if you want to.
I definitely just really appreciate bringing up what is this, family crypto? I've been navigating using Coinbase multiple times and contacting my legislators, so you definitely need more activity like this in space. So keep these types of, I guess, whatever these are, live streams, huh?
Absolutely. And I took a little break, a little vacation chat. Okay, the show's back. It's in full force. We got guests lined up, Wazoo, and we're talking about these are big players in the crypto space, not just little guys. And I'm hoping that this next year I should have Wendy O and Charles Hoskinson. So those are in the works. So stay tuned, chat. I'm excited. Some big things are happening for such a small show. We are just starting. You know, it hasn't even been 1 year that I've been doing the show, and because we are out pounding the pavement, touching grass, going to these events, rubbing elbows, and basically we're going to free parties with free food and drinks is all we're doing. But doing that, we're building this community strong. So strong, and it's been really incredible. And for those of you that have been here since day one, thank you. Special thanks to TikTok Seller. He's one of our moderators here. This show would have died a long time ago without him. He has helped support in so many ways. He's given and donated to the show so many times. I've offered to pay him for his services. He refuses, and he is with me every single day in the Discord. I mean, we're calling out bangers in the Discord. If you're not in the Discord, make sure you click the link in my bio. If it's not working, send me a DM. I will help you get into the Discord and send you the link. But we are calling out big movers in there. Okay. Dude, I think I hit like it was Mon. I hit 50% on that already, and it looks like it's still going up. So we're doing things. You know, in Discord, we're trading together as a group. People are learning. We have the TA class as well. If you want to get involved and learn the TA class, Crypto Rap is actually coming on the TA class and taught us how to use Pump Flood, how to find the bangers there. Special thanks to you, Crypto Rap, for doing that as well. The TA class is lit, man, and we not only have like me teaching you how to read charts. I have hedge fund managers coming onto the TA class. I have other influencers, creators, market traders, big names in the space that are coming in and teaching you their knowledge. So I would tell you, the best thing you can do for yourself is invest into yourself before you invest in market. Get educated. You know, learn about this stuff. Crypto Rap, I hear you saying this all the time. The best thing you can do is lock in and learn.
And we're so ready. You have an opportunity to learn something new before everyone else gets into it. To be the top dog, like we were talking with Miss Nifty earlier, we are the top 1%. Everyone here in the chat, you are the top 1% of educated people in crypto. The fact that you're here is enough. Because most people, they don't care. They're buying lottery tickets and that's it. They don't want to learn. They want to go on. They want to ask an influencer, what should I buy? And not put in any of the work, not do anything, and have someone else do it for them. You as an individual getting involved and educating yourself, learning paper trade, guys, you can paper trade. And you have an opportunity to advance yourself light years ahead of the competition for the future. So I urge you to get involved, get in the Discord, get in the TA. Crypto Rap has an amazing Discord if you like meme coins. They're calling out crazy bangers. Dude, what was that? It was like 150 some X last night?
Yeah, it ended up being like a 215x or something at the end. But yeah, we caught a couple digit multipliers this week. They're cooking in there.
Yeah, it's incredible. Actually, dude, I want you to come on the TA show again and teach us how to use Soul Pump, if you could. I would love that, man.
Yeah, totally, bro. Yeah,
dude,
for sure.
Soul Pump looks cool as fuck, bro. Like, I'm not gonna lie, like I want to do it, but I know nothing about it. I'm afraid to touch it. Like, but if you want to do it, dude, because like 6-7's already yielded me a little bit, and like, dude, I'm very conservative. So I'm like, oh, I picked up 10x, here and there. I'm good with it. And so like, yeah, dude, I'm picking up 10x's like this, bro. Like, yeah, Soul Pump, dude. You don't know what Soul Pump is, bro? Tell me what Soul Pump is.
It's a game site. It's a lot of game sites. I mean, it's a reliable on-chain, fully transparent. I'm not gonna lie, it's like 95% RTP. It's not exactly a money printer, but it's a lot of fun. And we play Crash on there, and we've hit a couple again multi-hundred X's. There's no better feeling than crunching like a big triple-digit multiplier and scaling down the progressive profit to 1%, and then literally every time you click your mouse, you're getting $1.
That's it, bro. Yeah, it looks like fun. Like you said, it's like a game, right?
Yeah.
And it's not like, and you were saying it's like you can set parameters, you can set all these different things. So like you just play, you're making money, and you get paid in soul, right? So
yeah, we can talk about it in
the DA class. Absolutely, love it. All right, chat. I'm gonna call it a night. Thank you to everyone that came up here. Thank you for all the gifts, everyone that gifted. I'm just gonna shout out the names. We got TikTok seller, Brooke Odyssey. Let's see here. Who is this? This is Miss Evie, AD Ryder, Fred Drum, For Fun, Mr. Josh TV, Satoshi Nakamoto. And I miss it. Oh wait, no, we got Scotty Dog. We got Run Up. Run Up. We got Revolution, Francesca, Purple Bitcoin. I think that's everybody. Thank you all. If I missed you, I do apologize. Thank you for all the gifts. It's incredible. We've been live for 2 hours and 39 minutes, and we've made a whopping $5.75. We are rich, bro. We are so rich. We make a lot of money here. Thank you guys for your donations and everything that you do here. Everything that you said here now, I pretty much either donate to other creators or I give it to Jesse or Idea here. So much love and respect for all of you. And I will. Let's see here. Let's do this real quick because Rap is doing weird shit again. I love you, bro. Dude, and if you want to watch a good live stream, follow Crypto Rap and watch his live stream and just watch him roast the chat. It is the most fun. My favorite creator here on TikTok, hands down. Like, I'm just having so much fun just listening to him roast people. It is absolutely phenomenal. I wish I had that ability to do what you do, bro. It's fucking hilarious. So definitely check him out. And then follow Black XXLR. Very educated and I trust what this guy says. We had a good conversation on Why Crypto Live the other day, or it was today actually. And he knows what he's talking about, and he's not standing for bullshit either. So I love it. Anyone that's willing to tell the truth and not lie to the community and dump their bags on them, you got my respect. All right, chat. I'll see you all next time. Have a good night.
Thanks for the liquidity, guys. Take care.
What is going on, everybody? We're going to get started in just a few minutes here. If you're watching on TikTok, don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, and share the show with your friends. As a subscriber, you have access to my daily price point videos, so that way you will know where the market is going and what is happening. And you can also sign up for the email alert system because the algorithm does not always send you an alert. So this way you can get an email alert notification that you can set up custom alerts so that you will be notified anytime I post something. And also, as a deluxe subscriber, you can message me directly and I offer coaching to help you with your strategy and how you do your trading. I'm not going to tell you what to do, but I can coach you and push you in the right direction. And so far, everyone that has taken advantage of that service has grown exponentially, and I would say they've become expert traders overnight. And it's funny because now some of them they ask me questions, but before they have the answer or they get the answer, they're like, I think it's going to do this. And I'm like, I think you're right. And so that's a beautiful thing, that the evolution of everyone's trading has just been phenomenal. And kudos to you, all of you who have made those changes and are growing. So proud of you. So happy to see that. How's everybody doing today? We got a few people watching. Don't forget, if you are watching the show, smash the like button because that's what's going to notify people and bring them into the show so that they can watch. We've only got about 3 people. We got 0 likes right now. We did just start. So start smashing that like button and help keep the show alive. You don't always have to give a donation or send a gift, which are very much appreciated, but the likes also are helpful. If you can't afford to give, no big deal. Just keep smashing that like button, double tap that screen, and that sends out to the algorithm that things are happening here and that you're liking the show, and more people will keep driving in. So much appreciated. Thank you, Raiden, for the likes. Much appreciated. One of my faithful subscribers. How are you doing, buddy? We got some news today. We got some news, some more news, and I'd say we're looking pretty good on XRP. XRP is looking excellent. I am really impressed. I do think that there will be a potential pullback, but it could hit, 250 and bounce right back up, and it's already kind of holding firmly above here. And let's jump into the 1 hour real quick. Let's look at the 1 hour and see what it's doing. Okay, we got a little something here. It kind of looks like a double top here at about 265. So that could send it, coming down, but it doesn't look really sharp. Like a double top would normally look like this, really sharp. So it's not quite in structure. What's up, HD Malicious? And don't forget, smash the like button. Keep pressing the screen, double tap it. Let's get those likes up. We're at 136 likes. Let's get those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers. We generally hit anywhere from 20 to 50K likes a show, and those numbers have been way down. We really need to pick up the likes because it has been detrimental to the show. I know a lot of people are you're driving and you're listening and you don't really have the opportunity to hit the like button. Totally understandable. Totally understand. But if you are available, or some of you are at work, but if you are available to hit the like button, the more you guys are liking it and the more people that are liking it together, the more people that are going to be driven into the show. So if you can't send gifts and you can't, afford to subscribe and, you can't send donations, you can always hit the like button. It's free, and we are growing. We are building a platform here. So I do need your help and support to continue that going. So keep those likes flowing in as much as you can throughout the live, and I'll try to remember to remind you, because I do get it. It can get a little much. It can get a little much at sometimes, but unfortunately we need that right now. So I do appreciate you. HD Malicious, thank you for liking the live. This looks a bit like a double top. When you get into the shorter time frames, I'd say that probably the 6 hour. I don't have it available on here. Let me see if I can add it. On my other chart that I use, it has the 6 hour, and I watch that one pretty regularly, but on here I don't have access to that. But I would imagine the 6 hour chart is more than likely a double top. What's up, Ken? How you doing? And don't forget, keep smashing that like button, guys. We need to get those like numbers up. We're at about 500 likes. Let's see if we can get that to about 5,000 likes. 5,000 likes before we get to the news. Glad you're doing well, Ken. It's always good to see you here. We got some subscribers watching. We got Raiden, we got HD Malicious, we got Ken. Glad everyone's doing well. We are getting that pullback though, and I told you it was coming. I was hoping to get all the way to 270, and we just fell short. And if we continue, and let's say we do run up again, and when we hit bam right here at 265 again and fall short, that could be a triple top, and that would be called for a heavy rejection down to, I'd say, 233 to 230, and X marks the spot. It could run sideways for a little while before it does something and then start to run downward. So that would kind of make sense, but we got to kind of see what it wants to do, see if it's gonna get another bullish push and build a flag. There's definitely opportunity to take off here. I think it's a little early. I think it's going to, but I think more along the lines of June, middle of June, we could see crazy numbers. I would say even past all-time highs, somewhere to like 250-ish. It is definitely possible. How you doing, Henry? Glad to see you. And don't forget, keep hitting that like button. I need you guys all together right now. Let's all come together, everyone watching, and just start hitting the like button. All of you at once hitting it together is going to help the algorithm and drive everybody in here. We are a little low on viewership right now. So, and honestly, I thought about not going live today to take a break. So if viewership is down, I may just call it a quick show, and we'll see what happens. But if you guys are hitting that like button like crazy, I'll stick around for you. Big baller with the likes on Twitch. And if you are on Twitch, hop on over to TikTok real quick and just start hitting the like button. Just start hitting the like button. And don't forget, if you are watching on Twitch and you want to send this little thing at the bottom, it says bits, right? And it kind of looks like it's just the same thing, and it sends those little gifts to help support the show. So that also drives the algorithm for Twitch. And I think we've only received 1 bit on Twitch. So I would encourage those of you who are watching on Twitch to engage in that just a little bit. It's like a penny or so. It's like, I don't know how much they are. I may be able to adjust the rate on it. I'm not sure. I'm still kind of learning Twitch too, so I get it. But click the little bits thing right there and send a bit, just one, And it's not really so much about the money with these things. It's about driving viewership to the show, because our viewership has been way down since we moved to Twitch. When we first started, we were doing really well, and it's kind of taken a dive. And I do need us all to work together. So if you are watching on Twitch and you don't want to send a bit, come on over to TikTok real quick and start hitting the like button for a little bit, and then come back to Twitch. Whatever you feel like doing, or just watch, leave the phone in your pocket with your earpods in, whatever. I don't mind. But if viewership does stay low today, I'm probably going to do a shorter show, because I'm just tired, man. We have been working on the studio and doing so much here, so I would not mind taking a little bit of time to myself. So we'll see. One news article at a time so far. But I see the likes flowing in on TikTok. Thank you all very much for that support. It is much needed right now. Mr. Pag says, sup. I like TikTok preferably, but I'm okay. Yeah, no worries. Wherever you want to watch, TikTok, Twitch, whatever floats your boat. But the idea is to get over to Twitch now and know where we're at, because we get hit with guidelines quite often. I'm thinking about doing story time tonight. I've been thinking about some different things that have happened, within my career. And if something comes to me, something good and saucy that lines up with what's been going on or whatever, it comes to mind, I think I'm going to do a story time segment. But as you know, I came out and told you all, because it became a bit of a thing, the underground tunnels in the underground city. It was becoming a thing on TikTok, and I saw this and I was like, wow, people think it's a conspiracy. They think it's fake. They're spreading fake information. They're spreading real information. And I wanted to set the record straight on that, because I have been in those tunnels. I have been in that city. In multiple cities, I've seen this. So it is real and it does exist. And now we have a former Bush administration official coming out and saying that they've spent trillions of dollars building these cities all across the nation, just like I told you. And I always tell you before, you hear it here first. You're going to hear things from me, and shortly after I say them, you're going to get confirmation about them. And I can't give you an exact reason why it happens like that. Maybe it's divine timing or something like that. But I think that it's all for a purpose. There's a reason why I've had these experiences in my life, and I believe that they all came to this point right now. That is why we're here. And as you can see, the ghost is gone, but the boo is not gone. We still have the boo right here. The ghost is gone. So that is an indication that we're doing pretty well and we're holding above here. But I do feel like there is a possibility we break through and the ghost goes back up until further notice. But for now, the boo stays and the ghost is gone. We shall see. XRP cooked, looks sideways, nothing serious either way from my TA. Yeah, my technical analysis would say that we're probably going to come right here. X marks the spot. We're probably going to come and retest back here at 230, but I would imagine we bounce up from there. The question is do we bounce up and touch the top of this again, or just out of it and then fall through? And this is, I would say it's more of this pattern right here, this channel pattern. But the reason why I brought this down here like this is to show you how it's holding above the support. So technically there should be another line here, but it got so busy. I didn't want to confuse everybody. but we did break upward out of this wedge, but we're not out of the gate yet because this is an ascending channel, which also can be bearish. I think it could retest down here at 230, but then move back up and retest up here at 280. And depending on what we form around here at 280, maybe we move sideways like this, and then we break downward, or we flag right here and we just blow out the top, or we start to blow out the top even sooner. But I think we're in that consolidation right here. And I would say it's safe to say that XRP is probably going to do all-time highs again. Not right now. I would say probably after June or July, the likelihood. However, the whole trade war and world war is not over yet. Okay, so we have a lot looming in the air. You have any faith in XRP at all with the entire world adopting Ripple? I don't think the entire world is going to adopt Ripple. I think that is a pipe dream, and that is a great idea that somebody had, but all of that stems from basically the whole it replacing Swift in all these things comes from its utility, but also it comes from the proposal on the SEC website. And as you know, that proposal on the SEC website is just a proposal from a random guy. It's from a random technical analysis guy that has proposed this, and people will do things like that. They know that it's a pipe dream, and they know that the SEC will never accept it, but they'll still throw it out there because they're hoping that people will feed on the moon cheese and it will pump the markets. And you know, who knows, maybe it does do something. I had to sell my XRP. I'm looking to buy back in. What's the best buyback in? I'm thinking 230. 230 sounds like a good spot. Man. Let's see. SEC dismissal news is incoming. I know that for a fact. That's going to fuel ETFs. Only if even if the SEC dismisses the case, there's still an injunction. Okay? The only way it's going to get an ETF is with the injunction removed. So the judge has to agree and say that it's lawful to remove the injunction. But the fact that XRP or Ripple is paying a $50 million fine, that calls into question, did they actually do something wrong? And is that injunction viable? BlackRock and Franklin Templeton are not newbies. That's my concern. I agree. And the whole BlackRock ETF, there's been no announcement of that for XRP. It's all been speculation. Nothing's been said. Under previous laws, yes, times have changed. Well, none of the laws have changed. Just the administration has changed. Now, with new regulations and regulatory clarity, that's a possibility. And I think that's part of why they're dragging the case out. So that way it can fall under new guidelines and new regulation. But as of right now, no crypto anything has been passed. There's been no legislation signed. You think we will ever see under $1 again? That is a question. Yes, I think we will after this bull run. If not, maybe we don't see under like $1.50 or $2 ish. But I definitely think that more than likely we will see 75 cents again, or maybe $1.15 ish, $1.05. Those numbers are still on the table. Remember, this is a bull cycle. All right. If you look at any previous cycle, let me go into the 1 day. If you look at any previous cycle, all right, they run up and then they fall down and then they go sideways. They run up, they fall down, they go to sideways. So yes, there is a likelihood that it will see $1 again. It could happen. We have our little ghost guy here. I don't think there's too much to be afraid of right now, but I do think we're going to come back and retest 230. Are we going down when Asia wakes up? I would say, let's see, today's Wednesday. Probably. Yeah, because we've been pumping on Sundays and we've been selling on Wednesdays. It's been the opposite. But we did have a Sunday sell-off. And we did sell off Wednesday. There's a possibility, you know, we pump, but I'm thinking Sunday will be a sell-off day. And that's probably when you'll see it fall. It's probably just going to consolidate until then. And I would say there's a possibility. I know I'm always doing these patterns, but this could potentially be head and shoulders right here down to 230. Possibly. It's a little bit wonky, but if you put it in a different time frame, it actually kind of looks like it. Let's see here. As you see here. And we've seen plenty of head and shoulders. There's this inverted head and shoulders that was a double bottom. Where's another one? Well, this is probably the best. This inverted head and shoulders was a double bottom. And we have the body, the shoulder, the head right here. Right? And this was a head and shoulders. And I'd say it just has a wonky arm. It kind of went up. But I did say about 230 would be the play out of that head and shoulders, and we hit it 230 on the dot, and then we started doing something else. So this technically was a head and shoulders, and this could possibly be head and shoulders with a double top. So the double top would bring it down in here, and it would probably hit this blue line and consolidate, maybe run up again one more time, and then fall short at the X right here, and that would break it down. And it's very possible that if it does form a head and shoulders at 230 right there, it could break past it and come all the way down to this line at 207. So this is definitely something I'm watching for. I do think for sure we're probably going to see 230. There's not enough data yet, but if this head and shoulders plays out, it's probably going to come down here to this blue line. So that's the question. Does it stop at this blue line or this one? And I'd say that we've ran all the way up from 163 to 265. All right. And it's just been pretty much upward. We had a little bit of a correction here, but not really. I'd say that this was more like a consolidation, but it was a bit of a correction, but not really. Bringing it down to this line at 208, 210 would indicate a 50% correction from this overall move from down here to up here. And that's this overall upward moving trend. And that would kind of play out this pattern right here. Let's see here. Give me a second. If it's this and it does this, it could very well this be the channel right here, and it's not as long. And it comes up here and then breaks down. I think it's got another one in it though. I think it wants to come here and then run up one more time. However, this X right here marks May 20th. That's Tuesday, May 20th, or Wednesday, May 21st. Maybe it's Sunday. Maybe it does it a little early. Sunday, May 18th. Maybe it goes a little late. Maybe it happens Sunday after Memorial Day, May 25th, right? And that time frame lines up with the previous cycle. So this previous cycle right here, we dropped here on May 25th through May 20th. That's Memorial Day weekend. People are going to take money out to go barbecue and party. Let's see this big red candle right here. This is May 19th. All right. All the way to June 22nd. I would say accumulation between the beginning of June to the end of July. That's where I would be buying if it does this, which I think more than likely. I would just be buying it up as much as I can, loading up on all the dips all the way down, trying to figure out where the bottom's going to be, because after it does get, and I'm thinking, you know, if it drops hard like this, I buy some here. If it runs back up again, I'll take some profits. And as it runs back down to the second one, I'll throw it in some more. And then it runs up again, take some more profits, and it runs down some more, throw it back in, and build up that bag over those couple months that are dead. The saying goes, sell in May, go away. Let's see. Had to come over to TikTok. Ads are nuts. Yeah, I do apologize for the ads, but one day we won't have TikTok and you'll just have to subscribe on Twitch, and it'll actually be cheaper because I think the TikTok subscription's like $10 and the Twitch subscription's only like $7. But the idea is to move you over to Twitch for now, because one day we won't have TikTok anymore. TikTok will be done, and that's where you're going to have to come watch the show. So we're facilitating that migration right now. I'm dumping 409. Yeah, I think I'm going to dump before that. I think I'm going to dump at 350. Because look, if it does this, all right, if this is where we're at, all right, let's say we're right here, and then we dump May 19th, May 20th through the 21st, end of May, we dump hard, right? I'm going to be accumulating all the way along here until July-ish, and then I'm going to be waiting for that run up, and I may even accumulate through July a little bit, right? And then it runs up one more time, okay? But as you can see, this time it went to 196. The second time it pumped, it only went to 141. So it's only about half the way up. So if it does drop like that hard before, and look at what's today's date, the 14th, May 14th, look at, it's lining up perfectly. Okay, so we had a drop and then we've ran up 13th, 14th, 15th, okay, 16th, 17th, and then bam, down hard. End of May, which is what I think is going to happen with XRP. It's probably going to run up for a little bit, consolidate sideways, get one more good little push up, and then it's going to be toast. It's going to come down hard, and it's going to run down for a couple months. And that's going to be your accumulation zone for the next pump, but it won't be as much. It'll be half the way. So let's say that this is, we compare this over here to the previous cycle, that would run it back down to that 163 to even 125. We would fall down here to this blue line. Right? Maybe 130-ish. But the blue line says that we would probably hit around 120 to 130, but there's a lot of resistance at like 150. So I think, 150, 145-ish we'd hit, And that's where we would first initially hit, and we would probably continue sideways downward channel all the way down to, I would say, $1. And if it's anything like the last one, it would pump from $1 up to $2, possibly $2.50. Jam says toast too. Yeah. I think there is a possibility of that still playing out. However, everything is so different this cycle, but it is moving exactly like the previous cycle for now. So I think it's in for a hard dump. This is bearish, this downward channel, and this upward channel is also bearish. It's just getting going. I think it'll probably run sideways a little bit and then pump up one more time to about 270-ish, maybe even 275 or 280. That's very possible. That's on the table. And then fall down just hard. And I think it would take longer than it did in the previous cycle. It wouldn't be these crazy red candles. I think we'd see some big red candles, but it'll be multiples, one after the other, like these. It'll look kind of like this, drop down here from one, what was it, like 160 all the way to 260 all the way to 163. That kind of a move. And let's see, let's plot that real quick. Let's say we move from here, and we put that right here. That would put the price right at 163 again. That is possibly the bottom. And it may go a little bit lower, but that's just kind of gauging what it moved from here to here. The last big drop. And let's say it runs up a little higher. 180. Those are all those resistance zones right there. So it could go to 180 and then taper off sideways from there. And, just kind of do this and then shoot up, probably hit $2 and consolidate a little bit maybe and pull back like this. And then cup and handle and run up. But I would say probably around 250, 260 would be the top again, where it's at right now, where it's hitting the resistance, and that would be the top. So technically, buying right now is buying the top for now, unless something changes. I thought we were in a reversal trend. We kind of are, but not. So here, let me explain to you that this trend is a smaller micro reversal. And get rid of all this stuff here. I gotta get rid of this mouse pad. It's not working well. I have another one here. Oh yeah, that works much better. Okay. This downward trend, okay, is bearish. This upward trend is also bearish. Okay, it's trending upward and it's broken out of this trend, moving upward, and it's moving up this channel. But in a technical analysis, you would say an ascending channel is followed by a drop. Every other coins are hitting all-time highs. Why is it so hard for XRP to get there? Because the SEC. Institutions can't buy it. Institutions can buy other coins right now. XRP is like the only one. That's why I'm so interested in it, because if it is suppressed because of that, and one day it does drop, that can happen. Not only will it pump like crazy, but then institutional money will get into it, and it could send it to $10. That's all that speculation. That's why I'm watching it, because I don't care if I miss from, $2 to $2.50 and I miss this. That's not a big deal, because there's always a price correction, get halfway in somewhere along there. I want to see, news that tells me that it's going to pump hard and it's going to break out of this institutional decline because no institutions are into it. But X marks the spot, and look at these two channels are an X together, and they've crossed over here, right here at this X. We pumped up, right? And more than likely, so we pumped at about this X, and this X is on the low side, not the high side. So that would indicate a drop down to this side, somewhere around here. And it could run up one more time and then drop, but it doesn't line up with the timeline. There is a possibility, but we're already in May 15th. It would take days for it to get down here, and May 21st, May 19th to May 21st is when we had that big drop in the last cycle. So if it's mimicking the last cycle, that would indicate that we would come down to this X and possibly blow right through it. And over the next month or so, work our way down to, 175, 150, something like that. So that's why I'm watching it, because I'm interested. I'm waiting for lower zones to be in it to keep, because I took profits up here. I want to throw them in these lower zones because I do think there is a potential that it's going to do something, and it's being held back, which is buying me time to make trades and accumulate and do more with it. I think there's more potential here. What about Cardano? No legal issues with them. Exactly. However, but with legal issues, once XRP has been put through the fire and it has that legal clarity, it's more adoptable. And that's that speculation that's happening. It's like, it's the only one that is, been through the fire. Let's see here. Other chats going like crazy. For precedent purpose, under previous laws, yes, but it will be changed. For precedent purpose, really well, or under $1, geez. Yeah, it's definitely possible. After the bull run's over, everything crashes again. Everything will crash again. That's just how it goes. What is this? This is XRP. Danny Gibson. This is XRP always. Let's see. I'll be in Vegas May 28th for 3 weeks. I'll be attending the Bitcoin Con. I'll see you June 2nd. Awesome. I will be there. And I will have the equipment, and we'll do a special live or something, and we'll hang out. We'll do whatever. So I cannot wait to see you guys. There's a few people who are confirmed for the Vegas meet and greet. Those of you who are coming out, we're going to have a blast. It's going to be great. I cannot wait. We're weeks away from finally meeting you guys. I'm super excited about it. It's going to be awesome. And if all we do is go play some games and, have something, and hang out, whatever, and do Vegas, I'm cool with that too. Like, we don't necessarily have to do the live. I do plan on doing a bit of a live. I'll wait until we all meet each other and talk and see what everybody wants to do, because not everybody wants to be on camera and this and that. And but I do kind of want to do a special little walk through Caesar's Palace in the mall area for the live, and kind of explain the similarities between that and the underground tunnels in city. So I do want to do that, because there's a lot of people who haven't been there or whatever, and I just want to kind of explain, because that's probably the closest thing I've seen to above ground that's like what's below ground in those more luxurious areas. And it's a great way to just describe the differences and the similarities. But I would say one of the biggest differences is they actually have living plants down there. It's not, there's no sun, but because of the lighting that they have, it does grow the plant life. And I think part of that, and like I said, they have, water and like ponds and things like that with fish in them and stuff. And I think that's all part of like an aquaponics system that's for down there, because I do think that these are like aftermath scenario type places, but they're also utilized while they exist. Yeah, I wouldn't say hydroponic, it's aquaponic. So the difference is they use the fish to fertilize the water, and then the water is pumped into water the plants. So the fish produce meat, and they also produce fertilization for the plants. I actually used to build aquaponic systems back in the day when I was much, much younger. We would build these greenhouse things, and they have like a big giant tub, and we'd fill them with fish, depending on whatever you want. I think a lot of them, they use halibut, and you put them inside the greenhouse. And so what we did was we built an aeroponic aquaponic system. So the roots are actually suspended and sprayed with the water, and they don't actually sit in soil, and they don't actually sit in water. I'm online YouTube, my greenhouse I built. Nice. I could probably find something I built in the past. We used to build them commercially. My uncle, he used to have a shutter business, and so like I learned a lot of my carpentry stuff from working with my uncle building shutters from a really young age. I worked 16 years old working in the carpentry shop. And after I don't remember what year that was, but after he had closed that shop, and I don't think he actually closed it, but it was kind of like an offshoot of what he was doing. We were building the aquaponic greenhouses. So it was the carpentry and all the plumbing and everything we were all doing together. Hydroponic greenhouses number 1 through 4. Yeah. And obviously everybody just automatically assumes the devil's lettuce. But no, we were doing like tomato stuff. So we were like trying to create systems that were self-sustainable. So someone could build one of these in their backyard, and they could have fish, to eat and harvest, and they could also have fresh food, vegetables, things like that to harvest. That was the whole thing behind it. Obviously, there are those who use them for whatever they're going to use them for, but that wasn't the whole point. But there was a time where I used to build systems for those people. I actually invented a way to grow more efficiently. And what it is, they use these felt bags. They're like a black felt bag. And the reason that they work so well is that the aeration, it allows the roots to get more air, and they grow bigger and stronger and better fruit, right? And so what I had created was this system where it's a cross between aeroponics, hydroponics, and in soil growing. And it was these PVC pipe frames that each one of these bags was suspended from and hung in the air. And then the aeroponic sprayers sprayed directly onto the bag to moisturize it, and all of the plumbing for the water was piped through the PVC pipe and all interconnected. And they had like quick disconnects where you could quickly disconnect them and move them around. And then I also invented a system for the lights. When there was 12 lights that went around the room for and what it did was every hour the light would switch to a different hour, and during the daytime it would simulate the movement of the sun in the room and cause the plants to lean towards the light and move back and forth, which produces a stronger, thicker stem, which allows more nutrients to flow up through the plant. So that was actually my own design. I have the original drawings for the designs. They're actually in my desk. I'm looking at them right now. I can literally see it right now. Those were drawn years ago, and I don't believe anyone uses that system to this day. I think it's more along the lines it's not cost effective, but the growth and production was just tremendous. That's cool. My NFT system is all PVC setup. Cool. Your system was similar. Awesome. Yeah. And I mean, I took ideas from several different grow ideas, and I kind of combined them into one. So the idea was to create something that was grown in soil, because nothing grows better than what's in soil, but also create the way to have the aeration of the soil and the way to deliver the nutrients in a way that didn't cause root rot. So, as you all know, I'm a very creative person. I've actually invented a lot of things. There are things that you can buy today that I invented. However, none of my patents have ever gone through. However, there is one patent that I'm holding on to, and I haven't decided, am I going to go ahead and try to produce this product because nobody's building it and I want it so bad. But my intention is to hold the patent to resell it to a different company. But I have a beautiful, beautiful idea. I don't want to give it away yet because I don't want someone to take the idea. I want to have something come to market before I put it out there into the world, because every time I voice one of my ideas, they manifest very quickly. So I have filed patent and done different things, and by the way, if you are going to do a patent, the best way to do this is to draw up your designs, mail them to yourself, and hold them. You technically don't have, and leave the envelope sealed, but you technically don't have a patent, but you can argue in court that you had the idea first and you can get residuals from it. That's probably the cheapest way. I think some states have done away with that though, but it costs like 50 grand minimum to do a patent, and you want to have a good attorney to write your patents for you so that it's airtight. Otherwise, other companies will take it. That's your patent number. Good for you, man. I don't even remember what my patent number is. I got an email from them though. It's been about 15 years since I did that patent, so I believe it's up soon in the next 5 years, so I have to renew it. And I'm probably going to try to sell it to someone. I haven't decided what to do with that. I was hoping that by now more of the technology, it's a very technologically advanced thing that I've designed. As you all know, I have a master's in electrical engineering and audio video engineering. And, this one's maybe a little too technical for me, but I think with the rise of AI, it's going to make it a little bit easier for this to come to fruition. So we will see. We will see, but I'll give you a hint. It has something to do with golfing. And I think that this product is going to be very cheap to make, but people are going to pay a lot of money for it. Oh yeah, I would pay. I think I could probably build it for under $20 a unit, and I think I could probably sell it for $300 to $500 a unit. How you doing, Guinea Marie? So that's my golden goose. I need to do something with that. Henry, you've put a fire under my butt. I'm going to do something with that. And thank you all for hitting the like button. We had a little story time there for a minute. I do enjoy doing the story times. TikTok seller, thank you for the finger hearts, 4 finger hearts, and 11 of the I'm so hungry. 11 I'm so hungry. I do apologize if I miss your gifts. I'm still learning the how to read the chat and do everything, so my apologies. Thank you for the gifts. By the way, don't forget, TikTok seller has a show on TikTok. It's not like mine, it's not like a podcast style show, but he does sell products. And so if you want to support his show, go and check out his profile, send him a follow, and you'll see them pop up in your For You page. He's had a few pretty cool products that he gets from TikTok, and I have never seen anybody have such good discounts for those items on TikTok Shop. So when you go to TikTok Shop directly, you can find those same items. But I've noticed, like with him, they're much cheaper. I don't know how you get those special discounts. Maybe it's because he's selling so many or whatever. And I know that some of the discounts are timed, but I have seen some incredible deals from him. I want to buy that desk from you. I know you're not offering it anymore, but if you do offer that desk again, I will probably buy one. Let's see. TikTok seller 444 says, "Hey, thanks, man. No problem. Much appreciated. I appreciate all your support. Thank you for the 20 subscriptions on Twitch yesterday. Much appreciated. What's the news on XRP? I think it's due for correction. It could, pump again. But if it doesn't break above 264, it's coming back down to 231 and possibly even lower of about 210-ish, 212, probably more like it. And that would line up with the May sell-off, and it could even drop lower than that. I don't have a super accurate number yet, but I'd say probably 160-ish to start, and it could drop all the way down to $1. I would say that probably $1.20. It just depends on, like, if they keep artificially propping it up with news, that could just help it like trend sideways-ish like it has been, because it's basically been it's been between 292-ish. Let's say $3. It's been between $3 and $2. Okay, in that dollar margin range there for a while, since November or December, I would say, since December till now. So 6 months. 6 months, it's kind of just been moving sideways. So I think they're trying to keep it above $2 so that way when the SEC thing finally does drop and regulation and all that starts to cascade, it does send it to crazy numbers. I think that is something that they're really trying to do, but I do believe that it is possible to see below $2 again. And after the bull run is over, I'd say 75 cents and possibly even lower. B says, 50 cents. I think that would be maybe in despair, and it would come back up. But I think the mean number would be somewhere between 75 cents, somewhere right around there. Once this is all said and done, it goes back to normal. Udo, you have any of those January streams recorded? I want to watch some of those. That was so cool. Yeah, so watch my videos from January. It was the day before, all right, February 1st. So January 31st, I went live and I said, hey, or I think it was January 29th or 30th. I would say it was probably the 30th or the 31st. I went live and I said, we were up here. We were up here. And that was the day I exited the market. And I posted a video and it's on there. And it said, tariffs go into effect tomorrow, expected to drop. And I said that the bottom before the reversal for this downward bearish trend that we're going to form basically would be 163. And I said 161-ish, 162, but I added a little bit more to it just to make sure it would hit. And it did. It went all the way to 163 before it turned around and started heading up like it is now. And that was all the way back on January 31st, I want to say. Why would it go lower? Bear market, I get, but the regulation would permit ETFs. Yes, but it's a possibility that $2 ends up being the bottom. If we're going up to like $10 and then fall down, $2. But if we fall, if we fall short into July and fall down to like 120-ish and then pump up again, it'll probably top out at $2.80 to $3. That would probably be the highest. I would say $2.50 to $2 may even be all it does, because we already speculative pumped right here when Trump got into office. The day he got elected, boom, it flew up. And then the day he got inaugurated, it flew up. And since then, it's been downward. The only thing that really did any big movements was this Trump candle where he said, and on a Sunday out of nowhere, he was just like, oh yeah, I'm going to be doing the strategic reserve. And then tariffs went into place the very next day, brought it back down. It recovered a little bit and then it fell back down hard because everybody found out the news that it was not what we thought it was. We thought that the government was going to be mass accumulating cryptocurrency, which I knew wasn't going to be the case. But people were speculating that. And then once we found out that it wasn't, it just dumped. And it's been like that ever since. Yeah, definitely go check out those videos. There's a lot of them too. There's definitely more than one video where I'm like 163 months ago, back in January, when we were up at the top here. And everyone was like, this is a bull flag. We're going to all-time highs. And I was like, nah, tariffs and all the stuff that was going on. And that's when I decided to do the show. Was just right before here when we got this first red candle here. I was like, I think this was the show I did with Mega, was January 19th. That was my first live show, was on Mega Crypto's live. And I was like, hey man, I think, and you know, he's like, oh yeah, we're going to recover and we're going to do all these crazy things. And I was like, nah, man, we're going to drop, and we're going to drop hard. And I'm thinking 163 is where we go to from here. And obviously it took a long time to get there, but that was the very bottom. So that was a very long time ago. And that's after doing his show, I kind of just got the idea. It was my inspiration. The show went so well and I enjoyed doing it. I was like, you know what? People need to hear what I have to say, because everybody was on the, we're going to $11 million XRP. You know, everyone was saying $100,000. They were saying, you know, $50, $100, all these crazy numbers that we all know they were just outlandish now. And I was like, I need to inform people. I need to tell people need to be getting the truth, because they're being lied to. And that's when I decided to do the show. And now, what's it been, 6 months later, and we have grown so much. It's pretty crazy. I'm so freaking super cycle bullish. I have a group in right now with leverage up. We go, bro. I think the super cycle could happen because, one, they are using fake news and these 90-day pause things to keep the markets inflated. So there is a possibility, because if enough people, you know, believe in it, it manifests itself. So XRP to 10,000, I don't think so. I don't think so. Not in this decade. Well, but I think we could definitely, see something, but I think, they're pushing those super cycle numbers to get everybody hooked on the idea that it's going to 25, 30, 80, 100, 1,000, 10,000. That's a long way to go. Look at all this. That's a long way to move up. That's just to $10. That is a long way to $10. Okay. But I think $10 could be probable, but I think they're feeding these $10,000 numbers and stuff so that way when it does get close to $10, it gets closer to $10, but also those people don't start pulling out. They're going to wait and hold, and then it'll crash. See you in Vegas. We'll celebrate together. I'm always in a suit and not a tracksuit. I wear suits a lot too. I probably have 11 different suits, and I have like 13 different belts and maybe 20 different pairs of shoes. I get a lot of custom shoes made from like designer shoemakers, leather shoes. I've had some custom shoes made by like Stacy Adams and a few different others. I have my other stuff, but I have some pretty dapper stuff. I'm tempted to wear a suit. I'm tempted. If everyone else is wearing a suit, I'm wearing a suit. Why not, right? That sounds like fun. I thought about doing the show in my suit, but I was like, no, I generally wear, like polo shirts and stuff. I'm a golfer, by the way. If you guys know anything about me, I love to golf. I have a golf cart, and I go golfing all the time. I've had several golf carts. I used to have one of those ones you drive on the road, and I would drive it to the golf course, and I'd plug it in, charge it a little bit, and have a few margaritas, and then go out and drive it and play 9 or 18 holes. I only do about 9 holes now because my back just can't take it. XRP is the coin. No pump here, by the way. No golf here, only miniature. I'm a big golfer. Has anyone else seen the studio? No, TikTok seller 444. You are the only person I've sent that picture to. So TikTok seller's actually seen a picture of the studio, and it's quite magnificent. What a change from and that video we watched the other night together, TikTok seller, that was from early January, and that was after our first upgrade. So we went live for like a week or so, I think maybe 2 weeks before I put that monitor up and stuff. And we were doing, I tried to originally do the live from my computer, but I hadn't used my computer in like 10 years, and it would not run live streaming. It was just too dead tech. So I came up with a way to cast my tablet onto the screen, and we had the camera pointed at it because I didn't have TikTok Studio yet, and it was very rudimentary, very much so. And now this studio is magnificent, and we're hardlined in now with the Ethernet. So I moved that up the priority list. So all the Ethernet is run. The satellite's been set up for Starlink. All of that is 100% now. So we shouldn't drop the live anymore. And it's all been rebooted and calibrated and everything. So Starlink is linked in right now to the studio. I'm so excited. We haven't had one problem since I did this. And we did plug it in one live, and it did help a little bit, but it hadn't been fully calibrated and everything yet. Now that all that's been done, it seems to be working flawlessly. So I'm super excited. And we also have a backup Starlink. So we actually have 2 Starlinks for the studio now. So if one crashes, the other one automatically kicks in, so that way if for some reason something happens, there's only a slight little delay between, and it automatically switches to the other network. So it's pretty high tech. I let me tell you right now, and TikTok Seller will tell you this for sure, I spared no expense. The only expense I spared was I was going to go 4 monitors, and I decided to keep the original monitor. So I have a 3 monitor setup, 2 curved, and then I have the original monitor from the beginning of when we started the show. And I knew that this show was going to grow and become something much more later on. So I decided to leave that there so it could remind me where I came from. So I didn't lose sight of what I was trying to do. But like even the lighting is like super high tech. Like we've got lights on tripods with sandbags on them holding up with massive filters and everything. It's freaking awesome. They're all remote control. We have the AI tracking 14K camera. We have the audio interface, the Mackie audio interface. We have a Behringer mixer. We have it's like I think I got about $3,000 into the computer, custom built computer for the show. We have the DJI equipment. We have the wireless mics, the handheld mics. We have the gimbal and the tripod and everything, all the cables and everything. And by the way, I want to give a special shout out to Sweetwater. They made this possible. They are a sponsor for the show. Full disclosure, Sweetwater is a sponsor for the show. However, they did donate equipment, but I did have to buy a lot of it out of pocket. But we started buying so much equipment so quickly. They reached out to me and were like, hey, like, we want to send you these free gifts or whatever. And there's not much, like, I don't have to do a segment for them every live. I do have to mention them about once a month and give them recognition, but it won't be like an ad space. So this would be their recognition for today. So give it out to Sweetwater. You can check them out at sweetwater.com. and they have all kinds of your studio equipment if you're interested in streaming. So thank you all very much for your support, and thanks to Sweetwater. All right. So yeah, we definitely had some story time today. That was cool though. The evolution of this show has been amazing, and I'm really excited about the direction we're headed. We could be speaking at TwitchCon. I really hope that I get that. Obviously, I think the odds are slim, but the fact that they reached out to me and said that they were considering having me be a speaker at TwitchCon, I was very honored. So we'll see. I sent them my proposal of what I would be speaking on and my topic points and all of that. So we'll see if that gets approved or not. If not, no big deal. We're probably still going to be at TwitchCon. I'm not 100% sure. I have to read the language on it, but it sounds like either way, they're sending me to TwitchCon. So I gotta double check with management, but that's not until when is it? It's in San Diego in like November, December, something like that. So it hasn't really been on the top of my list. I've been more focused on the studio, but management is handling all the paperwork now. So we have now somebody to handle all the appeals for TikTok, and we have somebody to handle all of the paperwork and legalities and stuff that comes with this. We're starting an LLC for the business because that hasn't been done, and it should have been done a long time ago. But yeah, it's all progressing and moving forward. And I'll tell you though, management has my hands tied a little bit because they don't want me to get hit with the guidelines. So I've kind of reeled it back in a little bit, but not really. But the other day when I got banned, not that word, don't say that word, I'm going to get in trouble. The other day when I got hit with guidelines and we were off of TikTok for a whole week, management was like, you better not do that. They're like, if you break your NDA, we're looking at all kinds of legal nonsense and stuff. And they're like, if you're going to get removed off of TikTok and all these things. And I was like, you know what? It's still my show. And I have that creative say so where I'm like, it's my show and I'm going to do it my way. But I also do have to pay for the consequences, and it's always with my pocketbook. So I decided that I was going to make that sacrifice for you guys because I felt like it was something that needed to be done because people need to know that information. So for those of you that saw it, hopefully you're preparing for things like that. And if you haven't seen it, it's on YouTube. You can always go and check out the past videos are recorded. The lives are recorded and you can watch them on YouTube at any time. So if you do miss a show, go check it out there. Bearish or bullish? That's a good question. I'd say consolidation. I'd say we're in consolidation, and consolidation is indecision. We're moving sideways. We're going to see, does it want to break up from here or does it want to come down? But if it does break up, I would say 270. If it does break down, I would say 230 to $2.10. So we'll have to see. It's one of those, don't know. Generally in consolidation, you don't buy or sell, right? You wait. Unless you get an indication of what's going to happen, it shows a formation or something, then you would either buy or sell. So we're waiting for that indication. I've been saying the last couple of days, not much data. We kind of got a green hammer here, but we still got this, what looks like maybe not quite a red hammer, more like a spinning top. So it's the market is in indecision. But I'll tell you, we've formed today's candle and we pumped up and we've come back down and we're inching towards the blue line. If we break past it, that's it. I think there's an opportunity to see 265 to 270 again before. However, I think it's well due for a price correction, and the previous cycle would indicate that it's going to have a massive, massive drop. So if you're going off of this is a different cycle, everything's different than it's ever been, then I would say, what are you kidding me? We're disconnected. I think it's TikTok. I think it might need to be updated. Are you guys there? Did I lose you? Because OBS is perfectly fine. The internet indication is perfect. But TikTok keeps dropping the live. I think it's either the server or the program needs to be maybe reinstalled or something. I'm not sure. Are you guys still there? Did I lose you? Let me know. And don't forget, if you are watching the show still, especially on TikTok, smash the like button. Go into TikTok and start hitting the like button. Viewership is way down. We're down to 2 viewers. So please help with that. We've got 4 viewers on Twitch. It's a slow day. It's a slow day today. And if it remains slow, I'm going to cut the live short today and just rest a little bit because it's been a long day. But if we can bump it up, great. But it's not good for the algorithm or the stats to have these low numbers. So, censored by TikTok, how you doing? Smash the like button, guys. Start smashing it. We're at 20K likes, but only 3 viewers. It's kind of incredible. So, keep hitting the like button. If you're watching on Twitch and you are available, jump over to TikTok and start hitting the like button. Let's get these views up. And don't forget, on Twitch, you can spam the chat as well. That does help. On Twitch, if you're not trying to jump over, send emojis, send questions, send whatever, engage into the show, and that does help with their algorithm as well. Let's get into some news. While you guys are hitting that like button, being my liking warriors, I need y'all right now. Everyone come together and start hitting the live. Paul, thank you for the emojis. All right, crypto basics. Ripple's latest blog post about RLUSD's use case in the hidden road setup has triggered concern among XRP proponents, questioning Coin's role in the deal. On Tuesday, Ripple published a blog posting highlighted the use case of stablecoins like RLUSD. The San Francisco-based payments company emphasized that stablecoins bridge the gap between DeFi and TradeFi. RLUSD's role in hidden road setup. The blog post further highlighted RLUSD's role in the hidden road deal. Recall that Ripple reached an agreement with Hidden Road to acquire the prime broker for $1.5 billion. In its recent blog post, Ripple stated that Hidden Road, which clears over $3 trillion for 300 financial institutions annually, will leverage RLUSD as a collateral asset across its prime brokerage firm. Meanwhile, part of the deal would see Hidden Road transition its post-trade activities onto XRPL. XRP's underlining blockchain, allowing it to reduce costs, with XRPL handling hidden roads post-trades. The prime broker would leverage XRP to pay all post-trades transactions fees. That's actually awesome. The company initially disclosed this in April when it announced Hidden Road acquisition at the time. The disclosure elicited major controversy, with some community members expressing concerns that the company sidelining XRP. Community asked about XRP's role in the Hidden Road deal. These concerns have resurfaced, with Ripple reiterating that Hidden Road will use RLUSD as a collateral asset across its platform. Several users have once again questioned XRP's role in the Hidden Road setup, with some suggesting that XRP's function is now limited to paying transaction fees. Earlier this month, XRP community member Elena this statement on X, she indicated that while RLUSD utility spans cross-border settlements to multi-fiat onboarding, XRP is used to settle transactions only on the XRPL ledger. According to her, XRP was once the preferred bridge asset on XRPL. However, she suggested that the coin is gradually losing its relevance, alleging that RLUSD is gaining traction as Ripple's favorite. For context, Ripple launched the USD pegged stablecoin on the XRPL in December 2024. After its launch, it was integrated into Ripple's payment solution, giving financial institutions access to a fiat-backed digital currency with zero volatility. Since its launch, RLUSD has gained widespread adoption across the broader crypto market and has been listed on major exchanges like Gemini, Uphold, Bitso, and MoonPay. Interestingly, thanks to the Hidden Road acquisition, it is now poised to become its first stablecoin to enable cross margins between traditional markets and digital assets. Ripple Exis dismisses concerns, while XRP proponents are concerned that RLUSD is gradually replacing the favorite coin. Ripple executives have continued to dismiss this assertion. And why wouldn't they? They have everything to gain from Ripple XRP going up because they get to sell it every month. So keep that in mind. It's in their best interest to, they're not going to come right out and say yes or no. They're just kind of dismissing it and saying, oh, no, but there's no straight answer. So this is a problem. Earlier this year, Ripple CEO Brad Garlinghouse said RLUSD and XRP would complement each other, as asserted that both have different functions, noting that while XRP functions as the bridge asset to provide liquidity between two fiat currencies, RLUSD serves as an on-chain fiat. Now, that is a possibility. And I would say that that's probably the more likely scenario. However, I think the only thing, XRP won't get much value from it serving that purpose. It'll get its value from people holding it and not selling it. That's where it's going to get its real price from. Additionally, Ripple CEO David Schwartz stated that RLUSD is good for XRP rather than harmful. He emphasized that stablecoins like RLUSD are crucial in maintaining price stability. Ripple CTO also mentioned that XRP would continue to render key functions like auto bridging that favor its liquidity. And I think that's part of why XRP has been held back a little bit. Is for that reason. People are wondering, aren't they just going to use stable coins? And that's been a concern I've been stating over the last couple weeks is I think that CBDCs are what these institutions actually want to use. For now, it's XRP still holds a place, but I think in the long-term future, stable coins and CBDCs will be the future. So keep that in mind. Tokenization of real-world assets. This is on the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission. Before I get into this, I want to address Jay Finity's. What candles or patterns do you see to validate or invalidate a move? Nothing right now. It's indecision. We're in consolidation. We need to see a pattern form or a breakout. So that's kind of what we're doing is we're waiting to see. But I would say make sure you're taking profits. Even if we do break out, you should be taking profits. Jay Finity with the 5 tiny dinos. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. And don't forget, smash that like button, guys. Everybody on TikTok, come together right now and smash the like button. We've only got 4 viewers right now. We need to bump that viewership up right now. Come together. You don't have to send a gift. You don't have to send a donation. But if you can hit the like button, that is going to be the most helpful thing right now. Obviously, donations and gifts are, needed and essential to running this show. But right now, we need to broaden the show and get more viewership. We need to grow. Growth is very important so that way that financial burden is not just falling on me and you, but we can spread that out to a much bigger community. But as you see in the Twitch chat, those of you watching on Twitch, there's the Steam Elements. You can click that and send a donation, or you can send the donations directly to my Cash App or Venmo. That's at OZZY12233504. And you can send those. TikTok seller, thank you for the 6 Let 'em Cooks. We've got 6 out of 10 Let 'em Cooks for our goal. We're almost there. Let's see if we can get 4 more. 4 more Let 'em Cooks is going to help reach that goal. Who's got me on the Let 'em Cooks? But also, if you can't give, just hit the like button. It's much needed right now. We need to grow viewership dramatically. Or I'm going to start cutting the show back and doing maybe like a 1-hour segment. Because if we're not growing, I'm going to scale things back here. Because we were growing so exponentially before, and we've just kind of fallen back. And part of that's because of getting the guidelines and all of that. We're kind of in a shadow ban. So we have to work together to break ourselves out of the shadow ban, get it back into the For You page. So I need your guys' help to hit that like button. Thank you all very much for your overwhelming support. But I do want the show to grow because we need to get this information out to more people. JM says XRP is trash. What makes you say that? I'm actually really curious why you feel that way, because I'm on the fence. I'm on the fence about it. Live goal achieved. Thank you so much. TikTok seller with 4 more Let 'em Cooks. Thank you very much. And don't forget, if you're not a subscriber, subscribe to the channel as well. Subscriptions also help. Let's see here. Is the subscription thing up there? I don't think it is. I don't know how to, let me see here. Go settings. There we go. Let's do that. Let's get some subscribers. We need subscribers too. We need more people subscribing. We need more people watching. Because that is what really drives the show. TikTok wants revenue, you know? Inactivity detected in my live. Isn't that something? We are just constantly getting hit with nonsense on TikTok. I can't wait till we no longer need it, but for now we need it. We need to slowly migrate over to Twitch. But I do believe that if we speak at TwitchCon, that's definitely going to boost the show dramatically, and we'll no longer need TikTok. So that's the goal, is to grow the show at TwitchCon. So hopefully I get that spot to speak, because I feel like I have a lot to say, and I feel like I could do a good job at it. And I've worked at these events my whole life. I know how they go down, and I know what works and what doesn't. If they do reach out to me and there's like a secondary process to it, again, because they already did reach out to me, but if there's a secondary process where I can actually talk to somebody, I guarantee I can talk my way in there. But right now it's all automated and whatnot, so we'll see. Thank you all for hitting that like button. Keep on doing it. Let's keep them coming in. We need to get to 50K likes. We're at 22K. Work together, be a team, get those likes up. Much appreciated. And if you are watching on Twitch and you want to come over to TikTok and help with the likes, please do. Please do. And if not, you're working or you're driving, whatever, obviously be safe. Do the safe thing, but we do need that viewership. So this is from the SEC, Securities and Exchange Commission website. This was a speech that was given by Commissioner Mark T. Udea. I'm not going to read it, but it's basically tokenization of real world assets. And this is very bullish for algo. All right. Anything that does tokenization of real world assets, this is very bullish news. Go read it. Go check it out. Very interesting, but I'm not going to read it. But it's there's a lot there. It's not super long, but it's just too much. It's too much. It's a little boring. But I do encourage you to check it out. This is very bullish for algo, I would say, because it's probably one of the top real world tokenization coins. So because of that, but anything that tokenizes real world assets is going to benefit from this news. This is very bullish for real world assets. Man, I have a hard time saying that. These coins are going to soar. And that is Calvin Hill's logo right there. That's so you know where he got it from. He stole it from somewhere else. XRP holders urged to mark their calendars for this date. Dogecoin's OI sees massive 64% surge. Tether will flip Ethereum this year, Samson Mao says. Crypto News Digest by You Today. And where's it at here? Let's see here. XRP holders urged to mark their calendars for this date. According to a recent announcement by CME Group, it will soon launch a new product, XRP Futures. This product is expected to go live on May 19th. CME's plans to introduce XRP were accidentally revealed through a leak via beta webpage. Later in April, XRP officially confirmed the futures launched shortly after CME introduced Solana futures. Last July, the Chicago-based derivatives giant rolled out XRP pricing indices in I don't know. I can't see so well. Which signaled the growth of XRP's institutional adoption. Actually, I should blow this up a little bit so I can see it better. The screens are farther away from me now that I have the new setup. So I'm blind. I even have glasses on. I'm still blind and can't read. Signaled the growth of XRP institutional adoption and introduction of this year. Introduction of XRP futures is seen as a key step towards potential spot ETF approvals later this year, with several major firms already applying. At press time, XRP is trading at 2 blah 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 blah. So CME futures, obviously we know about this, and in the past, when Bitcoin got its futures, it pumped. And so I think that this is a double-edged sword, though. Because futures are short positions for XRP. So it may pump at first, but it could also indicate short orders coming in if things don't go the way they're supposed to with the SEC case, or just different news. So keep that in mind. It could drive the price down at some point. But I think initially it will drive it up. Initially it'll drive it up. I don't know what is up with my talking voice today. I think my throat is just getting tired. I've been doing this a lot. What do you think of this? What do you think of that right now? Nose hair trimmer makes trimming your nose hair and pain-free and easy. Little joke. This is another one. This is one to pay attention to. In the words of Calvin Hill, pay attention. Pay attention, okay? XRP, Doge, and ADA holders are warned by Coinbase. Here's why. So, major crypto exchange Coinbase has put holders of Cardano, Litecoin, XRP, and Doge on notice. In a recent tweet, Coinbase indicated that wrapped visions of Cardano, or wrapped or warped? I think it's supposed to say warped versions of Cardano, Dogecoin, Litecoin, and XRP, which are CBADA and CBLTC and CBXRP and CB Doge, are coming soon, right? Coinbase revealed that these assets, CBADA, CBLTC, and CBXRP and CB Doge, are not yet live or available for trading. These assets are not yet live or available. We will announce their launch on their launch date, Coinbase stated in a tweet. And here's the tweet right here. There could be fraudulent actors making false claims that these coins are available to trade. The only official base contract address for these coins will be right here. So you can find this page. This is on U.Today. So U.Today, you can find this page and you can click this link right here and find the actual place where you can actually buy these coins if you're interested in buying them. The exchange warned that there could be fraudulent actors making false claims that they're available to trade, with crypto scams increasing. Such pre-launch misinformation often aims to exploit user anticipation and lack of verification. And that brings me to the XPF. Okay. I did not buy XPF. I looked into it, and they want you to link a trust to your wallet. And I would say if you have done that, and it's through Telegram, that was my first red flag, was that you have to click the link on Telegram and then link a trust to your wallet, and you don't even receive it right away. It has all the red flags of a scam. Is it confirmed yet? No. But I am in the same instance of this case right here. I'm shying away from it. I wanted to buy it, but there's too much uncertainty and lack of verification. So I'm just going to wait until it goes live before I pick up any. And that'll be fine. The pre-launch, whatever. It's just a hype thing anyway, so that people feel like they can get into it early. That Theta I showed you yesterday is having a bit of a drop. Everything's having a bit of a drop. Everything's having a price correction, and everything's due for a price correction. Everything just got a hard pump. So, that now is the time where you would be buying. You don't buy it and I wouldn't even say buying, waiting to see where it's going to bottom out at and then buy. So I didn't buy it yet. I'm still waiting. Thank you for the heads up on though, but I am an advanced trader. I know not to buy in the middle of a pump. Let it wait, let it simmer a little bit, let it cook. All right? Let it cook. And your patience will always pay off in this market. When you're FOMOing or trying to make these decisions, you're going to get burned, or you're going to lose out on opportunity. The best thing to do is be patient. Things always retrace. They always come back and give you a second chance. You don't have to, be so worried and jumpy. All right. Bullying only leads to self-isolation. Xi says, day after the U.S.-China tariff truce. Hold on, I gotta block somebody. All right, tis done. I don't really need to read it so much. It basically just restates it. But let's watch it. It's subtitled, but let's just check it out.
世界百年变局加速演进，多重风险交织叠加，各国唯有团结协作，才能维护世界和平稳定，促进全球发展繁荣。关税战、贸易战没有赢家，霸凌霸道
That was it. I think this is another one here though. Let's see here. Let's give it a second to load, and if it doesn't load, oh, I need to give my voice a little break. I was hoping for a little bit longer video. Need to take a drink.
President Donald Trump addressed his plan to accept a Qatari jet worth hundreds of millions of dollars as a gift in an interview with Fox News' Sean Hannity.
But I thought it was a beautiful gesture. Now, there are those that say we shouldn't be accepting gifts to the Defense Department. And I would say only a stupid person would say that. Why wouldn't you do that? And so it helps us out because we'll have a relatively new plane instead of having 40-year-old planes.
Senators have voiced concerns about Trump's plan to accept the luxury plane, citing issues that range from security to promoting American manufacturing. Trump plans to use the plane as Air Force One.
My attitude is, why wouldn't I accept the gift? We're giving everybody else. Why wouldn't I accept the gift? You know, we've secured that part of the world for many years. So if somebody makes a gift, then I'm not getting nothing. I get to fly it like any other president would.
That's interesting. Everyone's giving him backlash for that. I don't know. I don't think it's good for politicians to be accepting bribes in quotations. But it does kind of seem a little over the top. So I don't know. I don't completely agree with it. I also don't disagree with it. That's for the American people to decide. And I think it's up to the legislators to decide and the judicial branch to decide if he broke some rules there. I believe it is illegal, though. I believe that they're not allowed to accept gifts over a certain amount of money, and I think it's only a few $1,000s. So that is something to consider. All right, this one's pretty interesting. Rogue communication devices found in Chinese solar power inverters. U.S. energy officials are reassessing the risk. Let me zoom into this a little bit. The risk posed by Chinese-made devices that play a critical role in renewable energy infrastructure and unexplained communication equipment was found inside some of them. Two people familiar with what Matt said, power inverters, which are predominantly produced in China, are used throughout the world to connect solar panels and wind turbines to electricity grids. They are also found in batteries, heat pumps, and electric vehicle chargers. While inverters are built to allow remote access for updates and maintenance, the utility companies that use them typically install firewalls to prevent direct communication back to China. However, rogue communication devices not listed in product documents have been found in some Chinese solar power inverters by U.S. experts who stripped down equipment hooked up to grids to check for security issues, the two people said. Are you still there on TikTok? I think the bit rate is too high for TikTok right now. I'm gonna have to have the IT guy look at that. That is interesting. Let's see here. Let's see. Two people said this. Over the past 9 months, documented communication devices, including cellular radios, have been found in some batteries from multiple Chinese suppliers. One of them said Reuters was unable to determine how many solar power inverters and batteries they have looked at. The rogue components provide additional undocumented communication channels that could allow firewalls to be circumvented remotely with potential catastrophe consequences. The two people said both declined to be named because they did not have permission to speak to the media. We know that China believes there is value in placing at least some elements of our core infrastructure at risk of destruction or disruption, said Mike Rogers, a former director of the U.S. National Security Agency. I think that the Chinese, in part, hoping that the widespread use of inverters limits the options that the West has to deal with the security issues. A spokesperson for the Chinese embassy said, "We oppose this generalization of concept of national security, distorting and smearing China's infrastructure achievements. Using the rogue communication devices to skirt firewalls and switch off inverters remotely or changing their settings could destabilize power grids, damage energy infrastructure, and trigger widespread blackouts," experts said. This is interesting. And, you know, I don't remember when it was. Was it like the 90s or the 80s or something? They had a thing came out and they were like saying, oh, your toaster's spying on you because everything was coming from China. And they were finding this kind of stuff in the things from China. This happened before in the past. We keep getting disconnected. Let me see here. I may need to make a little